The legal system of ancient Babylon, best exemplified by the Code of Hammurabi around 1754 BC under King Hammurabi, represents one of the earliest comprehensive written legal codes. Inscribed on a stele and displayed publicly, the code's 282 laws covered various aspects of daily life, from theft and agriculture to marriage and business dealings, although it served more as a symbolic guide than a practical daily resource. The code did introduce the principle of lex talionis, the law of retaliation, advocating that punishments should match the severity of the offense, encapsulated in the well-known phrase, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This approach not only marked a significant advancement in legal thought aimed at establishing social stability and protecting the vulnerable, but also laid foundational principles that influenced subsequent legal systems, underscoring the sophistication of early Mesopotamian civilization. Hello, welcome to the channel. Back to the Bronze Age this evening. Off we go again. As always, supporting the channel, well, you're already doing that, just by enjoying it, and I do hope that you enjoy it. But a few clicks on the like, subscribe, and perhaps leaving a comment that lets YouTube know you want more people to see it. And if you want to be a real hero, perhaps you'll take a look at the links in the description. But for now, I'd like you to get nice and comfortable. We go all the way back, a few thousand years, to ancient Babylon. Now, in terms of this initial history of Mesopotamia, it effectively revolves around this relentless, non-stop competition for dominance among the many urban centers. The unit of the metropolis required tribute and military assistance from the cities subjected to it, while leaving their local religious practices and traditions more or less undisturbed. The rulers and conquerors showed equal regard for the rights and customs of the city, and upon the arrival of the ancient Semitic-speaking peoples in the cities of Mesopotamia, their tribal customs were incorporated into the legal systems of these areas. Now, even during the reign of Ashurbanipal and Shamash-shum-ukin, the Babylonians continued to add provisions to their city laws. These provisions allowed groups of up to 20 foreigners to freely enter the city, protected foreign women from enslavement once they were married to Babylonian husbands. Now, the population of Babylonia has always been diverse in terms of ethnicity, even since the most ancient of the ancient times, and there was constant communication between those towns and city centers. But each city had a substantial population of non-native residents. This unrestricted exchange of communication certainly would have led to the convergence of cultural practices. However, it was Hammurabi's exceptional intellect that allowed him to establish Babylon as his capital city and unite his extensive empire through a consistent legal framework. Now, during the era of Hammurabi, the law of the code had largely eliminated all remnants of the smaller tribal customs. The absence of self-help, blood feud, and marriage by capture was at this time mandated by state law. However, primordial elements such as a code of family solidarity, district responsibility, and the principle of lex talionis still persisted. Now, the monarch was a compassionate ruler, readily available to all of his subjects, capable and eager to defend the vulnerable against the most powerful of oppressor. But the authority of the monarch, however, is limited to granting pardons only after personal animosity had been resolved. Judges were also closely monitored, and the option to appeal was also permitted. Now, the entire country was encompassed by feudal estates, overseen by lords, who exercised control over the levy, police force, and other administrative functions. A conventional postal system also existed, and the Pax Babylonica, that is, the Babylonian peace, was so secure that in general ordinary citizens had very few reservations about traveling in their carriage from Babylon to the Mediterranean shore. Now, the code did not just represent a current social norm or preserve traditional legal principles. Indeed, over the course of many centuries, a consistent adherence to the law and a tendency to engage in legal disputes had resulted in the accumulation of extensive collections of past legal actions and court rulings in the archives of each city's temple. Furthermore, the interaction between cities had led to the adoption of similar customs and practices, albeit tweaked and changed a little bit to suit the specific situations, wants, and needs of each city-state. But it was also the widespread use of writing and the constant reliance on written agreements that additionally altered early traditions and set new precedents. Now, there was also this class system, and the code categorized the entire population into 3 different classes, that being the Avilum, the Mushkanu, and the Ardu. I'll just briefly explain what a few of them are, but don't look at it like how we look at the old Indian caste system. It's a little bit different. Now, the Avilum, as we'll start with, was initially a patrician male member of a privileged family who had a complete legal right and whose birth, marriages, and death were often recorded officially. He possessed aristocratic advantages and duties, including the authority to seek revenge for physical harm. But, there's a catch. He was also subject to more severe penalties for criminal offenses and lesser wrongdoings, as well as an increased rate of fees and fines. This class consisted of the king, court, higher officials, professionals, and craftsmen. And over time, the phrase gradually lost its significance, and it became more of a simple, polite title. But in the code, it is used to refer to anyone when their social rank is not really relevant. There was no requirement based on property ownership, and it does not seem to be related to race either. Now, that's generally what the Avilum is. But when it comes to the Mushkanu, that's a little bit more of a challenge. Now, the term in time eventually acquired the connotation of a beggar, and this meaning has been transmitted through Aramaic and Hebrew into other contemporary languages. However, while the code did not necessarily consider the Mushkanu to be impoverished, it is possible that it may have just been a person without land. Although they had freedom, they were obliged to receive financial reparation for physical harm, pay reduced fees and penalties, and they even got away with making fewer contributions to the gods. Now, the scarcity of any mentions to this Mushkanu in current records makes it a little speculative to provide more exact details. Now, in terms of the Ardu, That was more easily to identify. It was basically an enslaved individual, considered the property of their master, and they constituted a significantly large social group. They had the ability to get possessions and even possess other slaves, however. That's right, if you were a slave and you had your own money, you could buy your own slaves to do your job. A little complicated, right? Well, the master was also obliged to provide clothing, food, and medical expenses for the Ardu, but retained all recompense received for any harm caused to him. Typically, his owner would arrange for him to marry a female slave, resulting in their offspring being born into slavery. But the owner would usually provide them with a house, along with a farm or even a little business for them to run, and would only collect an annual rent from them. Alternatively, he may choose to get married, but only to a woman who was not a slave, resulting in their children being born free. And if she brought him a dowry, his owner would have no claim to it. However, upon his death, half of his estate would be inherited by the owner. Now, he also had the option to obtain freedom by buying it from his owner, or the Ardu may be emancipated and devoted to a religious institution, or even adopted, after he transitioned from being a commoner to a noble. Now, slaves were acquired through overseas purchases usually, captured during warfare, or just obtained by reducing free individuals to a state of servitude due to debt or criminal activities. In fact, in ancient times it was very common for slaves to simply run off, so you're best to treat your slaves well. Not saying you should have slaves at all, but you know what I'm saying. Now, in terms of if a slave was caught trying to escape, well, the person who captured them was obligated to return them to their owner. Now, according to the Code of Hammurabi, the owner was required to pay a price of 2 shekels to the captor. It was around 10% of the average wage of a slave, the average value, rather. Now, engaging in the act of detaining or sheltering a slave was subject to the penalty of death. And I do think you'll find that there's a lot of things in the Code of Hammurabi that are subject to the penalty of death, but we'll get to them a little bit later. Now, a slave was marked with an identity symbol that could only be removed through a very difficult surgical procedure. Now, this mark, often considered of the name of the slave's owner, either tattooed or branded onto their arm, was of course very difficult to hide. Of course, it's easy to check if you come across some kind of law enforcement or anyone who wants to check your status of a free or enslaved individual. Thus, in Assyria and its subject provinces, there were, however, numerous serfs that resided on large estates, and these serfs were primarily from subject races, settled prisoners, or former slaves, and they were bound to the land they cultivated, sold together with the estate, but nevertheless they had their own ability to own land and property for themselves. Now, there is minimal evidence of serfs in Babylonia in that sense, unless the Mushkanu is considered one of these serf class. Now, on to more religious matters, in terms of how things would run around temples, because of course that is very central to these old times. Well, generally, the deity associated with a city was believed to have dominion over its territory, consisting of a central area of cultivatable land and a surrounding region for grazing. The inhabitants of the city were seen as the deity's tenants, living on the god's land effectively. Now, the deity had a deputy, and that was the monarch, kind of a step down, not exactly as we think of it in the Egyptian sense. Now, the monarch had long stopped interfering with occupancy and were satisfied with predetermined payments in the form of natural resources, livestock, currency, or labor. Now, speaking of livestock, the state claimed a share of all agricultural produce, and that includes crops, livestock as well. Royal messengers also had the authority to requisition property, issuing receipts as proof. Fortunately, we've got a lot of them written down due to cuneiform being quite easy to keep for a long period of time scratched onto those clay tablets. And cities imposed their own taxes, such as duties, customs fees, ferry charges, highway tolls, and even water prices, which is of course quite important and sometimes scarce. Now, this being said, the king did not own all the land, but he did have his own estates, along with personal possessions and the taxes that he had collected from the populace. High-ranking officials were granted endowments, including official houses, in return for personal services to the king. These lands, known as fiefs, were inalienable. They couldn't be sold, they could not be pledged, rented, or diminished in any way. Now, if the fief holder was called abroad, they could appoint a competent son to take over. And if by some chance they had no suitable son available, the state appointed a temporary replacement, while the wife received a portion of the resources for her sustenance and that of her children. Now, temples, of course, played their crucial role in society, as they always do, and continue to in our modern world, to varying extents across the globe, of course. But they also generated revenue from properties, tithes, and regular payments, as well as the usual offerings and sacrifices. These offerings included various natural resources, even just straight-up cash, throwing those little coins and all the rest into it, also with durable goods. Large temples were staffed with numerous officials and servants. Initially, each town may have revolved around a single temple as a single deity too, where each household had the right to serve and share in its earnings, and this was also written into the code. You got a little bit of a cut. Everybody was in it together after all. Well, unfortunately, as the towns grew, the privilege of visiting a specific shrine became a kind of ownership that could be collateralized, leased, or even divided among family members, but it could not be transferred to others. Well, despite these obligations, temples served as significant repositories for grain and other goods, and they also housed the city's archives. But temples also had duties of their own, no slacking about, of course, such as providing ransom for citizens captured by enemy forces. After all, they're the ones with the money, and when things hit the fan, well, generally, the temple was asked, or rather told, to give back to the community. Kind of an emergency fund. You imagine if it all worked like that today. If times got really tough, you can just march into your church and say, I can't afford my rent, or I can't afford food. You're putting on a big barbecue for all of us tomorrow night, and there will be takeaway. See you then. It's not a bad idea. Well, they also supported these impoverished farmers by providing interest-free loans for seeds, grains, or even just supplies in general. But the farmers were expected to repay these promptly, especially when that first harvest came. Now, in terms of the king's authority over the temple, it was not possessive, but rather managerial. He may take a loan from it, but he will repay it in the same way as other borrowers. You don't get away with just taking money from the coffers just because you're the king. The tithe appears to have been sent as payment owed to the deity for the use of his land, and of course the king was on that land too. But it is uncertain whether all lands paid tithe, as it is possible that only those with a previous affiliation to the temple did so. Now, in terms of property, the code acknowledges various methods of transferring ownership of property, and is quite advanced for its time. Remember, we're talking almost 3,500 years ago to 4,000 years ago. It's really quite impressive. In terms of the methods of the transfer of ownership, we have sale, lease, barter, gift, dedication, deposit, loan, or pledge, all of which had very extensive contractual arrangements. A sale refers, of course, to the transfer of ownership of a purchased item, such as real estate, in exchange for monetary recompense. This transfer is typically represented by a staff, key, or deed of conveyance, and receipts are provided for both payment and the item. If credit was extended, it was regarded as a debt and obtained as a loan from the seller, with the expectation that the buyer would repay it and provide a bond as collateral. Now, the Code of Hammurabi also emphasized the importance of proper documentation and witness testimony to support any claims, and that is particularly in transactions and property disputes. After all, there's a lot on the line when you're buying and selling a home. Contracts and receipts were crucial for verifying ownership, and failure to produce these documents could result in severe penalties, including accusations of theft. And if it was really bad, they might even kill you. Oh, I know that sounds a little bit harsh, but, well, that's just the way it was. Well, just for example, purchasing property from a minor or a slave without proper documentation could lead to capital punishment, and buyers of stolen property were required to provide their purchase to avoid being held responsible for the theft. So it's best you have all of your paperwork in order. Now, in cases where a buyer purchased a slave or property that was later found to have been unlawfully acquired, they were required to return the property to its rightful owner, and they did not get any compensation. Specific provisions allowed buyers to reject slaves who were found to be sick or unfit within a certain period. A sale could be annulled if there were issues with the title or even hidden liabilities. Now, in terms of agricultural practices, they were heavily regulated too, with landowners often leasing their land to tenants or farmers. The tenant was responsible for maintaining the land, ensuring proper cultivation, and producing an average yield. Now, if a harvest did fail, the tenant was required to reimburse the landowner. In cases of unintentional loss, tenants were still responsible for the land, and both parties would share losses according to their profit-sharing agreement. The code also allowed for barren land to be rented for restorative purposes, with tenants exempt from paying rent, at least for an initial period while they got the ball rolling. Now, in terms of housing leases, while we're talking about rents and all the rest, they were typically annual, and the rent was paid in advance. Tenants were also responsible for maintaining the property. Now, woodwork was generally removable, allowing tenants to take their belongings with them. If a landlord reclaimed the property before the lease term ended, they were required to refund part of the rent. Land could also be leased for construction purposes, with tenants exempt from rent for several years, after which the building would become the property of the landlord. Now, although there were many slaves, there was still a frequent need for hired labor, and in particular during the times of harvest, where labor was the most important. Now, this was a contractual issue, where the employer, who typically paid in advance, may request collateral as a guarantee for the completion of the task. Cattle were employed for tasks such as plowing, operating irrigation machinery, transporting goods, and threshing. The code established a legally mandated salary for individuals who were engaged in sowing, driving oxen, working in the fields, and renting oxen, donkeys, and other similar animals, and you had to pay the minimum amount. Otherwise you'd get in all sorts of trouble. And speaking of these animal commodities, there were of course numerous groups of animals, both herds and flocks. Now the flocks were entrusted to a shepherd, who issued a receipt for them and led them to graze. The code determined his salary too. He had a duty of ensuring proper care and restitution of livestock, namely replacing an ox with another ox and a sheep with another sheep, and ensuring their satisfactory breeding. Any fraudulent utilization of the flock necessitated a restitution that was 10 times the amount, while any loss resulting from illness or predatory animals was the responsibility of the owner. The shepherd fully compensated for any losses resulting from his own negligence, of course, if he admitted to it being his own negligence. If he did let the flock to graze on a field of crops, he was required to compensate for damages 4 times the value. If he allowed them to trample on standing crops when they should have been confined, he had to pay 12 times. Payment in kind was also prevalent in business, although contracts typically included cash and specified the expected currency. And yes, they did have different currencies. So think about Assyrian, Gilgamesh, Larsa, and of course Babylon. There were a few others. Now, according to the code, it was required that a debtor be permitted to make payment in agricultural products based on a predetermined scale that was set by law. If a debtor possesses neither monetary funds nor agricultural produce, the creditor was then obliged to refrain from declining items as a form of payment. The code explicitly prohibited the seizure of a debtor's grain, and not only was the creditor required to return it, but their unlawful behavior also resulted in the complete forfeiture of their claim. A seizure without proper justification for the sake of collecting debt was also penalized, as was the act of seizing a working ox to satisfy a debt. Now, in the event that a person who owes money was apprehended, They had the option to designate their wife, child, or a slave as a hostage to fulfill the debt through labor, which is of course horrible. Could you imagine? Well, the creditor had the legal right to retain a wife or child as a municipium for a maximum period of 3 years. If the mancipium died of natural causes while under the ownership of the creditor, no legal action could be taken against the creditor. However, if the creditor was responsible for the death due to cruelty, they were required to provide a son as compensation, or pay for a replacement slave. The individual had the ability to trade a captive individual, but was unable to trade a female captive who had given birth to her owner's child. In this case, the owner was required to buy her freedom. In addition to that, the debtor had the option to use his property as collateral, commonly pledging a field, house, or crop in contractual agreements. According to the code, it was also required that the debtor personally harvest the crop and use its proceeds to repay the creditor. In the event of a crop failure, payment was postponed, and no interest may be levied for that particular year. In the event that the debtor did not personally tend to the field, they were required to compensate for its cultivation. However, if the field was already being cultivated, the debtor was obliged to harvest it themselves and settle their obligation using the resulting produce. Failure to obtain a crop would not nullify the cultivator's contract. Now, frequently, pledges were established in cases when the inherent worth of an item matched the value of an obligation. However, antiquatic promise was more prevalent, where, that being the earnings from the pledge, were used to offset an interest on a debt. It is possible for a debtor to use their entire property as security to repay a debt without the creditor physically receiving any of it. In Babylon, it was common for debtors to provide personal guarantees, which ensured that they would return their debts, or the guarantor would become accountable for the loan. Trade, of course, was highly extensive. A typical practice involved a merchant delegating his products or money by a mobile agent, who would then search for a suitable market to sell the commodities. The caravans ventured very much beyond the boundaries of the empire. Well, of course, you couldn't just show up and buy and sell without any records. The code explicitly required that agents meticulously record and provide receipts for every single item they received, with unrecorded items ineligible for claims. They were also obligated to repay double the amount received regardless of profit. If profits were low, the agent had to make up the shortfall, but he was not held accountable for losses due to theft or extortion during travel. Now, upon the agent's return, the lending merchant was required to issue a receipt for the goods. Any fraudulent entry or claim resulted in the agent being penalized threefold, while the lending merchant faced a sixfold penalty. Profits were also typically divided according to the contract, often equally. Of course, caravans were heavily involved in forwarding, where agents received goods in advance. The carrier issued a receipt, assumed full responsibility, and required a receipt upon delivery. And we have thousands of these, by the way. They're all over the place, which is a good and bad thing. Good because we have thousands and thousands of clay tablets that have been preserved. Bad because most of them are extremely boring. Well, cost of doing business, I suppose. Well, if they fail to fulfill the obligation of providing receipts upon delivery, well, they also had a penalty of 5 times the amount owed, and payment was usually made up front. Now, in terms of storage costs, especially for grain, well, they were set at 1/60th, and the warehouse manager was liable for discrepancies, forcing him to pay double for any losses, but only if a witnessed receipt had been provided. Waterborne transport on the Euphrates River and the canal system was of course vital from a very early stage, with vessels contracted for transporting various goods. The code set fixed prices for shipbuilding and required a 1-year seaworthiness guarantee. The ship captain was responsible for both the cargo and the vessel itself, and had to compensate for any losses, even paying a fine if the ship was refloated after sinking. In collisions, the moving boat was held liable for damages in terms of next to the stationary one. The code also regulated sales of alcohol, which they did have back then. Alcohol's a lot older than you may think. It set the prices for beer and prohibited tavern keepers, typically women by the way, from engaging in disorderly conduct or treasonous gatherings, with violations punishable by death. Tavern keepers were also required to report wrongdoers to the authority, which, if we have this written in the Code of Hammurabi, it implies that there was a well-organized police system. So there's that too. Now, what about banking practices? Well, they included payment by banker or written drafts against deposits, with negotiable bonds for payments. Temples or wealthy landowners rarely charged interest on urgent advances, possibly linked to the earlier Matea system, where borrowers might have been land occupants, etc. But there were some instances of high interest rates ranging from 20 to 30%, which were applied to delinquent loans, and particularly in business dealings. Now, marriage was something that functioned as a transaction of its own, primarily an agreement for two individuals to become a single unit. Typically arranged by families, the groom's father provided the bride price, which the suitor ceremonially offered to the bride's father along with other gifts. The bride price was then transferred to the bride upon marriage and returned to the groom, along with her dowry, which represented her share of the family's wealth. The bride price, of course, varied significantly, mainly based on social status, which always exceeded the value of a slave. If the father accepted the suitor's gifts, but did not deliver his daughter, he was obligated to return everything. If a marriage contract was broken due to slander by the suitor's friend or an acquaintance, the bride price had to be refunded, and the slanderer was prohibited from marrying. Conversely, if the suitor withdrew from the marriage after giving the gifts, he had effectively forfeited them, so no getting cold feet. Now, the dowry may encompass immovable property, but often comprised personal belongings and domestic furnishings. The ownership of the property stayed with the woman during her lifetime. If she had children, they would inherit the property. If she did not have any children, the property would go back to her family. In this case, the husband had the option to subtract the bride price from the property, if it had not been given to the wife, or restore it if it had been. Now, in terms of a marriage ceremony, would that involve the bridegroom accepting the bride by joining hands and reciting a formula of acceptance, such as, "I will provide you with wealth and prosperity. You will be my wife, I will be your husband." And the wife, something along the lines of, "I will provide you children, and I will help you with all the domestic duties," this sort of thing. Doing the vows, of course. Now, the ceremony, however, must be conducted by an individual who was neither enslaved or in any sort of bondage. A freed man had to be witness. The marriage contract, which was esteemed essential by the code, determined the status of the woman as a wife. It typically outlined the repercussions that each party would face if they chose to eventually reject the other. Now, additionally, restrictions may include the expectation that the wife fulfills the role of maidservant to her mother-in-law or to a first wife. Now, the married pair functioned as a unified entity when it came to external obligations, particularly in regards to debt. The man was liable for both his own debts and those incurred by his wife, even before the marriage. I can see how that could become a bit of a problem. I hope there's full disclosure. However, the husband did have the ability to utilize her as collateral. Remember how I explained before that you could give up a wife or a slave or a child if you got into a little bit of trouble? Well, hopefully it never came to that. I'm sure it did plenty of times. A little bit rude, though, don't you think? Well, consequently, the code permitted the inclusion of a condition in the marriage agreement, stating that the wife would not be held liable for her husband's debt prior to marriage. So you couldn't get yourself into debt, then go and marry someone without telling her about the debt, and then simply throw her to your debtor as collateral. You couldn't get away with that. Obviously, it had happened at least one time, because they had to make a law about it. So somebody had the nefarious idea of doing it. Now, it could also be written into marriage contracts, explicitly stated that the husband could not be responsible for the wife's debt prior to marriage, and that both spouses would be jointly responsible for any debts incurred after marriage, regardless of a separation. Now, a man had the option to establish a settlement for his wife by deed or gift, granting her a limited stake in the portion of his property. Or he may also retain the right for her to pass it on to a favored child. But the husband also had the choice to get a divorce, but he was required to return the dowry if this occurred. Additionally, if the wife had given birth to children, she would have custody of them. Subsequently, he was required to allocate to her the revenue generated from the property, together with the necessary resources to sustain herself and their children until they reached adulthood. She also received an equal portion of the allowance with the children, and apparently in his fortune upon death, and had the freedom to remarry. In the absence of children, the man would give back the dowry to the woman and compensate her with an amount equal to the bride price, or 1 mina of silver if no bride price had been established. The latter refers to the typical penalty specified in the contract for his rejection of her. But if the husband could demonstrate that his wife had been an inadequate spouse, the code permitted him to divorce her, retaining custody of the children and the dowry. Alternatively, he had the option to, I guess, demote her to the status of a servant within his own household, ensuring her provision of food and clothing. Which sounds pretty terrible, but, well, it's just the way it is. The wife also had the option to initiate legal proceedings against her husband on grounds of cruelty and neglect, and if she successfully substantiates those claims, she can receive a judicial separation and also retain her dowry. And she's taken the kids, I assume. But the man did not receive any additional form of punishment. If she failed to substantiate her case, yet was proven to be an inadequate spouse, however, she was subject to drowning. So you better have very good proof. Now, in the event that her husband is absent due to circumstances beyond his control, such as being conscripted into a war, the wife may actually choose to live with another man. However, it's important for her to reunite with her husband once he does get back, and any children from the second relationship would remain with their biological father. If she received financial support, any violation of the marriage bond would be considered adultery. The marriage was terminated without any consequence for the wife due to deliberate abandonment or voluntary absence of the husband. If he came back, she was neither obligated nor allowed to go back to him. Now, in terms of relationships in general, monogamy was pretty much the norm. Now, if a wife was childless, she could offer her maid to bear children, and they would be considered hers in the eyes of the law, though practically they would be somebody else's children. The wife retained control over the maid, who could be demoted to slavery for insolence, but she could not be sold if she had borne children for the wife. If the wife provided a maid, the husband could not take a concubine. If she did not, he was permitted to do so. Now, a concubine was kind of like a second wife, a co-wife, I suppose, albeit of lower status, and the first wife had no legal authority over her. Concubines were free women, by the way, not slaves, and they were often given a dowry, and their children were also legitimate heirs. They could only be divorced under the same conditions as a wife. Temple priests, though they weren't supposed to have children, could get married, and their wives might also provide a maid to bear children. Free women were also allowed to marry slaves, and their children would be free. Upon the slave's death, the wife would take her dowry and half of her couple's acquisitions, with the other half going to the master as the slave's heir. But adoption was also a common practice, particularly when parents were unable to have children, or when their children had grown up and got families of their own. But adopted children were expected to provide for their adoptive parents in old age, explicitly stated in the code, by the way, and this arrangement was formalized through a contract that detailed the obligations and expectations of both parties. If the parents had legitimate children, these children often agreed to relinquish their inheritance rights, sometimes even transferring property to the adopted child to avoid responsibility of caring for the parents. If the adopted child failed to fulfill their duties, the adoption contract could be nullified by the courts. Slaves were also frequently adopted, but if they disobeyed their adoptive families, they could simply be returned back to slavery. Adoption required the consent of the biological parents, who would legally transfer their rights to the adoptive parents, and with that sever all connections. However, certain individuals, such as vestals, palace officials, and slaves, had no rights to their children and could not contest adoptions. Orphans and illegitimate children also lacked guardians to object to their adoption. The law harshly punished ingratitude from adopted children. For example, an adopted child who returned to their biological parents could actually have their eye removed. Didn't see that coming. And the one who denied their adoptive parents could also lose their tongue. Pretty harsh, isn't it? Well, adopted children had the right to inherit their adoptive parents' estate, and could even be designated as the eldest son, which typically made them the primary beneficiary. Upon the father's death, all legitimate children were entitled to an equal share of the inheritance. Provisions were made for unmarried sons who might receive a bride price, and for daughters who might receive a dowry. The father could also bequeath land to favored children. While the eldest son did not have automatic inheritance rights, he often served as executor, ensuring an equitable distribution of the estate, sometimes contributing from his own share. But of course, in ancient times, a father had the complete freedom to disinherit his son without any limitations. However, the code, once that came in, required the approval of a court, and that too only in cases of persistent disrespectful behavior by the son towards his father. He had to be a very, very naughty boy, throwing parties while dad's off fighting the Sumerians and all the rest. That sort of thing. Smoking behind the grain silos. Now that will get you disinherited. Oh, for sure. Now, but of course, it could be the other way around, too. You see, in the ancient times, before the code, if a son disowned his father, he would have his frontal hair cut and be marked as a slave, which made him eligible for sale. Similarly, if a son disowned his mother, he would have his frontal hair cut too, be publicly paraded around the city as a warning, and be banished from the household. But he would not be reduced to the status of a slave. Now, while we're on the topic of people being very naughty and doing things they're not meant to do, adultery was met with capital punishment for both individuals. And it was drowning. That was the punishment. However, if the husband chose to forgive his wife, the king had the authority to grant clemency to the lover. In cases of incestuous relationships between a mother and son, both individuals were subjected to death by burning. If the incestuous relationship involved a stepmother, the man was disinherited. In the case of a relationship with a daughter, the man was banished. If an incestuous relationship involved a daughter-in-law, the punishment was drowning. Lastly, if the man engaged in a relationship with his son's fiancée, he got off with a fine. That being, well, a bit of an awkward conversation with your son when you go home, I'm afraid. Now, a woman who caused her husband's death for the sake of her lover was publicly executed and displayed on a gibbet. Now, the code also introduced that unique extension of lex talionis, that punishment of equal for equal, such as punishing a creditor's son if the creditor caused the death of a debtor's son. Contracts, particularly marriage contracts, specified death by various means for a wife's repudiation of her husband. Exile was imposed for incest with a daughter, disinheritance for incest with a stepmother, and severe corporal punishment for a brutal assault on a superior. Branding was also used as a penalty for slander, and corrupt judges were permanently deprived of office. But really, fines were the most common punishments, especially for injuries, property damages, or breaches of contract, often involving multiple restitutions. But the code also recognized intent, imposing lighter penalties for unintentional harm. However, carelessness was harshly punished, such as cutting off of a physician's hand for causing the patient's death, or executing a builder whose poor workmanship led to fatal accidents. Evidence was, however, paramount, with a requirement that the criminal be caught in the act, and witness played crucial roles in the trials. In terms of lawsuits, pleas were drafted in writing, and cases involving life and death were tried by a panel of judges and elders. False witnesses, well, they faced the same penalty that the accused would have received if convicted. In cases of doubt, ordeals such as the river ordeal were used to determine guilt. Court decisions were documented, sealed, and witnessed, with copies given to the parties and stored in archives. Appeals to the king were permitted, with Babylon's judges acting as a higher court. Immoral acts not prosecuted in court were also condemned in the Omen tablets, with warnings of divine retribution for offenders. How divine will the retribution be? Well, I'm sure they'll find out once they meet whatever gods await them. The ancient Egyptians had a profound relationship with their deities, viewing them as pivotal to maintaining the cosmic order and essential to all aspects of life, from the environment to politics, and of course, the afterlife. Their extensive pantheon was managed by deities responsible for various domains. Osiris ruled the underworld, Ra was in charge of the sun, and Isis symbolized motherhood and fertility. The Egyptians practiced their religion through daily offerings, elaborate temple rituals performed by priests, and major festivals where common people could engage with the gods' statues, which were believed to house their spirits. And then, of course, there's the pharaoh, referred as the divine god-king, acting as a mediator between the gods and the people, emphasizing the pharaoh's role in maintaining Ma'at, or cosmic harmony, believed to ensure societal stability and prosperity. And thus, this deep-seated spirituality permeated Egyptian culture, influencing its art, architecture, and even the planning of their cities, with temples and significant structures aligned with celestial events to mirror the great divine order. Welcome to the channel, friends. If it's your first time here, great to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to have you back with me again for another adventure into the past. Well, if you'd like to support the channel, you're already doing it. Just enjoy the video. But a click on the like and subscribe button helps too, and that's pretty easy. Further to that, check out the video description. You'll find lots of nice merch and a link to a Patreon if you're so inclined. But for now, let's just get nice and relaxed, and we can begin a very deep dive into ancient Egyptian religion. Now, before we begin, I've already done one of these on ancient Greek religion too, if you are interested in that. But just like that video, I'm not going to extensively go into the pantheon. No, this video is more about what the Egyptians would do from day to day with their religious practices, and how Egyptian culture was influenced by it, the temples and the festivals and all the rest. Of course, I'm going to be explaining a little bit about the pantheon, but not in the detail that it deserves. Of course, that, just like the Greek video, will require its own speech, and I'll get to it eventually. In ancient Egyptian culture, the pantheon of deities is extensive and complex, with texts referencing over 1,400 named gods. But there are some who have suggested that the number actually reaches into the thousands, and after all, it's a very old and ancient culture, isn't it? I wouldn't be too surprised how deep the lore actually runs. And of course, we have the hieroglyphs that represent these deities, and they often feature symbols of divinity, such as falcons, flags, or seated figures, and variations like an egg or a cobra to denote more feminine aspects related to creation and protection. Now, the distinction between gods and humans in Egyptian texts points to a broader and not entirely congruent definition of divinity, at least compared to our modern interpretations. Now, this term of Nuter, I believe it's pronounced, could extend to any entity existing beyond the mundane. So that is the term of God, anything that is one level above. So this could encompass deceased humans who were considered divine in essence, whereas lesser spiritual beings, sometimes termed as demons, were not as divine as the former. Now, Egyptian religious iconography also varied, depicting both significant deities integral to their myths and rituals, but also more obscure figures that might symbolize more niche concepts. But the definition of what constitutes a deity, that is a little more complicated. One modern scholar, Jan Assmann, defines a deity by its involvement in a cult, a role within the cosmos, and mention in mythology or other narrative traditions. But this definition can be broadened somewhat to include any focus of ritual activity, thus including deified kings post-coronation and souls of the deceased transformed through burial rites. The enduring influence of major gods was maintained through consistent ritualistic devotion across Egypt. Now, where did they all come from? They had to have come from somewhere, right? Well, they're believed to be originated in the pre-dynastic period, evolving from earlier animistic beliefs far too far back in that oral history for us to truly trace. But the era's artifacts depicting animals and human forms that later align with the religious iconography that's more recognizably Egyptian suggest an embryonic state of religious expression. Clearer evidence of structured worship appears in the last centuries of the pre-dynastic era, with the construction of the very first temples. Now, these structures house depictions of deities like Horus, Neith, and Set, which all played central roles in the developing religious landscape of early dynastic Egypt, eventually becoming something that, well, is a little bit more recognizable as quintessentially Egyptian rather than just another Bronze Age animistic art on some cave wall somewhere. Now, there have been other scholars that have proposed different theories about the development of gods during this period. For example, some have suggested that the Egyptians initially worshipped primitive fetishes, and then animal-form deities, and finally, human-form deities. Conversely, it may be indeed that the gods were conceived in human form from the outset. These theories are considered, at least now, to be somewhat simplistic. More contemporary ideas suggest that deities emerged as humans, began to personify elements of their environment, and conceptualize ideas relating to divinity in general. So, in pre-dynastic Egypt, the land was effectively comprised of small, independent villages, like any other Bronze Age society. Many scholars believe that these communities eventually merged into larger states. Their local deities' worship spread and intermingled, and eventually formed a pantheon. Some argue that the most significant pre-dynastic gods were already present throughout Egypt, despite any political divisions. The unification of Egypt, that being the Upper and Lower Egypt, marked a pivotal moment in the development of Egyptian religion, as rulers from the Upper became pharaohs of the entire country. See the Narmer palette for a little bit more on that. Now, these sacred kings and their officials claimed the exclusive right to communicate with the gods, a divine right of kings, and of course, kingship would become a central religious focus. New deities continued to be introduced after this period of transformation. Prominent gods such as Isis and Amun did not appear until around the Old Kingdom. So we're talking 2600 to around 2200 BC or thereabouts, give or take. Now, the creation of deities was often inspired by specific places, concepts, or as counterparts to established gods and goddesses. While kings were considered divine, only a few were worshipped long after their deaths. Some non-royal individuals, believed to have the gods' favor, were also venerated, although this was typically short-lived. Notably, court architects like Imhotep and Amenhotep, the son of Hapu, were deified centuries after their deaths, as were a few other officials. Now, the Egyptians also incorporated foreign deities through interactions with neighboring cultures. One example is the goddess Mikhet, appeared in Egyptian texts during the Middle Kingdom, around 2100 BC to around 1650 BC. Well, it may have been adopted from Nubian religion, so a little bit south there, moving into modern-day Ethiopia, that kind of area. Similarly, a Nubian ram deity possibly influenced Amun's iconography. Moving into the New Kingdom, around 1550 to 1070 BC, several Canaanite deities, including Baal, Resef, and Anat, were assimilated into Egyptian religion to varying degrees. And in Greek and Roman times, from around 330 BC to the early centuries AD, deities from across the Mediterranean were also worshipped in Egypt, often integrated into the native Egyptian religious framework. And so, with all that being said, our understanding of the Egyptian beliefs about the gods primarily comes from religious texts produced by the nation's scribes and priests, of which we have quite a few. And of course, these priests and scribes were the elite of Egyptian society. Of course, not as elite as the pharaoh, but, gives them some credit. This elite group was distinct from the general populace, most of whom were illiterate. Consequently, very little is known about how much of the sophisticated ideas developed by the elite were understood and embraced by the broader population. It's possible, however, that commoners' views of the divine differed significantly from those of the priests. For instance, the general populace may have interpreted the religion's symbolic statements about the gods and their actions as literal truths. However, despite these potential differences, the limited information available about popular religious belief aligns with the elite tradition. Most Egyptian deities embodied natural or social phenomena, believed to be immanent within nature. These deities represented physical places and even objects, as well as abstract concepts and forces. For instance, Shu was the personification of the world's air. Meretseger oversaw the Theban necropolis, and Sia represented the notion of perception. While many deities were associated with multiple phenomena, dual class, we may say. Khnum, for example, was the god of Elephantine Island and the Nile's life-giving flood, and he was said to create all living beings on a potter's wheel. And some gods shared roles, especially for the big tasks. For example, Ra, Atum, Khepri, and Horus, who all acted as sun gods. Well, despite their varied functions, most deities had the common role of maintaining Ma'at, and that is this concept of the universal order, the balance, and even this concept of Ma'at was personified as a goddess itself. However, some deities symbolize disruption to Ma'at. You've got to have bad guys, of course, such as Apep, the force of chaos, and Set, who could both combat and cause disorder, depending on how he felt. And not all elements of existence were deified. For example, no god personified the Nile itself, nor were short-lived phenomena like rainbows or eclipses, for example, or elements like fire and water typically represented by the gods. While the roles of deities were fluid and could even evolve to include new characteristics, making it a difficult task to categorize them definitively. Gods had limited abilities and influence also. They too were bound by the cosmic order, and none were omniscient, although beliefs about Amun in the late New Kingdom did suggest that he approached omniscience and omnipresence. While deities with specialized roles are often referred to as minor divinities, though these terms are loosely defined, along with that term demon, which isn't always a bad thing across all cultures. Even look at Chinese religions and Their cultures, they use this word quite a lot, same as the Japanese, and it's not such a dirty word. So let's try and look a little bit past our Western perception. Now, demons could actually be guardians of specific places, or even wandering spirits causing harm. Their status in the divine hierarchy could change as well, as seen with Bes and the Taweret, who transitioned from minor roles to significant influence. Demons in the Duat, however, that is the afterlife, that realm of the dead, were feared as dangerous and vile. But even the most revered gods could display vengeful demon-like behavior, which once more blurs that line between a demon and a god. The behavior of Egyptian gods was thought to govern all aspects of nature. Most deities worked to maintain Ma'at, and used a force called Heka, which we may translate, albeit quite loosely, but we do often translate it as magic, which the creator god employed to form the world and the gods themselves. The divine actions in the present are documented in hymns and funerary texts. In contrast, mythology focuses on the gods' deeds during a vaguely imagined past when they directly interacted with humans. These mythic events established patterns for the present. For instance, each new pharaoh's ascension mirrored Horus's rise to his father Osiris's throne. Myths, while they serve as metaphors always for divine actions, and are seen as somewhat beyond true human comprehension, often containing seemingly contradictory ideas that offer different perspectives on these events. Henry Frankfurt, a scholar in the field, referred to this as a multiplicity of approaches to understanding the gods. And thus in myths, gods exhibit these human-like behaviors, experiencing emotions. They eat, they drink, they fight, they cry, and fall sick and die eventually. Some gods have unique personalities. For example, Set is aggressive and impulsive, while Thoth, the god of writing and knowledge, tends to be reportedly quite long-winded. Well, however, generally the gods are portrayed as archetypes rather than well-defined characters, a little bit of mystery. You can't quite put a pin in them. Different versions of a myth can feature various deities in the same archetypal role, such as the Eye of Ra, represented by many goddesses. And of course, overall, the symbolic meaning in the myths takes general precedence over elaborate storytelling. While creation myths detail the first divine act of forming the cosmos, focusing on different gods as creators, the Ogdoad represents the pre-creation chaos, giving birth to the sun god, who comes out of the darkness and establishes order. Ta embodies thought and creativity, shaping all things through his mind and his words. Atum generates everything as extensions of himself, while Amun, according to the priesthood's theology, predates and creates other creator gods. While these varying accounts of creation were not seen as contradictory, but rather as just different perspectives on the complexity from chaos to order. It's a difficult process. Well, either way, after creation, gods ruled the divine society, battling chaos, and each other, by the way, before retreating from the human world and installing Egypt's historical kings to take care of business while they were away. There is a recurring theme in the Egyptian myths, and that is the gods' struggle to maintain might against disorder, effectively the cosmic balance of good and evil. Balancing the scales, that's the difficult part. And thus they fight fierce battles with chaotic forces at creation's beginning, continuing with Ra's nightly battle against Apep. Another significant theme is the god's death and resurrection. Osiris's murder and revival as ruler of the Duat is a clear example, while Ra ages during his daily journey, sinks into the Duat at night, and is reborn at dawn anew. Funerary texts depict Ra's journey through the Duat, showing gods being revived with him. Instead of being eternally immortal, gods periodically die, but they are reborn, renewing the world by reenacting the creation events. However, this cycle could be disrupted, and potentially that would lead to chaos, wouldn't it? Some texts suggest that the creator god may one day actually manage to dissolve the world's order, leaving only himself and Osiris in the primordial chaos. Well, in Egyptian cosmology, the universe comprised a few different realms, those being the earth, the sky, and the underworld, and all three of these realms were encased by a kind of dark, formless void that predated creation, what was there before, well, before anything. Gods generally resided in the sky, but were associated with specific universal sectors depending on their roles. Mythological narratives reflecting times when gods mingled with humans predominantly unfolded on Earth, allowing for interactions between the earthly and celestial deities. And of course the underworld. Nobody wants to end up there, portrayed as secluded, with its resident deities finding communication with the living world challenging to say the least. Beyond the cosmos, distant realms housed their own deities, some of whom posed threats, and some of whom were friendly. Once again, the balance of the cosmic order. You can't have the good guys without the bad guys. It wouldn't be fun, wouldn't it? Well, post-mythological beliefs suggested that gods primarily existed in the sky or simply remained unseen within the earthly realm, and thus temples served as critical points of interaction between humans and the divine, where gods were thought to inhabit cult statues during daily rituals, symbolizing their journey between the divine and earthly planes. Temples, thus, were not merely religious structures, but they were pivotal urban centers, a gathering point, with the main temple's deity often regarded as the city's patron, influencing the city and everybody and everything within it. Effectively, the whole city or town would revolve around the temple. Now, the influence and recognition of a deity could extend or recede with changes in their worship centers. Multiple cities might venerate the same god, yet the deity's historical origin might differ from its primary cult center. The prominence of a city's patron god could also shift politically. For example, when Theban rulers ascended to national power at the beginning of the Middle Kingdom, they elevated the Theban gods, initially Montu and followed by Amun, to a national significance. Of course, once again, religion getting mixed up with politics. Well, back to Egyptian culture in general. Names were believed to encapsulate the essence of the beings that they described, a concept that extended significantly into their theology. The names of gods often reflected their divine attributes or spheres of influence. Sekhmet, the warlike goddess, is named for her strength, being the powerful one. Amun, whose influence and presence were mysteriously elusive, is called the Hidden One, and Nekhbet, associated with the city of Nekheb, is known as She of Nekheb. Unfortunately, she got the boring name, I think. I'd rather be called the Powerful One. Hell yeah. Well, further explaining on the significance of names, Egyptians engaged in creating false etymologies to imbue names with additional layers of meaning. For example, the funerary god Sokar is associated through etymology with the cleaning of the mouth, which links him to the opening of the mouth ceremony, a ritual to restore the senses of the deceased. It's kind of hard to explain exactly what it is, but effectively it was to prepare you for your journey into the underworld, so you could effectively defend yourself and, well, I've done a video on the Book of the Dead. You go and watch that. We're not going to go too off the rails in this video. I promised myself I wouldn't. So let's get back to just the general religion talk, okay? Maybe we'll talk about the Book of the Dead later. We'll see. Now, of course, names, always important. They held such power that they were even sometimes kept a secret to maintain a deity's mystique and control, if we may put it that way. And there is a famous myth that illustrates this power. For example, Isis, by learning the secret name of Ra, coerced him into revealing it by withholding a cure for a poison she had given him, thus gaining magical power over him. Gods also bore multiple epithets, reflecting their diverse roles and attributes. These epithets could accumulate extensively for major gods and could vary widely. For instance, an epithet such as the Great Enchantress was originally applied to several goddesses, but eventually personified into its own deity, Werethekau. While the Egyptian deities were intricately connected, of course, all a big chain, they all knew each other somehow. Everything led back to another, and their relationships defined their roles and attributes. For example, Isis, known as a healer and protector due to her relationship with her son Horus, also served as the patroness of kings. These familial and relational dynamics were more than mere love and family affairs, but they were central to the Egyptians' understanding of the divine, more so than the myths themselves, which everybody, of course, had their own interpretation of. Gods frequently formed familial triads, which mirrored royal succession and emphasized creation and continuity. Notable examples include the triad of Osiris, Isis, and Horus, and similar arrangements in local cult centers, like the triad of Ptah, Sekhmet, and Nefertum in Memphis. These relationships, of course, could vary. Hathor could be a mother, consort, or daughter of the sun god, showing once again the flexibility of divine roles. Beyond family, gods were grouped by their functions or associations with certain regions of the cosmos. For instance, there were deities for each hour of the day and night, and for each of Egypt's nomes. A nome is like a province, I suppose we can say. Now, some deities were paired because of similar functions, like Isis and Nephthys in their roles supporting Osiris, or because they represented interconnected concepts such as the dynamic Ra and the static Osiris merging nightly. Deities were also grouped numerically to symbolize concepts. 3 emphasizes plurality, and 4s denoted completeness. During the New Kingdom, the trio of Amun, Ra, and Ta represented major cult centers and key concepts, became central, sometimes expanded to include Set to emphasize unity amidst the gods' diversity. Now, the concepts of Enneads, or groups of 9 deities, illustrated the multitude within the pantheon, with the most famous, of course, being the Heliopolis Ennead, descended from Atum and incorporating major gods. The divine hierarchy was fluid, influenced by the mythological age and cosmic role of the gods. The king of the gods, usually a creator deity, varied over time. Horus in the early dynastic, Ra in the Old Kingdom, and Amun in the New Kingdom, along with Isis in the Ptolemaic and Roman periods, Ptolemaic being the rule of the Ptolemies, as essentially the successor kingdoms of Alexander the Great, Macedonian Greeks ruling Egypt for quite a time. Now, as deities rose in prominence, they often absorbed attributes from their predecessors, as seen with Isis and Amun, who became a solar deity through his association with Ra. Deities were multifaceted, capable of manifesting various forms. Central to this understanding was the concept of the soul, which shared components between gods and humans, notably the Ba and the Ka. What is that? Well, the Ba represented a god's ability to affect its surroundings, manifesting tangibly. For instance, the sun was seen as the Ba of Ra. Depictions of deities or their cult statues or sacred animals were regarded as the Ka, serving as physical vessels for the gods' essences. And deities often had multiple Bas or Kas, each potentially named and representing different aspects of the deity's broader nature. Everything was considered part of Atum's Kas, the creator, who initially encompassed all existence, effectively an all roads lead to Rome situation. You could trace everything back to him. One god could manifest another's power, by the way, termed as being the Ba of that deity. Additionally, divine body parts could be venerated as separate entities. Famously, of course, the Eye of Ra, which no doubt you've seen, well, everywhere on anything Egyptian. Same as the Ankh, one of those quintessential symbols. And also the Hand of Atum, which were both conceptualized as goddesses on their own. So it was believed that the gods' life force was so potent, that their tears and even their sweat transformed into other living entities, and that included humans, but also other gods. But deities also existed in localized forms, taking on attributes of more regional gods and goddesses, leading to multiple manifestations, such as the Horus of Nekhen and the Horus of Edfu, each linked to specific locales. These local forms could sometimes diverge significantly in their attributes and roles. For instance, Horus could be revered as a mighty sky deity, or even a vulnerable child, with each form treated as distinct and independent of the other. Syncretism played a critical role in the fluidity of Egyptian theology, where gods could merge or be segmented, as seen with the god Horus absorbing other regional falcon gods. Deities were often combined based on shared attributes or roles, leading to composite forms such as Amun-Ra or Sobek-Ra. These syncretic relationships acknowledge the overlapping nature of divine roles, enhancing the god's influence, but at the same time not necessarily merging them permanently. They could still be worshipped independently, or even form new syncretic relationships. The debate over the perceived monotheism, polytheism, and pantheism within ancient Egyptian religion is a persistent one among scholars. Some early 20th century Egyptologists like E. A. Wallace Budge, who, by the way, did a very good translation on the Book of the Dead, which I do recommend, and also James Henry Breasted, proposed that while commoners practiced a straightforward polytheism, the elite, they understood the religion's supposedly true monotheistic or pantheistic nature. Budge suggested a hidden monotheism reserved for the elite, while Breasted considered the religion fundamentally pantheistic, centered around the omnipresence of the sun god. And there was one scholar, Hermann Juncker, diverging from these views. He argued for an original monotheism that evolved into a polytheism over time. Could be, but contrary to these earlier theories, Erich Hornung in 1971 had his own ideas emphasizing the independent and simultaneous supremacy attributed to various deities, and that includes the minor ones. He critiqued the notion of a singular divine essence overarching the multiple gods, suggesting instead that the term God, as I do my quotations with my fingers, used in wisdom literature, refers flexibly to any deity pertinent to a given context. Hornung proposed henotheism as a more fitting description of Egyptian religious practice, where devotion could be directed towards any god as supreme at different times without undermining the existence of others. Now, back to Jan Assmann, who later argued that Egyptian theology gradually advanced towards recognizing a single deity, particularly during the New Kingdom with Amun-Ra as a central figure. He linked this trend to Artanism, which radically focused on the sun as the sole divine entity. Well, long story short, there was one pharaoh, Akhenaten, who basically established his own new religion throughout the entire pantheon and thought that he just worship Aten instead. It's a very, very long and, yes, interesting story. I'll make a video on it soon, don't worry. Actually, if you want me to make a video on it, leave a comment below. Yes. Well, Artanism was not as popular as Akhenaten had hoped it would be, and following the widespread rejection of Artanism, theological thought reconciled this monotheistic impulse with traditional polytheism by conceptualizing a transcendent universal God that encompassed all other deities, with Amun becoming the predominant representation in the late New Kingdom, kind of the umbrella in which all of the other gods were huddled underneath. Now, The gods of ancient Egypt were portrayed in diverse and symbolic forms in their religious art and text. They're often represented with bodies composed of precious materials, that being gold for flesh and silver for bones, lapis lazuli for hair, symbolizing their divine nature. Their appearances are not static. They could change form to suit different purposes, reflecting their multifaceted roles within the pantheon. Thus, the Egyptian deities are commonly depicted in human form, animal form, or a lot of the time a combination of both, like deities with human bodies and animal heads, which is pretty common. You can see it in any artwork, really, from the Egyptian times. Well, these depictions are not literal, by the way, but they are symbolic, and they emphasize various attributes of the deities. For example, Anubis, he's depicted as a jackal or a dog, which is an animal associated with scavenging, and this symbolizes his role in protecting or preserving mummified bodies. Deities could also manifest in multiple forms. Hathor, for instance, could appear as a cow, cobra a lioness, or a female cow with horns, each form highlighting a different aspect of her nature. The heads of these images are crucial for identifying the deity, of course, as they usually represent the deity's primary form. Divine headdresses are also significant in distinguishing gods and often include elements like crowns or hieroglyphs. The gods' tools and symbols in their hands, such as was the scepter for male deities and papyrus stalks for goddesses, roughly signify their powers and roles, but are generally non-specific to individual gods. Each god's iconography is detailed yet finite, with certain animals and objects recurring across different deities due to shared characteristics. Now, despite the extensive range of forms, some animals and objects common in Egypt never appear as divine representations, which is surprising. Now, furthermore, the clothing and colors used in depicting gods often carry symbolic meanings, such as red skin for the male gods and yellow for the goddesses, which is a reflection of societal gender roles. Now, certain gods are depicted in ways that emphasize their mythological attributes, like the blue skin of Hapi symbolizing the Nile, or the mummiform appearance of Osiris, which of course associates him with death and resurrection. Thus, this complex iconography of Egyptian deities serves to communicate their attributes and roles within this broader tapestry of religious and cultural symbolism, making each god distinct but interconnected with a broader pantheon through shared symbols and shared functions. Now on to the pharaoh, because once again we have to walk that tightrope between the gods and the supposed gods on earth. That intermediary, essentially. Well, in ancient Egyptian belief, the pharaoh was more than just a monarch, of course. He was considered divine, a direct descendant to the deities who once ruled the mythic landscapes of Egypt. Living kings were often identified with Horus, seen as the son of gods like Osiris and Ra, while in death they were linked to these elder deities. This divine status was not merely symbolic, it actually underpinned the pharaoh's duties and rituals and his general responsibilities as Egypt's intermediary with the gods. Pharaohs thus maintained close associations with the gods through depictions alongside them and were central figures in the religious and mythological landscape. Temples built for their worship, both during their reign and after death, served as venues for rituals performed to honor them and sustain their divine essence. Notably, the few female rulers, such as Hatshepsut for example, also adopted similar divine associations, albeit with the necessary adjustments to fit the traditionally masculine role of kingship. Despite the official portrayal of pharaohs as gods, their divine nature was perhaps most strongly acknowledged during ceremonial functions. Outside of these contexts, they were most likely seen in a more human light, suggesting a more nuanced public perception of their godliness. This duality reflects the complexity of Egyptian theology, where the king was essential in maintaining Ma'at through the acts of temple building and overseeing ritual practices traditionally executed by priests on his behalf. The divine role positioned the kings uniquely as a bridge between the human and the divine, providing for the gods through maintenance of temples and execution of rituals which in turn ensured the gods' favor and the ongoing stability and prosperity of the realm as decreed by Ma'at. While the Egyptians felt the presence of their gods in the world around them, direct interactions between deities and humans were exceptional, mostly confined to the literary and mythic realms. In everyday life, Egyptians engaged with their gods through more indirect means, we could say. Now, the concept of Ba, which we've briefly touched upon, an aspect of a deity that could travel and manifest, was also central to these interactions. The gods were thought to periodically inhabit their statues within temples, turning these images from mere representations into actual physical embodiments of the divine itself. This transformation occurred in spaces deemed sacred, areas that were isolated and ritually purified to be worthy of the divine presence. Such locations typically included temple statues and sacred animals, like the Apis bull, revered as intermediaries between the divine and the mortal realms. And apart from these physical intermediaries, Egyptians also sought communion with their gods through dreams or trances, states in which the divine was believed to offer guidance or prophecy. Moreover, the journey of the soul into the afterlife, the duat, was seen as a transition to a divine existence, where the mysteries of the gods would finally be somewhat comprehended by the mortal. Well, temples, they served as the primary venues for official religious practices, housing the cult statue of the gods crafted from precious materials and considered almost alive with divine essence. Fortunately, we've got a fair few of them left. These statues, often housed in the inner sanctums of the temple, were accessible only to the pharaoh and the high-ranking priests, underscoring the exclusivity of the club. Well, major temples could have multiple sanctuaries, of course, for different deities, especially in cities where a particular god was venerated as the local lord. The sanctity of these divine abodes was protected by stringent restrictions on access and physical barriers that shielded the gods from the impurities of the external world. During special festivals, however, these statues were paraded outside the temples in portable shrines, though often still concealed from the public gaze. allowing the broader community a closer, albeit still pretty limited, engagement with the divine. You know how the queen would go past on her carriage and it would be all covered up, but everybody knew who was in there, so they all got excited and all started clapping and yelling, This sort of thing. It's kind of like that. For more personal and customized religious expressions, the Egyptians turned to smaller and more accessible sacred spaces. These range from designated prayer areas within the grand temples to local chapels and even to a little private household shrine. That's right. Bring religion home with you. Now, the gods were deeply intertwined with both the natural order and human affairs, typically exerting their influence within the geographical confines of Egypt. And this perspective was rooted in the belief that foreign lands were outside the established divine order. However, during the New Kingdom, as Egypt's empire began to expand, the Egyptians adapted this view to incorporate foreign territories under the benign rule of the sun god, aligning them with the same divine protection afforded to the Egyptians themselves. Deities like Thoth, who governed time, played direct roles in determining the lifespans of both humans and gods. Other deities associated with life's milestones included Meshkenet and Rehenutet, who oversaw birth, and Shai, who personified fate, predominantly influencing the time and circumstances of one's death. This involvement extended beyond mere lifespan to influencing human decisions through the heart, recognizing as the center of thought and emotion. Now, while gods did not provide guidance, particularly to the king on matters of state and temple management, direct divine commands to provide individuals were rare and did not form a rigid moral code. Instead, morality was guided by the concept of Ma'at, which dictated living in an orderly and harmonious manner that promoted communal well-being. Upholding Ma'at was inherently connected to the gods, who enforced these principles after death by judging human righteousness, a critical criteria for entering the afterlife by the New Kingdom. Though Egyptians possessed free will and could disregard divine or moral guidelines, such transgressions could invite punishments, believed to be executed by a deity's Ba, that manifestation of their divine power. Conversely, righteousness could be rewarded with divine interventions such as healing or even extended life, exemplified by deities like Shed, who personified divine rescue, and Petbe, who avenged transgressions. And then there's that question of why suffering exists if deities govern the universe. Well, it was a complex one for the Egyptians, as it is for everybody else. Misfortune was often attributed to Isfet, the antithesis of Ma'at, absolving most gods of responsibility for human suffering. How convenient. Nonetheless, deities associated with disorder like Set could also be held accountable for worldly chaos. Egyptian theodicy varied over time, with earlier texts questioning divine justice more skeptically, while later narratives formed the New Kingdom focused on personal relationships with protective deities rather than the overarching order of Ma'at. This shift in focus reflected a broader change in Egyptian society, where personal piety and divine favor became paramount, overshadowing shadowing the communal duty to uphold Ma'at. Official religious practices aimed at maintaining the cosmic order, and they were distinct, yet related to the personal religious activities of the common people, who sought the gods' assistance for all of their individual concerns. Official religion was structured around a variety of rituals performed within temples. Daily rituals involved presenting offerings to the gods, dressing their statues, anointing them, and reciting hymns. These offerings not only sustained the gods, but also celebrated their life-giving attributes and encouraged their benevolence. Festivals, a key component of official religion, often featured processions where cult images were paraded outside the temples, sometimes to the riverbanks to encourage a bountiful Nile flood, or between temples to reinforce mythological relationships between the deities, such as the visits between Hathor and Horus. These festivals were deeply rooted in the old mythology, aiming to recreate and renew mythic events, like the Koyak festival, which symbolically reenacted Osiris's death, and resurrection too, aligning with the sprouting of crops, signifying renewal. Well, on a personal level, the Egyptians engaged with their deities through several avenues. Oracles, operated by temples, provided divine guidance in response to individual queries. Amulets and other talismans depicted protective deities to ward off harm or to bestow the gods' favorable qualities upon the wearer. Personal rituals often employed Heka, a magical force believed to be a gift from the creator of humans, allowing them to manipulate their fate or ward off adversity by invoking the divine power. Private devotion, or personal piety, became increasingly evident in the New Kingdom, reaching its height towards the end of this period. This was reflected in the proliferation of votive offerings and personal prayers inscribed on the stele, and of course the dedication of personal belongings or labor to the gods. The practice of creating animal mummies as offerings, such as cat mummies for Bastet, emerged in later periods as a form of honoring animal-depicted deities. During the New Kingdom period, Egyptian influence extends into Canaan and Nubia, leading to the spread and sometimes syncretization of Egyptian deities with the local gods. In Canaan, for example, Egyptian gods such as Hathor, Amun, and Set were integrated into local religious practices, but their worship declined after Egypt's control ended. In contrast, in Nubia to the south, where temples were dedicated to major Egyptian gods and deified pharaohs, gods like Amun and Isis continued to play significant roles even after Egyptian rule, blending in, of course, with the local deities and culture. Under Greek, Ptolemaic, and Roman rule later on, the intermingling of religions continued, with Greek and Roman deities being equated to Egyptian ones through the process of interpretatio Graeca. Now, you may notice that a lot of the Roman gods come from the old Egyptian, or rather the old Greek ones, and this is effectively what this concept is. You find the equivalents. Of course, Zeus becomes Jupiter. Poseidon becomes, Neptune. And you have Minerva, Athena, these sort of things. They're the same gods, but different names. Well, cults of Egyptian gods like Isis and Osiris also spread throughout the Roman Empire, influencing a variety of religious practices and contributing to the Western esoteric tradition. And despite this integration, the official cults of Egyptian deities did gradually decline, especially as Christianity began to dominate in the 4th century and led to the suppression of pagan practices. Which is ironic, because that's where they took a lot of their ideas from, but, well, that's a story for another video, isn't it? Well, today, in the year 2024, remnants of the Egyptian religious practices can still be seen in modern Coptic Christian rituals and certain festivals celebrated by both Christians and Muslims in Egypt, which echo the ancient religious traditions. Of course, they've still got all their monuments and everything still there for everyone to look at, so as of this date, halfway through 2024, they're yet to be destroyed by any roving band of lunatics. Hopefully it won't meet the same fate that happened in the Middle East some decade ago when we had all those problems. We certainly hope that they will not suffer the same fate. Well, of course, additionally, there are contemporary religious movements, collectively known as Kemetism, to seek to revive or reconstruct ancient Egyptian religious practices based on some questionable scholarly or historical sources. But unfortunately, the Kemet movement has been somewhat hijacked by, shall I call them racialists? Perhaps so. It's interesting, but it's a little bit cringe, if you ask me. I'm going to get all the Kemetists in the comments having a go at me, I'm sure, but whatever. Anyway, we reached the end of our video. 1 hour of pure Egypt. Doesn't get better than that. If you love it, then you better tell me in the comments, or else. Canaan, an ancient region located in the Levant, corresponding to modern-day Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, and parts of Jordan, Syria, and Egypt. Historically, it was the land bridge between the ancient civilizations of the Near East and Egypt, making it a melting pot of cultures, peoples, and religions. During the 2nd millennium BC, Canaan was composed of various city-states and culturally diverse populations, including the Amorites, the Hittites, and later the Phoenicians, who were renowned for their maritime trading and development of the alphabet. Thus, the region was strategically significant due to its location and resources. Of course, this led to frequent conquests and influence by dominant empires of the time, such as the Egyptians, the Assyrians, Babylonians, and of course, eventually, the Romans. Come back with me to the Bronze Age. We'll start right from the beginning. But first, allow me to welcome you to the channel. If it is your first time here, then it's a pleasure to meet you. And if you're coming back for more, it is a pleasure to have you with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, just by enjoying the content at your own pace is the best way to do it. A like and subscribe certainly does go appreciated, but if you want to go above and beyond, there are a few links in the video description. But before any of that, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can begin our history of Canaan. The so-called Gasulian culture, which emerged in Canaan around 4500 BC, give or take, marks the beginning of the Chalcolithic period in the region. This culture is notable for its advanced metalworking skills, particularly in copper smithing, which were among the most sophisticated of the ancient world. The Gasulians are believed to have migrated from an unspecified homeland, bringing with them a highly developed tradition of craftsmanship. Their technological expertise is evidenced by the high quality of their metal artifacts, some of which scholars do suggest that they share similarities with those produced by the later Makop culture. And this has led to speculation that both cultures might have descended from a common metalworking tradition. Now, the main source of copper for the Gasulians was the Wadi Feinan area, where they mined malachite from the Cambrian Burj Dolomite shale unit. The extracted copper was then smelted at various sites within the Beersheba culture, indicating a well-established network of production and distribution. Genetic studies have shed light on the origins of the Gasulians, linking them to the West Asian haplogroup TM184. This genetic marker supports the theory that they were part of a broader migratory pattern from West Asia to Canaan. But the end of the Chalcolithic period in Canaan saw significant developments, including the rise of urban settlements like En Esur on the southern Mediterranean coast. During the early Bronze Age, significant developments occurred in the ancient Near East, including the rise of prominent cities such as Ebla, in what is now the modern country of Syria. Around 2300 BC, Ebla became part of the expansive Akkadian Empire under Sargon the Great and his successor Naram-Sin. This period marked a high point in the cultural and political integration of the region, with Eblaite, an East Semitic language, becoming a prominent language of administration and culture. Thus, Ebla's incorporation into the Akkadian Empire illustrates the connections that existed across Mesopotamia and the broader Levant. Historical references from Sumerian sources, even before the Akkadian expansion, such as mentions of Enshakushana of Uruk, highlight the long-standing interactions between these civilizations. Although some ancient texts, like those attributing regional control to the Sumerian king Lugal-an-Mundu, are viewed with a little bit of skepticism due to their much later creation. They do underscore, however, the region's importance in early Mesopotamian imperial ambitions. Well, the geographical reach of the Amorites, another influential group, extended into areas around Hazor, Kadesh, yes, the same Kadesh, the site of the famous battle, and throughout the region known as Amuru, adjacent to Canaan, in the north and northeast. The political landscape during this time was dynamic, as evidenced by the eventual collapse of the Akkadian Empire around 2154 BC, which coincided with the arrival of new populations using Khirbet Kerak wares, identified archaeologically with groups from the Zagros Mountains. This era also saw substantial migratory movements, as genetic studies indicate significant population shifts from the Chalcolithic Zagros and the Bronze Age Caucasus into southern Levant regions between 2500 and 1000 BC. These movements contributed to the ethnic and cultural mosaic of the region, fostering extensive trade networks and cultural exchanges that included Egypt, Asia Minor, and of course, Mesopotamia. Significant urban centers like En Esur and Megiddo emerged, marking the rise of what would be known as the Proto-Canaanite cities. These cities were integral in maintaining trade and cultural links with neighboring regions through the Iron Age. However, the end of this period saw a notable shift, as many of these urban centers were abandoned in favor of a return to agrarian village life and semi-nomadic herding, although specialized crafts and trade routes persisted on. And now the city-state of Ugarit, another important site from the Late Bronze Age, epitomizes the Canaanite cultural and political milieu. Despite its language, Ugaritic not being classified within the Canaanite language group. A controversial reference to a Lord of Ganana in the Ebla tablets suggests early recognition of Canaan as a distinct entity, all the way back to 2500 BC. But do remember that this interpretation remains a topic of debate. Perhaps we'll find some more tablets under the ground that shed further light on it. Now, by the time of the Middle Bronze Age, the Levant, particularly the region known as Canaan, had developed into a landscape dotted with burgeoning city-states, and among them, notably significant, was Hazor. This era witnessed a pronounced Mesopotamian influence on Canaanite material culture, indicative of the region's integration into an expansive international trade network that connected it with the broader ancient Near East. During the reign of Naram-Sin of Akkad, which was around 2240 BC, the concept of Amuru was recognized as one of the 4 quarters that surrounded the Akkadian Empire, along with Subartu, another name for Assyria, Sumer, and Elam. Now the term Amuru later evolved in Assyrian and Akkadian language usage to refer not only to the interior regions of the south, but also to parts of Canaan to the north. During this period, Canaan was likely split between 2 major confederacies, one centered around Megiddo in the fertile Jezreel Valley, and another based around the northern city of Kadesh on the Orontes River. The Amorites, a significant West Semitic-speaking people, played another role in the political landscape of Mesopotamia. Notably, an Amorite chieftain named Sumu Abum established Babylon as an independent city-state in 1894 BC. This marked the beginning of a dynamic period in which Babylonian culture flourished under Amorite influence, culminating in the reign of the great Hammurabi from 1792 to 1750 BC. I'm sure that you have heard the name, but if you haven't, you should know that Hammurabi is renowned for his legal code and for founding the first Babylonian Empire, though his empire did dissolve very quickly after his death, leading to the displacement of the Amorites from Assyria and their continued role in Babylonia until their overthrow by the Hittites in 1595 BC. Oh, the Hittites. Well, their capital was Hattusa, depending on the pronunciation. Think of the Anatolia region, Turkey. That was their rough neighborhood. Now, Canaan and its interaction with Egypt during this time is also well documented. Fortunately, the Egyptians were kind enough to keep some records for us. The semi-fictional story of Sinuhe from around 1950 BC recounts the adventures of an Egyptian officer in Canaan, providing insights into the military engagements of Egypt in the region. More concretely, the Sebek-Ku stele from the reign of Senusret III, which was circa 1862 BC, offers the earliest solid evidence of an Egyptian military campaign into Canaan, targeting locations like Shechem, illustrating the ongoing strategic significance of the region as a contact zone between major civilizations of the ancient Near East. The prevailing theme with Canaan is that it is pretty much constantly the meat in the sandwich between any Near East or Anatolian kingdom that wants to have any conflict with the Egyptians or pretty much anybody else. If you want to do anything, you have to go through Canaan. The connections between Canaan and the broader Mesopotamian and Syrian regions during the Middle Bronze Age are highlighted by various historical and archaeological sources. One such instance is a letter from one Mut-Bisir to Shamshi-Adad I of the Old Assyrian Empire, which mentions the presence of brigands, Habatum, and Canaanites, Kinanum, in a place called Rahisum. It was found in the ruins of Mari, an Assyrian outpost in Syria. Now, the use of this term, Kinahum, in the Mari letters has sparked a bit of debate regarding whether it refers to the people from a specific region or simply denotes people of foreign origin. The statue of Idrimi from Alalak, 16th century BC, which references Canaan directly, narrates the tale of Idrimi, whom, following a popular uprising and his subsequent exile, sought refuge in the land of Canaan. This statement is crucial, as it provides early evidence of Canaan being recognized as a distinct geographical and cultural entity. Around 1650 BC, the eastern Nile Delta saw the arrival of the Canaanites, who later came to be known as the Hyksos. These groups became the dominant power in the region, marking a significant period in the history of ancient Egypt and its interactions with neighboring cultures. The terms Amar and Amuru, Amorites, found in Egyptian inscriptions from this period typically refer to the mountainous regions east of Phoenicia, stretching to the Orontes, and this underscores the geographic and cultural complexities of the ancient Near East. Archaeological findings from various sites identified as Canaanite, such as the city of Hazor, indicate that this area was a peak of prosperity for Canaan. Hazor's prominence is particularly noted, with its status as a tributary to Egypt for much of the Middle Bronze Age. The cities of Yamgad and Katna in the north and Hazor in the south each played central roles in major confederacies. During the early and late Bronze Age, Canaan was not a unified political entity, but instead was made up of various city-states and confederacies, notably those centered around Megiddo and Kadesh. These entities had fluctuating allegiances and levels of independence before becoming more directly involved with the major empires of the period, such as Egypt and, later, the Hittite and Neo-Assyrian empires. The dynamics of these relationships were, of course, complex, often involving military campaigns, tribute payments, and diplomatic marriages. And, of course, there was always the to and fro. Friends become enemies, enemies become friends. Such is the Bronze Age. The Amorites, a significant Semitic-speaking group mentioned extensively in the Hebrew Bible, were integral to the social and political fabric of Canaan. Initially dominant in Babylonia, the Amorites are depicted in biblical texts as having significant settlements in Canaan as well. Verses from various books such as Genesis, Joshua, and Deuteronomy describe them primarily in the southern mountain regions and the eastern territories beyond the Jordan River. Notably, the cities of Heshbon and Ashtaroth are cited as major centers under Amorite control. The term Amorite, this word in particular in biblical usage, sometimes appears synonymous with Canaanite, although it is specifically not used for populations along the coast. Egyptian influence in Canaan fluctuated over the centuries, with periods of direct control interspersed with phases of more hands-off oversight, which allowed for local power struggles and, of course, rebellions. Egyptian dominance in Canaan was most pronounced during the reigns of pharaohs Thutmose III and Amenhotep II, who led several campaigns into the region to quell rebellions and secure loyalty among the Canaanite city-states. A particularly intriguing aspect of this period is the mention of the Habiru, or Apiru in Egyptian sources. These groups are first noted during the reign of Thutmose III and appear to have been a mixture of mercenaries, brigands, and a mishmash of displaced peoples with nowhere else to go. Thus their presence in the region is indicative of the socio-political instability that certainly could arise from economic hardships or the breakdown of societal structures. The Habiru were a kind of wild card in the power dynamics of the region, often serving as mercenaries for hire to the highest bidder, which could include local city-state rulers or even foreign powers seeking to influence Canaan. During the period of the New Kingdom in Egypt, particularly under the reigns of Amenhotep III and his successor Akhenaten, the political landscape of Canaan was dramatically influenced by the movements and activities of various groups known as the Habiru. And these groups were not so much defined by ethnicity as they were a social class or status, often associated with a disruptive, outsider presence in the regions they inhabited. Of course, they were noted in various ancient texts, including Egyptian and Mesopotamian sources, and their activities spanned across a wide area, from Mesopotamia to Egypt, and everywhere in between. They are often identified with disenfranchised elements of society, those rebels and mercenaries. In Canaan, their association with the Indo-Aryan ruling aristocracy of the Hurrians, known as the Mitanni, further complicates their identity, suggesting a blend of cultural and ethnic backgrounds, including Hurrian, Semitic, Kassite, and Luwian elements. The political activities of the Habiru, while they became particularly notable during the reign of Amenhotep III. This pharaoh's reign, which had initially seemed stable and prosperous, began to experience turmoil due to the actions of local chieftains in Canaan, who, like Aziru, son of Abdi Ashirta, sought to extend their power with the backing of neighboring kingdoms such as the Hittite Empire. Aziru's maneuvers in the region, particularly around the plains of Damascus, posed a direct challenge to Egyptian authority. Reports from local governors like Akizi of Katna and Ribhadar of Byblos, who remained loyal to Egypt, highlighted these challenges, but failed to elicit a strong response from an increasingly indifferent Egyptian throne under Amenhotep and later Akhenaten. Now, Akhenaten's reign, if you know a little about Egyptian history, was of course quite an interesting one. I made an old video about him, but I want to make a new one, and particularly Artanism. But yeah, we'll get to that later. We'll just briefly go over it today. Well, you see, his reign was characterized by religious innovations, if we could say so, and a neglect of foreign affairs, which saw a further decline in Egyptian influence in Canaan and, well, pretty much everywhere else. The political vacuum, of course, allowed the Hittites under Suppiluliuma to advance into Syria, further complicating the regional dynamics. Aziru and his father initially feared the Hittite advance, but they eventually formed an alliance with them. This alliance enabled them to seize control of territories that had remained loyal to Egypt, and effectively sidelined Egyptian authority in the region. Oh, how the mighty fall! Well, the correspondence from Rib Hada, filled with desperate pleas for assistance, begging almost, illustrates the decline of Egyptian power and the shifting allegiances in Canaan. Now, these communications, largely ignored by Akhenaten, who had other things to worry about, just show the broader shifts in Near Eastern geopolitics during this period, where major powers like Egypt and the Hittites continued to vie for control, and local rulers like Aziru maneuvered between these giants for their own advantage. Well, the Amarna letters provide a more vivid snapshot of the political and military turmoil in Canaan during this period of the Late Bronze Age, particularly dealing with the interactions between local city rulers and those encroaching Habiru. These letters sent to the Egyptian pharaoh reveal the anxieties and shifting allegiances of Canaanite rulers as they dealt with both internal and external threats. In these letters, Etekama of Kadesh and Zimrida of Sidon express their concerns about the territories lost to the Habiri. Etekama's letters show his commitment to recovering these lost cities and reaffirming his loyalty to the pharaoh, showing once again the strategic importance of these areas near Kadesh and Ubi. His declaration of readiness to bring back these cities, and I quote, "If thy gods and thy son go before me," shows again his reliance on divine support and Egyptian military backing to regain control. Zimrida's situation in Sidon illustrates a similar plight, where the loss of the cities of the Habiri threatens his rule and his relationship with Egypt as a whole. His plea indicates the critical role Egyptian military support played in maintaining the stability of these vassal states, who simply could not stand on their own. Abdi Hebi of Jerusalem provides another layer to this complex political landscape. His reports detail the internal strife and alliances with the Habiri, pointing to a widespread destabilization of the region. His mention of Liliki and the sons of Labaya suggest a network of local power struggles, where familial and political alliance could shift the balance of power. Abdi Hebi's desperate call for Egyptian troops shows once again his precarious position, caught between external invaders and internal betrayal. Namyawaza's defense to the pharaoh and attempts to counter accusations of disloyalty by affirming his readiness to support Egypt with his forces shows his loyalty, despite the accusations from other local rulers like Etakama. Now, during the New Kingdom, Egypt established a strong presence within the Levant, achieving its peak under the 18th dynasty. However, this control wavered during the 19th and 20th dynasties, partly due to external pressures, and of course the shifting priorities of the Egyptian pharaohs. Ramesses II, despite his vast building projects and portrayal of power, faced challenges in maintaining Egypt's foothold in the region. His battle at Kadesh in 1275 against the Hittites, while tactically indecisive, was framed as a victory in the Egyptian records. However, the Hittites eventually gained control over significant parts of the northern Levant, illustrating the limits of Egyptian influence and Ramesses' diminishing focus on Asiatic affairs. Merneptah, Ramesses' successor, continued the tradition of military campaigns in the Levant, as reflected in the Merneptah stele. This stele, while claiming victories over various groups, including the Israelites, is considered largely propagandistic, as archaeological evidence does not corroborate such widespread description. This indicates that Merneptah's campaigns may have been more about projecting power than any actual military success. The gradual Egyptian withdrawal from the Levant, spanning approximately a century from the late 13th to the end of the 12th century BC, reflects a broader internal issue within Egypt rather than just the impact of the Sea Peoples, whose invasions around 1200 BC are often highlighted in historical accounts. Thus, this period saw a reduction in Egyptian administrative and military presence, with many sites being abandoned peacefully rather than through conflict. Specific sites like the Egyptian garrison at Afek were destroyed through warfare, indicating localized conflicts during this period of decline. The gate complex in Jaffa and partial destruction at Beth Shean, possibly due to an earthquake, show the varied reasons for the decay of Egyptian structures in the region. Now, the historical context that surrounds the ancient Middle East, specifically within the southern Levant, showcases a dynamic shift in the importance and fortifications of cities like Jerusalem. During the Middle Bronze Age and the later Iron Age period, Jerusalem stood as a significant fortified city. In contrast, the intervening periods, namely the late Bronze Age and the early to Middle Iron Ages, saw Jerusalem as comparatively minor and unfortified, indicating a fluctuation in political and economic stability. Post-Amarna period, 1353 to 1336 BC, presented substantial challenges for Egyptian control over southern Canaan. The pharaoh Horemheb's campaigns against Shasu, nomadic tribes identified as wanderers in the Egyptian texts, show the constant military efforts required to secure Egyptian trade routes through regions such as Galilee and the Jezreel Valley. Seti I, around 1290 BC, further extended these military campaigns to consolidate control from the fortress of Taru to Kan-Na, areas south and east of the Dead Sea, demonstrating the strategic necessity of subduing nomadic disruptions to ensure overall regional stability. The era following the contested Battle of Kadesh under Ramesses II further necessitated vigorous Egyptian military presence in Canaan, culminating in the establishment of permanent military installations, such as the fortress garrison named Ramesses, for obvious reasons, in territories like Moab and Ammon. Now, the term Habiru that we have discussed is indicative of a broader socio-political complexity of the region, and it refers to various nomadic groups, and among those groups we can indeed include the Hebrews. The term itself encapsulates a range of ancient Semitic-speaking peoples who might include Moabites, Ammonites, and Edomites, though its specific application often varied, and this ambiguity highlights the fluid identities and alliances of the period, shaped by the exigencies of survival and power dynamics in the Near East. Now, in the context around the fall of the Bronze Age and the historical narratives surrounding the southern Levant, around those times of 1200 BC, the picture is a little bit complex and challenges those traditional notions of a widespread societal collapse due to external invasions. You can't blame everything on these so-called sea peoples, because despite widespread assumptions of catastrophic destruction and a collapse of trade systems, the archaeological evidence suggests a continuity and resilience in several major urban centers and their economic activities. At Lakhnish, notable for its strategic and cultural significance, there is evidence of a localized fire, specifically adjacent to two ovens, which suggests a domestic incident rather than a widespread destruction layer. Interestingly, following this event, the city witnessed substantial reconstruction, hinting at a robust recovery rather than a prolonged decline. This pattern of resilience is mirrored in Megiddo, where despite the absence of widespread destruction, some ambiguity remains about the fate of a palace in the complex area AA, suggesting selective rather than a general catastrophe. Well, the city of Hazor, as we've mentioned a few times, did experience significant destruction. But this destructive event is dated to the mid-13th century BC, well before the presumed crisis at the end of the Late Bronze Age, indicating that its downfall was part of a separate and earlier sequence of events. In contrast, many other cities in the region, such as Ascaluna, Astudu, and Tel Dor, among others, show very little archaeological signs of being destroyed around 1200 BC, which of course complicates that narrative of a region-wide collapse. Trade relations, contrary to the decline hypothesis, appear to have remained robust beyond 1200 BC. The cessation of trade in Cypriot and Mycenean pottery occurred before the traditional date of collapse, with Cypriot pottery trade ending around 1300 and Mycenaean around 1250. And this suggests that the changes in trade patterns were not a result of the alleged widespread destruction at all. Furthermore, ongoing trade with Egypt post-1200 BC and continued importation of metals such as tin and lead, of course critical commodities for Bronze Age economies, indicate a still functioning network of trade and cultural exchange. Archaeometallurgical studies underscore that the tin trade, vital for bronze production, did not diminish as might be expected in a scenario of general economic breakdown. Well, by the early Iron Age, a complex tapestry of political entities had emerged in southern Levant. It was a period characterized by the establishment of the kingdoms of Israel and Judah, flanked by the Philistine city-states along the Mediterranean coast. To the east of the Jordan River, the kingdoms of Moab, Ammon, and Aram Damascus marked their territories, while Edom lay to the south. The northern Levant was divided among various petty kingdoms, including the Syro-Hittite states and the Phoenician city-states along the coast. This diverse and fragmented region came under the sway of the Neo-Assyrian Empire during the 10th and 9th centuries BC. The empire, with its aggressive expansionist policy, dominated the region for about 300 years, up to the end of the 7th century. Assyrian emperors such as Ashur-narsipal, Adid-Ninari, Sargon II, and Tiglath-Pileser III exerted considerable influence over the affairs of the Canaanite states, as well as the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. During this Assyrian dominance, the Egyptians attempted to reclaim influence in the region during the 25th dynasty, but were eventually defeated by the Assyrians, cementing Assyrian control over Egypt itself. However, the Neo-Assyrian Empire began to unravel due to internal strife and a series of civil wars around 616 to 605 BC. This decline was hastened by the combined attacks from a coalition of Babylonians, Medes, Persians, and of course the Scythians. Following the collapse of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, the Neo-Babylonian Empire rose to prominence, inheriting much of the former Assyrian territories, and that of course includes all the lands in Canaan and Syria. The Neo-Babylonians managed to defeat the Egyptians and exerted their control over the region, maintaining the administrative structures and influence previously established by the Assyrians. This Neo-Babylonian rule lasted until its defeat by the Achaemenid Empire in 539, and subsequently the region became part of that vast Achaemenid Empire, marking a period of relative stability, until of course the conquest of Alexander the Great in 332. Alexander's campaigns brought Hellenistic influences to the region, which later came under Roman control by the late 2nd century BC. This transition marked the beginning of a long period of Roman and subsequently Byzantine rule, which continued until the Arab Islamic invasions and conquests of the 7th century AD. Now, back in the 2nd millennium BC, this term Canaan was used by the ancient Egyptians to denote an area that functioned essentially as an Egyptian colony, aligning closely with the geographic delineation of Canaan, which is described in the Hebrew Bible. This region was bounded by the Mediterranean Sea to the west, the vicinity of Hamath in Syria to the north, the Jordan Valley to the east, extended to a line from the Dead Sea to around Gaza in the south. However, you must remember that the Egyptian use of the term was broader than the biblical description, as it sometimes included the coastal city of Kadesh in northwestern Syria near Turkey. Consequently, the Egyptian usage sometimes extended the concept of Canaan to encompass what was pretty much the entire Levantine coast, synonymous with another term used by the Egyptians, Retjenu. Lebanon, in particular, referred to by the Egyptians as Upper Retjenu, was part of the northern Canaan region and was bordered by the Litani River to the watershed of the Orontes River. The term Dahi, referring to the watershed of the Jordan River, appears in Egyptian campaign records, indicating military engagements in the region. These accounts highlight the significance of Canaan as a strategic and contested territory, but it also makes it a little bit confusing, Because if you have the Hebrew Bible showing the territory as one thing, and then you have the Egyptians showing it as another. So what exactly is Canaan? Or rather, was Canaan? Well, I suppose it depends who you ask. But what we do know is that Canaan is mentioned in several Egyptian texts starting from the 18th dynasty onwards, and a few notable references include inscriptions from Amenhotep II, listing Canaanites among prisoners of war. Bad luck for them, I suppose. There is also a few papyrus describing them. For example, Anastasi Papyrus, describing routes from Seal to Gaza as passing through the foreign countries of the end of the land of Canaan. There's also the Merneptah stele and other documents like the Papyrus Anastasi 3a and 4, referring to Canaanite slaves from Huru. Also, Papyrus Harris and other texts that describe Ramesses III interaction with the region, including the construction of a temple in what is known as Pa Canaan, after the turmoil caused by the peoples of the sea exist. Of course, these references show Egypt's administrative engagement with Canaan, a constant theme among around that 18th dynasty and onwards. But still, the term remains a complex one. Now, in terms of the Phoenicians, the term Phoenicia first appears in Western literature in Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey, seminal works from the 8th century BC, which are kind of required reading if you ask me. If you've not read them, turn off the video and go read them now. Anyway, now this designation for the region, however, is not found in the Hebrew Bible, but it is mentioned in the New Testament, specifically in the book of Acts. The name Phoenicia itself derives from the Greek term phoenix, which, according to Hecataeus of Miletus, 6th century BC, and later Philo of Byblos, originally referred to as Yavah. Now Philo incorporated this into his mythology, suggesting that it was the ancient name given by the mythical figure Kronos during the era when cities like Byblos, Berytus, and Tyre were among the earliest to be established. These cities are credited with pioneering many of the civilization's key aspects, such as fishing, hunting, agriculture, shipbuilding, and even the development of writing. Of course, the Phoenicians, certainly famous for that. Now, the significant renaming of the region to Syria Palestina by the Romans post the Bar Kokhba revolt around 135 AD, possibly under Emperor Hadrian, aimed to sever the Jewish connection to the region, kind of like a punishment. But once again, this reasoning behind it remains a subject to scholarly debate, and I'm sure will definitely continue to be so for quite a long time. A little bit of a sensitive topic, let's just say that. I'm sure you're well aware. Well, the last known Egyptian reference to Canaan appears on the statue of Patiset, dating back to between 900 and 850 BC, indicating the envoy's ties to both Canaan and Peliset. But after this, references to Canaan simply aren't there. It fades away, with neither the dominant Neo-Assyrian nor the Achaemenid empires mentioning it in their records either. So I suppose, until we find something else, that for now, the story of Canaan is over. The Punic Religion which was followed by the ancient Carthaginians, was heavily influenced by their Phoenician ancestry, but gradually developed unique features of its own. Situated in the city of Carthage, which is now part of modern-day Tunisia, this religion was characterized by polytheism, with a pantheon of deities presiding over different domains of life and nature. Baal-Hamon and Tanit were the primary deities in the Punic pantheon. Baal-Hamon, frequently associated with the Phoenician deity El, held the highest position among the gods, and was regarded as a deity of the sky and fertility. Tanit, on the other hand, was venerated as his partner and a goddess associated with the moon, fertility and warfare. The deities held significant importance in shaping the Carthaginian identity and were revered through diverse rituals. According to certain classical sources, these rituals unfortunately involved the use of child sacrifice, although the veracity of these assertions has been a topic of scholarly debate. Whichever case, religious rituals included the act of making sacrifices, which were conducted in extensive Tophet cemeteries. These locations have produced urns containing the burnt remains of, yes, both children and animals, potentially offered as means of seeking protection and blessings. The Carthaginians held a firm belief in the existence of an afterlife, which of course impacted their practices related to burying the deceased. And the Punic religion had a significant impact on the social and political aspects of Carthage, serving as a cohesive influence on its people and a manifestation of their civic responsibilities. The religious practices were mutually influenced by its interactions with Mediterranean cultures, of course, particularly the Greeks and the Romans, who, of course, would eventually give them their demise. But despite the fact that Carthage lies in ruins, there's still something to be gained from the ashes. So let's talk about it today. Welcome to the channel. To all the newcomers, great to meet you. To those returning, good to see you again. Off to ancient Carthage today, before the Romans destroyed it. Well, we'll try to rake through the ruins a little bit together. As always, if you want to support the channel, just hit the like and subscribe. Leave a comment too. Really helps me out in ways you could never imagine. Further to that, there's a few links in the description, but first let's get nice and relaxed, and we can go back together to those old times. Although the Carthaginians built their own pantheon, they borrowed the fundamentals of their religion from the Phoenicians. But do keep in mind that we really have to proceed with a bit of caution when drawing conclusions regarding these deities, simply due to the low quality of the evidence. In fact, there is a lack of extant hymns, prayers, or even catalogues of deities. Numerous inscriptions do exist, but they tend to be highly standardized and primarily consist of the mere mention of some divine name, without really telling us the form or the function. Theophoric personal names frequently included the names of gods, and some gods are primarily known through this evidence found in names. Of course, reconstruction of any sort of hierarchy of the Carthaginian gods and goddesses is an extremely challenging task. The pantheons of the Phoenician cities commonly consisted of a divine couple, known as Baal, meaning lord, and Baalat, meaning lady. At Carthage, the divine pair is believed to have comprised of the deity Baal-Hamon and the goddess Tanit. They are frequently mentioned in inscriptions from the Tophet of Salambo, indicating a strong association with this place. Starting in the 5th century BC, Tanit is also referred to before Baal-Hamon in inscriptions and is given the title of the face of Baal, suggesting that she was perceived as an intermediary between the worshipper and the chief god Baal-Hamon. The anthropomorphic symbol commonly seen on the Carthaginian stele, consisting of a circular head and horizontal arms and a triangular body, is referred to by modern scholars as the sign of Tanit. However, it does remain uncertain whether the Carthaginians themselves attributed any significance to this symbol in relation to Tanit. The association of Baal-Hamon and Tanit with the Phoenician pantheon is another subject of scholarly debate. We have some scholars that propose that Tanit may have originated from Libya. So go a little bit east down the coast and then you'll find the roots. But others suggest a connection between her and the Phoenician goddess Anat, Astarte, or Asherah. Similarly, Baal-Hamon is occasionally linked to Melkat or El. In Carthage, there were a great many dedicated temples for the deities Eshmun and Melkart. Epigraphic evidence reveals the existence of priests dedicated to other deities too, such as Ashtart, Reshef, Sakon, and Shamash. In fact, each Punic center had its own unique pantheon. In ancient Punic Sardinia, a deity named Sid or Sid Babi, also known as Sardus Pater to the Romans, was worshipped. This deity was believed to be the son of Melkart and was closely connected to the island. Hotar Miskar, which means the scepter of Miskar, was a significant deity located in Maktar, which was situated somewhat southwest of Carthage. Leptus Magna has evidence of several distinct deities, many of which are mentioned in bilingual inscriptions written in both Punic and Latin. These include El Con Eres, Milkashtat, and Shadrafa. The inscriptions found in the Tophet at Motia in western Sicily, similar to those in Carthage, commonly mention Baal-Hamon, but interestingly, they do not make any reference to Tanit. Of course, many of these names tend to get a little mixed up. In accordance with the customary method of interpretatio Graeca, ancient Greco-Roman texts consistently used Greek and Latin appellations rather than Punic ones when referring to Punic deities. I suppose it was just a little bit easier for them to put it into their own words. Baal-Hamon is commonly associated with Kronos and Saturn, Tanit with Hera or Juno, Melkart with Hercules, and Astarte with Venus or Aphrodite. However, the Etruscan Punic bilingual Pyrgi tablets created around 500 BC link Astarte to the Etruscan goddess Uni, who, in that interpretatio Graeca custom, is referred to as Hera or Juno as an equivalent. Both Reshef and Eshmun were potentially associated with Apollo, although Eshmun was additionally linked to Asclepius. After the Roman conquest, several Roman gods, including Saturn, Hercules, and Callistus, continued to be highly revered in North Africa. It is likely that these deities were adapted and carried on from the Punic gods. A significant primary source regarding the Carthaginian pantheon is a treaty between Hamilcar of Carthage and Philip III of Macedon, which has been preserved by the 2nd century BC Greek historian Polybius. This treaty provides a comprehensive list of the Carthaginian gods, and they're categorized into 3 triads identified by their Greek names. The presence of shared formulas and phrasing indicates that it is part of a Near Eastern treaty tradition, which can also be observed in Hittite, Akkadian, and Aramaic texts. Due to the discrepancies in identifications made by Greco-Roman authors, the interpretation of Carthaginian gods remains quite uncertain. There has been proposed, however, various identifications, which are linked with previous Tyrian and Ugaritic counterparts. In 396 BC, the Carthaginians embraced the Greek religious practices of Persephone and Demeter. This decision was made in response to a plague that was believed to have been a punishment from the gods for the Carthaginians' violation of the shrines dedicated to these deities in Syracuse. However, the religious practices of the Carthaginians did not experience any substantial influence or adoption of Greek culture as a whole. Oh, and in terms of also being a North African people, the Egyptian gods made their way in as well. Bes, Bastet, Isis, Osiris, and Ra were also revered too. Now, I'm not sure if you were coming here hoping to hear some old stories like we have the Epic of Gilgamesh and Inanna's descent into the underworld, these sorts of nice stories. Well, if you were, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you, as there's pretty much zero evidence supporting the existence of any Punic mythology. However, certain scholars have identified a potential Carthaginian myth that may have influenced the story of Carthage's establishment as recounted in Greek and Latin sources, particularly Josephus and Virgil. Elissa, also known as Dido, escapes from Tyre following the murder of her husband, a priest of Melkart, by her brother, King Pygmalion. She then founds the city of Carthage. Ultimately, Elissa, or Dido, whichever text is going to refer to her, immolates herself on a pyre. If you don't know what that word means, she was burned to death. There are several scholars who establish a connection between this and other occurrences of self-immolation in historical records of Carthaginian commanders with Tophet rituals. It's been suggested that the myth of the Philaeni brothers in Libya originated from Punic mythology too. Well, perhaps we'll find some later on some old tablet, but we'll just have to cross our fingers for now. But what we do know is that the Carthaginians seem to have employed both part-time and full-time priests, so there was indeed quite a structure around their religious affairs. The full-time priests were referred to as Kunum, which is related to the Hebrew term Kohen, Now these priests were led by high priests as well, known as Rubkunum. Among the lower-ranking religious officials associated with particular sanctuaries were individuals known as the chiefs of the gatekeepers, as well as those referred to as servants or slaves of the sanctuaries. Additionally, there were functionaries such as cooks, butchers, singers, and barbers. It is possible that goddesses were venerated also collectively and had overlapping priesthoods. The group of cultic officials around these temple complexes had the duty of ensuring the annual return of the dying and rising god Melkart to protect the city. They were commonly referred to as awakeners of the god. Sanctuaries were connected to other groups as well, known as Murs in Punic and Neo-Punic writings, which organized ceremonial feasts. It's also been suggested that the religious affairs were under the control of part-time priests who were appointed by civil authorities, at least in the lower positions. On the other hand, the full-time priests were mainly responsible for performing rituals and interpreting the omens. At Carthage, there existed a council consisting of 30 individuals who were responsible for overseeing and regulating the process of sacrifices. Certain Phoenician communities engaged in the practice of sacred night work, in a word that YouTube does not like, but they were selling themselves in some kind of religious ritual. And this is confirmed in the Punic sphere, specifically at Sika Veneria in western Tunisia and the sanctuary of Venus Ericina at Eryx in western Sicily. The funerary customs of the Carthaginians closely resembled those of the Phoenicians who resided in the Levant. These encompassed the ceremonies related to the disposal of the deceased's remains, but also commemorative meals and the general culture around the veneration of the ancestors. The tombs that we have discovered contain a diverse array of grave goods, which suggest a belief in the existence of the afterlife. Gotta take some things with you, of course. Cemeteries as well were situated beyond the boundaries of settlements. Frequently they were symbolically divided from one another by geographical elements, such as rivers or valleys. Discovered within a burial site at Tal Virtu in Malta, a concise papyrus indicates a prevailing belief that the deceased were required to traverse a body of water in order to gain access to the realm beyond death. Tombs can be categorized into 3 types: fossae, which are rectangular graves dug into the earth or bedrock; pozzi, which are shallow, round pits; and hypogeia, which are rock-cut chambers with stone benches where the deceased were placed. There also exists several constructed burial chambers, although they are quite rare. The ones we have found date prior to the 6th century BC. But there are plenty of funeral stele and beetles on top of the tombs. That is one thing that you will find plenty of. Now, what did they do with the bodies, though? Well, they engaged in both cremation and inhumation at various periods. Prior to the 6th century BC, cremation was a customary method of disposing of deceased individuals. But by the 6th century BCE, inhumation had largely replaced cremation. Subsequently, the practice of cremation was mainly limited to the burial of infants. The cause and manner in which this change occurred, often linked to the growth of Carthaginian influence in the Western Mediterranean, remains a bit of a mystery. But we do know that by approximately 300 BC, cremation had regained popularity as the prevailing funerary practice, particularly in Sardinia and Ibiza, which at the time were Carthaginian and Punic colonies. Now, cremation pits have also been discovered at Gades in Spain and Monte Sirai in Sardinia. Following the process of cremation, the skeletal remains were meticulously cleansed and detached from the ashes. Subsequently, these bones were delicately arranged within urns prior to their internment. At Hoya de los Rastros, a location near Ayamonte in Spain, the bones were also meticulously organized within their urns, with the feet positioned at the bottom and the skull placed at the top. Wooden coffins or stone sarcophagi can be used to hold cremated or buried remains. Tharos and Sulci in Sardinia, Lilibeum in Sicily, Casa del Obispo at Gades in Spain, and Carthage and Kerkoan in Tunisia are all locations where examples of the previous mentioned things have been found, and they're not too rare. You can find them in the old graveyards. Prior to internment, the deceased individual was consecrated with a fragrant resin that was tinted red, either using ochre or cinnabar. They also had a banquet during the funeral, usually. Of course, this would depend on the means of the people who were in that family. Now, the banquet is a documented thing in inscriptions from the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, but its existence in the Levant can be traced back to earlier periods. The participants adorned an altar and performed an animal sacrifice, subsequently consuming the meat. The feasts incorporated the imbibing of wine, which potentially held symbolic associations with blood, also the fecundity of the earth and the emergence of new life, similar to its significance for other cultures in the Mediterranean. As the feast concluded, the crockery was deliberately shattered or buried as a ritualistic act of destruction. Cemeteries encompass areas and facilities for the purpose of food preparation, and the banquet likely influenced the allocation of inheritance and possibly represented the lasting connection between the deceased and their beneficiaries. Now, at Mount Sirai in Sardinia, the tombs that we found were equipped with amphorae to direct the libations poured during these ceremonies straight into the tomb. The funerary stele and betyls placed atop the tombs, and often bearing inscriptions with the name of the deceased and anthropomorphic features, may have been designed to serve as central objects of worship for the deceased in the context of an ancestor cult. Now, small stone altars have also been discovered in various burial grounds, mainly in Palermo and Lilibeum in Sicily. They are also illustrated on tombstones in Sardinia and Sicily. Evidence does suggest that fires were ignited atop them as a component of a purification ritual. Well, of course, if you've got a grave, you have to put something in there besides just the body. I dare say that most people, even if they believe in an afterlife or not, like to have some sort of grave goods put in. I know that most of my ancestors who have passed along, grandfathers, grandmothers, and all that, there's always something that is placed in the grave, whether it be a keepsake or maybe a religious text that's relevant to the individual. And it seems that regardless, it's a general human desire to be buried with things that we love. Of course, it's no different for the Punic people. The various grave goods have been discovered alongside the deceased for quite some time, and seemingly intended to offer the deceased both protection and also symbolic sustenance. These characteristics do not exhibit notable variations depending on gender or the age of the deceased. Everybody gets the same. Of course, the richer get more, but generally it doesn't matter between men and women, young and old. Well, grave offerings commonly consisted of intricately carved masks and amulets, particularly and surprisingly the Eye of Horus, the Wadjet, as they call it in the Egyptian vernacular, but also small glass apotrapiac heads, which is also called protomai in Greek, which was specifically designed to safeguard the deceased, a kind of spiritual protection. And don't forget the provision of food and beverages, likely having the purpose of sustaining the deceased in the realm beyond death. Better to have them than to not have them, I suppose. Frequently, the deceased were accompanied by a standardized collection of feasting utensils, which included 2 jugs, an oil lamp, and a small clay drinking bowl. Oil and perfume may have also been used to furnish the deceased with warmth and illumination. Chickens and their eggs were commonly presented as offerings too, possibly symbolizing the revival of the soul, or its journey to the afterlife, according to those old Punic beliefs. The presence of razors positioned near the head of the deceased suggests that either the body was shaved prior to burial, or there was an anticipation that priests would maintain their shaving practices after death, as the Carthaginians were indeed groomed that way. The presence of bronze symbols and bells, and I mean symbols as in the ones that make the noise, not the SYMBOLS variety. They were also discovered along with the bells in certain tombs, and they may have been attributed to the use of music and songs during the funeral ceremonies, possibly with the purpose of repelling malevolent spirits. Now we see this in the Chinese tradition as well, especially if you've ever had the pleasure of seeing a Beijing opera, Canton opera, or indeed my favorite, the Sichuan opera. There's just something about it. Perhaps it's the food accompaniment so spicy, I don't know. But you will find this in ancient Chinese culture as well. Those cymbals and the drums to scare away those horrible spirits that they don't want around. Though it's not unique to the Punic people, but it's interesting. I just thought I'd put that in there. Go and look up some Chinese opera. It's your homework. Well, graves contain terracotta figurines that also depicted musicians, and these musicians were also depicted on funerary stele with razors that were placed in the grave. Of course, the majority of the musicians are actually female, indicating that women held a distinct position in this aspect of the funeral. It was their job to perform on the drums, or the kithara, or the olos, just to make as much noise as possible, perhaps in a tasteful manner, of course. Of course, the majority of Punic grave stelae typically displayed an engraved text and occasionally a standing figure holding a libation cup, along with a set collection of religious symbols. These symbols, similar to a cross on a Christian gravestone, are believed to represent deities or beliefs associated with the afterlife, and likely intended to aid or safeguard the eternal rest of the deceased. The symbols also facilitated comprehension of the stele's purpose among the vast majority of individuals who were simply unable to read or write. Once again, not unique to the Punic people. Of course, there are some pretty quintessential symbols in Punic culture, but more quintessential for their funerary practices. The first being the crescent and disc symbol, which you can pretty much find on most Carthaginian grave stelae. It consists of a circle that is overlaid with a sickle, most likely depicting the waxing crescent and full moon. The symbol appears to denote the progression of time, but its exact significance remains somewhat uncertain, infrequently employed on subsequent Neo-Punic stelae. Occasionally it is substituted with a rosette and crescent design, where the rosette is positioned above a crescent shape resembling an inverted ship, or at least that's what it looks like to the non-Punic eye. Now we also have the Tanit symbol, which we have discussed and is probably the most recognizable symbol for the Carthaginians. It's a representation of a female figure, a pretty crude one at that, but you get the point. A triangle for the body, a circle for the head, and a horizontal line for the arms, often with hands raised upwards. It doesn't sound like anything special, but it's better than anything that I can draw. The symbol frequently appears on stelae that are dedicated to the deities Tanit and Baal-Hamon. Now the worship of Tanit or Tinit is believed to have originated from an unknown source and is distinct from other funerary symbols. It is primarily associated with Punic culture, and you can rarely find it in any other cultural context, unless it's something that the Punics had left behind on campaign or something like this. No one else really adopted it. And we also have limited information regarding Tanit. However, she is widely regarded as a representation of fertility and abundance. It's also worth noting that the Tanit symbol bears a striking resemblance to the Egyptian Ankh symbol, which symbolizes life. It just doesn't look as cool. Well, the Tanit symbol itself is predominantly encountered during the Neo-Punic era, specifically after 146 BCE. Now, we also have a caduceus staff used by messengers. The structure primarily comprises of three components: a stem at the bottom, followed by a circle, and finally a U shape at the top, perhaps derived from the caduceus of the Greek deity Hermes, who served as a guide in the realm of the dead. We also have a bottle or vase symbol that's quite common, and it dates back to the 4th and 3rd century BC. Efforts to decipher what it actually means, however, have yielded diverse results, but there are apparent similarities with an Egyptian hieroglyph depicting the tomb of Osiris, which has prompted speculation that the symbol may have actually represented the aspiration for individual rejuvenation in the afterlife. Of course, animals and other valuable items were offered as sacrifices to appease the gods, and quite often These sacrifices had to be performed in accordance with precise instructions, which are detailed in 9 existing inscriptions, referred to as sacrificial tariffs. The longest among these is KAI 69, referred to as the Marseille tariff, named after its discovery location, which most likely was originally located in Carthage. The text enumerates the specific shares of offerings that were allocated to priests serving in the temple of Baal Zephon, and there were additional tariffs imposed as well, which are specifically applicable in North Africa. These tariffs bear resemblance to a set of tariff inscriptions discovered at the Phoenician city of Kition in Cyprus, which date quite far back to the 5th century BC. Additionally, they possess a common terminology and formulae with Ugaritic and biblical Hebrew texts regarding sacrificial practices. In addition, there is a compilation of festival offerings, as well as numerous concise votive inscriptions, primarily linked to the Tophets. A significant number of these Tophet inscriptions make mention of the sacrificial ceremony as mulk, or alternatively pronounced molk, a term that certain scholars associate with the biblical figure Moloch, but this could be a bit of a stretch. Perhaps far-fetched. But when you don't really have anything to go on, I suppose there's no harm in taking a little bit of a guess, just a little one. Well, additionally, votive inscriptions can be found in various settings. For instance, a lengthy inscription on a bronze statuette from the 8th century BC discovered in Seville is dedicated to Astarte. An inscription dating back to the 5th century BC, found in Ebusus, documents the consecration of a temple. The temple was initially dedicated to Rashab Melkart, and later to Tinit and Gad by a priest who explicitly mentions that a vow was made as part of the dedication process. In Carthage, during the mid-2nd century BC, a woman named Abi Baal erected a stele that depicted the burning of a cow's head on an altar as a sacrifice. Images like this and the intricate details within indicate a connection to earlier sacrificial rituals in the Near East. The Carthaginians were described and characterized by multiple Greek and Roman sources for their involvement in ritualistic acts of child sacrifice through burning. Notable ancient authors who have written about child sacrifice to Kronos, or Baal Hamon in the Punic tongue, include the Greek historians Diodorus Siculus and Clitarchus, as well as the Christian apologists Tertullian and Orosius. The descriptions were compared to those in the Hebrew Bible that depict the act of sacrificing children by burning them to Baal and Moloch at a specific location known as Tophet. The ancient accounts were seemingly verified by the discovery of the Tophet of Salambo in Carthage in 1921, which contained the urns holding the ashes of many deceased children. Nevertheless, contemporary historians and archaeologists engage in discussions regarding the veracity and scope of this tradition. Certain scholars suggest that all the remains found at the Tophet were offered as sacrifices, while others suggest that only a portion of them were. Either way, not good. Certainly not the kind of find that makes people celebrate. At least I wouldn't be celebrating if I came across something as monstrous as that. The particular type of open-air sanctuary referred to as a Tophet in contemporary academic research is pretty exclusive to Punic communities of the Western Mediterranean. In fact, more than 100 of these Tophets have been discovered across the Western Mediterranean region, but interestingly, we haven't found any of them in Spain, at least not yet. The Tophet of Salambo in Carthage is the largest ever found. This Tophet appears to have originated during the establishment of the city and remained in use for quite a few decades following the city's demise in 146 BC. There are unfortunately no surviving Carthaginian texts that can give us any explanation of descriptions of the rituals conducted at these places. Well, maybe we'll find some later on. Really cross my fingers, I always read things like this, and I just know that under the ground somewhere, there's some old clay tablet that's going to tell us all about it. It's somewhere out there, whether it be some Bronze Age thing about the Sumerians or something about the Egyptians, just like how we found the Rosetta Stone. That's what's so fascinating about archaeology. I don't know, if you don't get excited about it, just, go watch something else. Because to me, it's fascinating. And I get excited about it. I sit here with a big smile on my face. Well, anyway, based on the evidence that we do have in terms of the archaeological finds, the usual ritual at the Tophet involved burying a small urn containing the ashes of a child, occasionally mixed with or substituted by animal ashes. Following this, a stele was erected, typically dedicated to Baal Hamon, and of course sometimes Tanit, but most of the time it was Baal Hamon. There were several instances where a small temple was also constructed, but this is also rare. Now, the presence of uneven charring on the bones suggests that they were subjected to burning in an open-air pyre. The stele inscriptions do not mention the deceased children, but rather focused on the dedicators and the fact that the gods have fulfilled their requests. After the decline of Carthage, very sad, Tophets ceased to be in use on the islands that were previously under Carthaginian control. After all, the empire, if we could have called it that, was quite gone with that Third Punic War. It was beaten pretty badly with the second. The third was just the final nail in the coffin. Well, even though they were gone, in North Africa they did become increasingly prevalent during the Roman period. Furthermore, aside from infants, certain Tophets also contain offerings exclusively consisting of goats, sheep, birds, or even plants. And it's worth noting that a significant number of the individuals who made these offerings have names that are of Libyan origin, so definitely a lot further east bordering the Egyptian provinces, rather than having Punic or even Carthaginian local names. There seems to have been a decrease in their usage during the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD, when really everything began to wither away. The last traces of anything recognizably Punic would be really gone. Well, that's a shame, I think. Well, the extent and the veracity of the sacrifices of children, of course, remains a subject of debate, and it persists ever since that unearthing of the Tophet of Salambo in 1920. Of course, before this, most people, with the rhetoric coming from the Romans at the time of the Punic Wars, could have simply dismissed a lot of these things as slander. Make your enemy look so barbaric that everybody's on the side of the war. Doesn't that sound familiar? Well, of course, once they discovered the Salambo Tophet in 1920, this perception began to be, well, a little bit challenged. In fact, several historians have suggested that the Tophet could have served as a burial ground for infants who simply died prematurely or at a young age, and were subsequently offered in a ritualistic manner. So instead of using the word ritual, we may perhaps just simply use the word funeral. Well, the Greco-Roman authors, who were not present at the events, provide their own conflicting accounts regarding the methods that were used with the child sacrifices, as they called them. Additionally, they mention that children older than infants were also killed, which differs from the infants found in the Tophets. Accounts, like the one of Cleitarchus, that describe a baby being dropped into a fire by a statue, are refuted by the archaeological evidence. It just doesn't seem likely. In fact, no references to child sacrifices during the Punic Wars have been found, despite the fact that these wars are more extensively documented compared to earlier periods, where allegations of widespread child sacrifice exist. We're talking before the First Punic War, when things really got heated up. The portrayal of child sacrifice then may have been exaggerated for some dramatic impact. Following their ultimate victory over Carthage and the complete destruction of the city, the Romans employed post-war propaganda to depict their arch-enemies as barbaric and less advanced. This pretty much happens after every single war, so watch out for it. Think for yourself a little bit. The truth is sometimes somewhere in the middle. Of course, you're always the villain in somebody's story. We've been the barbarians a few times, you know. Well, I say we. Perhaps you're in a different part of the world, but, well, the pendulum always swings, doesn't it? Well, I think that's enough for this evening. We've spoken quite extensively about Punic religion and their deities, their funerals, their temples, a little bit of everything. Of course, I truly hope we learn more about it. The Epic of Gilgamesh, from the Assyrian International News Agency. Prologue. Gilgamesh, king in Uruk. I will proclaim to the world the deeds of Gilgamesh. This was the man to whom all things were known. This was the king who knew the countries of the world. He was wise. He saw mysteries and knew secret things. He brought us a tale of the days before the flood. He went on a long journey, was weary, worn out with labor. Returning when he rested, he engraved on a stone the whole story. When the gods created Gilgamesh, they gave him a perfect body. Shamash, the glorious sun, endowed him with beauty. Adad, the god of the storm, endowed him with courage. The great gods made his beauty perfect, surpassing all others, terrifying like a great wild bull. 2/3 they made him god, and 1/3 man. In Uruk he built walls, a great rampart, and the temple of blessed Eanna, for the god of the firmament Anu, and for Ishtar, the goddess of love. Look at it still today. The outer wall where the cornice runs, it shines with the brilliance of copper, and the inner wall, it has no equal. Touch the threshold. It is ancient. Approach Eanna, the dwelling of Ishtar, Our Lady of Love and War, the like of which no latter-day king, no man alive can equal. Climb upon the wall of Uruk, walk along it. I say, regard the foundation terrace, and examine the masonry. Is it not burnt brick and good? The 7 sages laid the foundations. Section 1. The Coming of Enkidu. Gilgamesh went abroad in the world, but he met with none who could withstand his arms, till he came to Uruk. But the men of Uruk muttered in their houses. Gilgamesh sounds the tocsin for his amusement. His arrogance knows no bounds by day or night. No son is left with his father, for Gilgamesh takes them all, and the children, yet the king should be a shepherd to his people. His lust leaves no virgin to her lover, neither the warrior's daughter nor the wife of the noble. Yet this is the shepherd of the city, wise, comely, and resolute. The gods heard their lament. The gods of heaven cried to Lord of Uruk, to Anu, the god of Uruk. A goddess made him, strong as a savage bull. None can withstand his arms. No son is left with his father, for Gilgamesh takes them all. And this is the king, the shepherd of his people? His lust leaves no virgin to her lover, neither the warrior's daughter nor wife of the noble. When Anu heard their lamentation, the gods cried to Aruru, the goddess of creation. You made him, O Aruru. Now create his equal. Let it be as like him as his own reflection, his second self. Stormy heart for stormy heart. Let them contend together, and leave Uruk in quiet. So, the goddess conceived an image in her mind, and it was of the stuff of Anu and of the firmament. She dipped her hands in water and pinched off clay. She let it fall in the wilderness, and noble Enkidu was created. There was virtue in him of the god of war, of Ninurta himself. His body was rough. He had long hair like a woman's. It waved like the hair of Nisaba, the goddess of corn. His body was covered with matted hair like Samugan's, the god of cattle. He was innocent of mankind. He knew nothing of the cultivated land. Enkidu ate grass in the hills with the gazelle, and lurked with wild beasts at the water holes. He had joy of the water with the herds of wild game. But there was a trapper who met him one day face to face at the drinking hole, for the wild game had entered his territory. On 3 days he met him face to face, and the trapper was frozen with fear. He went back to his house with the game that he had caught, and he was dumb, benumbed with terror. His face was altered like that of one who has made a long journey. With o'er his heart he spoke to his father. Father, there is a man unlike any other, who comes down from the hills. He is the strongest in the world. He is like an immortal from heaven. He ranges over the hills with wild beasts and eats grass. The ranges through your land and comes down to the wells. I am afraid, and dare not go near him. He fills the pits which I dig, and tears up my traps set for game. He helps the beasts to escape, and now they slip through my fingers." His father opened his mouth and said to the trapper, "My son, in Uruk lives Gilgamesh. No one has ever prevailed against him. He is strong as a star from heaven. Go to Uruk, find Gilgamesh, extol the strength of this wild man. Ask him to give you a harlot, a wanton from the temple of love. Return with her and let the woman's power overpower this man. When next he comes down to drink at the wells, she will be there, stripped naked, and when he sees her beckoning, he will embrace her, and then the wild beasts will reject him." So the trapper set out on his journey to Uruk, and addressed himself to Gilgamesh, saying, "A man unlike any other, is roaming now in the pastures. He is as strong as a star from heaven, and I am afraid to approach him. He helps the wild game to escape. He fills in my pits and pulls up my traps." Gilgamesh said to him, "Trapper, go back, take with you a harlot, a child of pleasure. At the drinking hole she will strip, and when he sees her beckoning he will embrace her, and the game of the wilderness will surely reject him." Now the trapper returned, taking the harlot with him. After a 3 days' journey they came to the drinking hole, and there they sat down, the harlot and the trapper sat, facing one another, and waited for the game to come. For the first day, and for the second day, the two sat waiting. But on the third day the herds came. They came down to drink, and Enkidu was with them. The small wild creatures of the plain were glad of the water, and Enkidu with them, who ate grass with the gazelle, and was born in the hills. And she saw him, the savage man, come from far off in the hills. The trapper spoke to her. "There he is. Now, woman, make yourself bare, have no shame. Do not delay, but welcome his love. Let him see you naked. Let him possess your body. When he comes near, uncover yourself and lie with him. Teach him, the savage man, your woman's art. For when he murmurs love to you, the wild beasts that shared his life in the hills will reject him." She was not ashamed to take him. She made herself naked, and welcomed his eagerness. As he lay on her, murmuring love, she taught him the woman's art. For 6 days and 7 nights they lay together, for Enkidu had forgotten his home in the hills. But when he was satisfied, he went back to the wild beasts. Then, when the gazelles saw him, they bolted away. When the wild creatures saw him, they fled. Enkidu would have followed, but his body was bound as though with a cord. His knees gave way when he started to run. His swiftness was gone. And now the wild creatures had all fled away. Enkidu was grown weak, for wisdom was in him, and the thoughts of a man were in his heart. So he returned and sat down at the woman's feet, and listened intently to what she said. "You are wise, Enkidu, and now you have become like a god. Why do you want to run wild with beasts in the hills? Come with me. I will take you to the strong-walled Uruk, to the blessed temple of Ishtar and Anu. Of love and of heaven, there Gilgamesh lives, who is very strong, and like a wild bull he lords it over men. When she had spoken, Enkidu was pleased. He longed for a comrade, for one who would understand his heart. Come, woman, take me to that holy temple, to the house of Anu and Ishtar, and to the place where Gilgamesh lords it over the people. I will challenge him boldly. I will cry out aloud in Uruk, I am the strongest here. I have come to change the old order. I am he who was born in the hills. I am he who is strongest of all. She said, Let us go, and let him see your face. I know very well where Gilgamesh is in great Uruk. Oh, Enkidu, there all the people are dressed in their gorgeous robes. Every day is a holiday. The young men and the girls are wonderful to see. Ah, how sweet they smell. All the great ones are roused from their beds. Oh, Enkidu, you who love life, I will show you Gilgamesh, a man of many moods. You shall look at him well in his radiant manhood. His body is perfect, in strength and maturity. He never rests by day or night. He is stronger than you, so leave your boasting. Shamash, the glorious sun, has given favors to Gilgamesh, and Anu of the heavens, and Enlil, and Ea the wise has given him deep understanding. I tell you, before you even have left the wilderness, Gilgamesh will know in his dreams that you are coming. Now Gilgamesh got up to tell his dream to his mother, Ninsun, one of the wise gods. Mother, last night I had a dream. I was full of joy. The young heroes were round me, and I walked through the night under the stars of the firmament. And one, a meteor of the stuff of Anu, fell down from heaven. I tried to lift it, but it proved too heavy. All the people of Uruk came round to see it. The common people jostled, and the nobles thronged to kiss its feet. And to me its attraction was like the love of a woman. They helped me. I braced my forehead, and I raised it with thongs and brought it to you, and you yourself pronounced it my brother. Then Ninsun, who is well beloved and wise, said to Gilgamesh, This is Star of Heaven, which descended like a meteor from the sky, which you tried to lift but found too heavy. When you tried to move it, it would not budge, and so you brought it to my feet. I made it for you, a goad and spur, and you were drawn as though to a woman. This is the strong comrade, the one who brings help to his friend in his need. He is the strongest of wild creatures, the stuff of Anu, born in the grasslands, and the wild hills reared him. When you see him, you will be glad. You will love him as a woman, and he will never forsake you. This is the meaning of the dream. Gilgamesh said, Mother, I dreamed a second dream. In the streets of strong-walled Uruk there lay an axe. The shape of it was strange, and the people thronged around. I saw it and was glad. I bent down, deeply drawn towards it. I loved it like a woman, and wore it at my side. Ninsun answered, "That axe which you saw, which drew you so powerfully like the love of a woman, that is the comrade who I give you, and he will come in his strength like one of the host of heaven. He is the brave companion who rescues his friend in necessity." Gilgamesh said to his mother, "A friend, a counselor, has come to me from Enlil, and now I shall befriend and counsel him." So Gilgamesh told his dreams, and the harlot retold them to Enkidu. And now she said to Enkidu, "When I look at you, you have become like a god. Why do you yearn to run wild again with the beasts in the hills? Get up from the ground, the bed of a shepherd." He listened to her words with care. It was good advice that she gave. She divided her clothing in two. With one half she clothed him, and with the other half herself. And holding his hand, she led him like a child to the sheepfolds, and into the shepherd's tent. It was there all the shepherds crowded round to see him. They put down bread in front of him, but Enkidu could only suck the milk of wild animals. He fumbled and gaped, at a loss of what to do or how he should eat the bread and drink the strong wine. Then the woman said, "Enkidu, eat bread, it is the staff of life. Drink the wine, it is the custom of the land." So he ate until he was full, and drank strong wine, 7 goblets. He became merry, his heart exalted, and his face shone. He rubbed down the matted hair of his body, and anointed himself with oil. Enkidu had become a man, but when he had put on man's clothing, he appeared like a bridegroom. He took arms to hunt the lion, so that shepherds could rest at night. He caught wolves and lions, and the herdsmen lay down in peace, for Enkidu was their watchman, that strong man who had no rival. He was merry living with the shepherds, till one day, lifting his eyes, he saw a man approaching. He said to the harlot, "Woman, fetch that man here. Why has he come? I wish to know his name." She went and called the man, saying, "Sir, where are you going on this weary journey?" The man answered, saying to Enkidu, "Gilgamesh has gone into the marriage house and shut out the people. He does strange things in Uruk, the city of great streets. At the roll of the drum, work begins for the men, and work for the women. Gilgamesh, the king, is about to celebrate marriage with the queen of love, and he still demands to be first with the bride, the king be first and the husband to follow. For that was ordained by the gods from his birth, from the time the umbilical cord was cut. But now the drums roll for the choice of the bride, and the city groans." At these words Enkidu turned white in the face. "I will go to the place where Gilgamesh lords it over the people. I will challenge him boldly, and I will cry aloud in Uruk, 'I have come to change the old order, for I am the strongest here.'" Now Enkidu strode in front, and the woman followed behind. He entered Uruk, that great market, and all the folk thronged around him where he stood in the street in strong-walled Uruk. The people jostled. Speaking of him, they say, he is the spit of Gilgamesh. He is shorter. He is bigger of bone. This is the one reared on the milk of wild beasts. His is the greatest strength. The men rejoiced. Now Gilgamesh has met his match, this great one, this hero whose beauty is like a god. He is a match even for Gilgamesh. In Uruk, the bridal bed was made, fit for the goddess of love. The bride waited for the bridegroom, but in the night Gilgamesh got up and came to the house. Then Enkidu stepped out. He stood in the street and blocked the way. Mighty Gilgamesh came on, and Enkidu met him at the gate. He put on his foot and prevented Gilgamesh from entering the house. So they grappled, holding each other like bulls. They broke the doorposts, and the walls shook. They snorted like bulls locked together. They shattered the doorposts, and the walls shook. Gilgamesh bent his knee, with his foot planted on the ground, and with a turn Enkidu was thrown. Then immediately his fury died. When Enkidu was thrown, he said to Gilgamesh, "There is not another like you in the world, Ninsun, who is as strong as a wild ox in the byre. She was the mother who bore you. And now you are raised above all men, and Enlil has given you the kingship. For your strength surpasses the strength of men." So Enkidu and Gilgamesh embraced, and their friendship was sealed. Chapter 2. The Forest Journey. Enlil of the mountain, the father of the gods, had decreed the destiny of Gilgamesh. So Gilgamesh dreamed, and Enkidu said, "The meaning of the dream is this. The father of the gods has given you kingship, such is your destiny. Everlasting life is not your destiny. Because of this, do not be sad at heart, do not be grieved or oppressed. He has given you power to bind and to loose, to be the darkness and the light of mankind. He has given you unexampled supremacy over people, victory in battle, from which no fugitive returns, in forays and assaults, from which there is no going back. But do not abuse this power. Deal justly with your servants in the palace. Deal justly before Shamash." The eyes of Enkidu were filled with tears, and his heart was sick. He sighed bitterly, and Gilgamesh met his eye and said, "My friend, why do you sigh so bitterly?" But Enkidu opened his mouth and said, "I am weak. My arms have lost their strength. The cry of sorrow sticks in my throat. I am oppressed by idleness." It was then that Lord Gilgamesh turned his thoughts to the country of the living, on the land of cedars. The Lord Gilgamesh reflected. He said to his servant Enkidu, "I have not established my name stamped on the bricks as my destiny decreed. Therefore I will go up to the country where the cedar is felled. I will set up my name in the place where the names of famous men are written, and where no man's name is written. Yet I will wise a monument to the gods. Because of the evil that is in the land, we will go to the forests and destroy the evil. For in the forest lives Humbaba, whose name is Hugeness, a ferocious giant." But Enkidu sighed bitterly and said, When I went with the wild beasts ranging through the wilderness, I discovered the forest. Its length is 10,000 leagues in every direction. Enlil has appointed Humbaba to guard it, and armored him sevenfold terrors. Terrible to all flesh is Humbaba. When he roars, it is like the torrent of the storm, his breath is like fire, and his jaws are death itself. He guards the cedars so well that when the wild heifer stirs in the forest, though she is 60 leagues distant, he hears her. What man would willingly walk into that country and explore its depths? I tell you, weakness overpowers whoever goes near it. It is not an equal struggle when one fights with Humbaba. He is a great warrior, a battering ram. Gilgamesh, the watchman of the forest, never sleeps. Gilgamesh replied, "Where is the man who can clamber to heaven? Only the gods live forever with glorious Shamash. But as for us men, our days are numbered. Our occupations are a breath of wind." "How is this? Already you are afraid." "I will go first, although I am your lord, and you may safely call out, 'Forward, there is nothing to fear.' Then, if I fall behind, me a name that endures, men you will say of me, 'Gilgamesh has fallen in fight with ferocious Humbaba.' Long after the child has been bony in my house, they will say, and remember." Enkidu spoke again to Gilgamesh. "Oh, my lord, if you will enter that country, go first to the hero Shamash. Tell the sun god, for the land is his. The country where the cedar is cut belongs to Shamash." Gilgamesh took up a kid, white without spot, and a brown one with it. He held them against his breast, and he carried them into the presence of the sun. He took in his hand a silver scepter, and he said to glorious Shamash, "I am going to that country, O Shamash. I am going. My hands supplicate. So let it be well with my soul, and bring me back to the key of Uruk. Grant, I beseech your protection, and let the omen be good." Glorious Shamash answered, "Gilgamesh, you are strong, but what is the country of the living to you?" "O Shamash, hear me, hear me. Shamash, let my voice be heard. Here in my city man dies oppressed at heart. Man perishes with despair in his heart. I have looked over the wall, and I see bodies floating on the river, and that will be my lot also. Indeed, I know it is so. For whoever is tallest among men cannot reach the heavens, and the greatest cannot encompass the earth. Therefore, I would enter that country, because I have not established my name stamped on brick as if my destiny decreed. I will go to that country where the cedar is cut. I will set up my name where the names of famous men are written, and where no man's name is written, I will raise a monument to the gods." The tears ran down his face, and he said, "Alas, it is a long journey that I must take to the land of Humbaba. If this enterprise is not to be accomplished, why did you move me, Shamash, with a restless desire to perform it? How can I succeed if you will not succor me? If I die in that country, I will die without rancor, but if I return, I will make a glorious offering of gifts and of praise to Shamash." So Shamash accepted his sacrifice of his tears. Like the compassionate man, he showed him mercy. He appointed strong allies for Gilgamesh, sons of one mother, and stationed them in mountain caves. The great winds he appointed, the north wind, the whirlwind, the stone and the icy wind, the tempest and the scorching wind. Like vipers, like dragons, like a scorching fire, like a serpent that freezes the heart, a destroying flood and the lightning's fork, such were they, and Gilgamesh rejoiced. He went to the forge and said, I will give orders to the armorers. They shall cast us our weapons while we watch them. So they gave orders to the armorers, and the craftsmen sat down in conference. They went into the groves of the plain, and cut willow and boxwood. They cast them for axes of 90 pounds, and great swords they cast with blades of 60 pounds each one, with pommels and hilts of 30 pounds. They cast for Gilgamesh the axe, might of heroes, and the bow of Anshan. And Gilgamesh was armed, and Enkidu, and the weight of arms they carried was 30 pounds. The people collected, and the councillors in the streets in the marketplace of Uruk. They came through the gate of 7 bolts, and Gilgamesh spoke to them in the marketplace. I, Gilgamesh, go to see that creature of whom such things are spoken, the rumor of whose name fills the world. I will conquer him in his cedar wood, and show the strength of the sons of Uruk. All the world shall know of it. I am committed to this enterprise, to climb the mountain, to cut down the cedar, and leave behind me an enduring name. The councillors of Uruk, the great market, answered him. Gilgamesh, you are young. Your courage carries you too far. You cannot know what this enterprise means which you plan. We have heard that Humbaba is not like men who die. His weapons are such that none can stand against them. The forest stretches for 10,000 leagues in every direction. Who would willingly go down to explore its depths? As for Humbaba, when he roars, it is like the torrent of a storm. His breath is like fire, and his jaws are death itself. Why do you crave to do this thing, Gilgamesh? It is no equal struggle when one fights with Humbaba, that battering ram. When he heard these words of the councillors, Gilgamesh looked at his friend and laughed. How shall I answer them? Shall I say that I'm afraid of Humbaba? I will sit at home and rest all of my days. Then Gilgamesh opened his mouth again and said to Enkidu, My friend, let us go to the great palace, to Egal-Ma, and stand before Ninsun the queen. Ninsun is wise with deep knowledge. She will give us counsel for the road we must go. They took each other by the hand as they went to Egal-Ma, and they went to Ninsun the great queen. Gilgamesh approached. He entered the palace and spoke to Ninsun. Ninsun, will you listen to me? I have a long journey to go to the land of Humbaba. I must travel an unknown road and fight a strange battle. From the day I go until I return, till I reach the cedar forest and destroy the evil which Shamash abhors, pray for me to Shamash. Ninsun went into her room. She put on a dress becoming to her body. She put on jewels to make her breast beautiful. She placed a tiara on her head, and her skirts swept the ground. Then she went up to the altar of the sun. Standing upon the roof of the palace, she burned incense and lifted her arms to Shamash as the smoke ascended. "O Shamash, why did you give this restless heart to Gilgamesh, my son? Why did you give it? You have moved him, and now he sets out on a long journey to the land of Humbaba, to travel an unknown road and fight a strange battle. Therefore, from the day that he goes till the day that he returns, until he reaches the cedar forest, until he kills Humbaba and destroys the evil thing which you, Shamash, abhor, do not forget him. But let the dawn, Aya, your dear bride, remind you always, and when day is done, give him to the watchman of the night to keep him from harm." Then Ninsun, the mother of Gilgamesh, extinguished the incense, and she called to Enkidu with this exhortation: "Strong Enkidu, you are not the child of my body, but I will receive you as my adopted son. You are my other child, like the foundlings they bring to the temple. Serve Gilgamesh as a foundling serves the temple and the priestess who reared him. In the presence of my women, any votaries and hierophants, I declare it." Then she placed the amulet for a pledge around his neck, and she said to him, "I entrust my son to you. Bring him back to me safely." And now they brought to them the weapons. They put in their hands the great swords in their golden scabbards, and the bow and the quiver. Gilgamesh took the axe. He swung the quiver from his shoulder, and the bow of Anshan, and buckled the sword to his belt. And so they were armed and ready for the journey. Now all the people came and pressed on them and said, "When will you return to the city?" The counselors blessed Gilgamesh and warned him, "Do not trust too much in your own strength. Be watchful. Restrain your blows at first. The one who goes in front protects his companion. The good guide who knows the way guards his friend. Let Enkidu lead the way. He knows the road to the forest. He has seen Humbaba and is experienced in battles. Let him press first into the passes. Let him be the pitfalls of the road." We, the counselors of Uruk, entrust our king to you, O Enkidu. Bring him back safely to us. Again to Gilgamesh they said, "May Shamash give you your heart's desire. May he let you see with your eyes the things accomplished which your lips have spoken. May he open a path for you where it is blocked, and a road for your feet to tread. May he open the mountains for your crossing, and may the night time bring you the blessings of night. And Lugalbanda, your guardian god, stand beside you for victory. May you have victory in the battle, as though you fought with a child. Wash your feet in the river of Humbaba, to which you are journeying. In the evening, dig a well, and let there always be pure water in your water skin. Offer cold water to Shamash, and do not forget Lugalbanda." Then Enkidu opened his mouth and said, "Forward there is nothing to fear. Follow me, for I know the place where Humbaba lives, and the paths where he walks. Let the counselors go back. Here is no cause for fear." When the counselors heard this, they sped the hero on his way. "Go, Gilgamesh. May your guardian god protect you on the road and bring you back safely to the key of Uruk." After 20 leagues they broke their fast. After another 30 leagues they stopped for the night. 50 leagues they walked in one day. In 3 days they had walked as much as a journey of a month and 2 weeks. They crossed 7 mountains before they came to the gate of the forest. Then Enkidu called out to Gilgamesh, "Do not go down into the forest." When I opened the gate, my hand lost its strength. Gilgamesh answered him, "Dear friend, do not speak like a coward. Have we got the better of so many dangers and travelled so far to turn back at last? You who are tried in wars and battles, hold dose to me now, and you will feel no fear of death. Keep beside me, and your weakness will pass, the trembling will leave your hand. Would my friend rather stay behind? No, we will go down together into the heart of the forest. Let your courage be roused by the battle to come. Forget death and follow me, a man resolute in action, but one who is not foolhardy. When two go together, each will protect himself and his shield companion, and if they fail, they leave an enduring name." Together they went down into the forest, and they came to the green mountain. There they stood still. They were struck dumb. They stood still and gazed at the forest. They saw the height of the cedar. They saw the way into the forest and the track where Humbaba was used to walk. The way was broad, and the going was good. They gazed at the mountain of cedars, the dwelling place of the gods and the throne of Ishtar. The hugeness of the cedar rose in front of the mountain. Its shade was beautiful, full of comfort. Mountain and glade were green with brushwood. There Gilgamesh dug a well before the setting sun. He went up the mountain and poured out fine metal on the ground and said, "O mountain, dwelling of the gods, bring me a favorable dream." Then they took each other by the hand and lay down to sleep, and sleep that flows from the night lapped over them. Gilgamesh dreamed, and at midnight sleep left him, and he told his dream to his friend. "Enkidu, what was it that woke me if you did not?" "My friend, I have dreamed a dream. Get up, look at the mountain precipice. The sleep that the gods sent me is broken. Ah, my friend, what dreams I have had. Terror and confusion. I seized hold of a wild bull in the wilderness. It bellowed and beat up the dust until the whole sky was dark. My arm was seized and my tongue bitten. I fell back on my knee. Then someone refreshed me with water from his water skin." Enkidu said, "Dear friend, the god to whom we are traveling is no wild bull, though his form is mysterious. That wild bull which you saw is Shamash the Protector. In our moment of peril, he will take our hands. The one who gave water from his water skin. That is your own god who cares for your good name, your Lugalbanda. United with him, together we will accomplish a work, a fame of which we will never die." Gilgamesh said, "I dreamed again. We stood in a deep gorge of the mountain, and beside it we were two like the smallest of swamp flies, and suddenly the mountain fell. It struck me and caught my feet from under me. Then came an intolerable light blazing out, and in it was whose grace and whose beauty were greater than the beauty of this world. He pulled me out from under the mountain. He gave me water to drink, and my heart was comforted, and he set my feet on the ground. Then Enkidu, the child of the plains, said, Let us go down from the mountain and talk this thing over together. He said to Gilgamesh, Your dream is good. Your dream is excellent. The mountain which you saw is Humbaba. Now surely we will seize and kill him, and throw his body down the mountain fell on the plain. The next day, after 20 leagues, they broke their fast, and after another 30, they stopped for the night. They dug a well before the sun had set, and Gilgamesh ascended the mountain. He poured out a fine meal on the ground and said, O mountain, dwelling of the gods, send a dream for Enkidu. Make him a favorable dream. And the mountain fashioned a dream for Enkidu. It came, an ominous dream. A cold shower passed over him. It caused him to cower like the mountain barley under a storm of rain. But Gilgamesh sat with his chin on his knees, till the sleep which flows over all mankind lapped over him. Then, at midnight, sleep left him. He got up and said to his friend, Did you call me? Or why did I wake? Did you touch me? Or why am I terrified? Did not some god pass by, for my limbs are numb with fear? My friend, I saw a third dream, and this dream was altogether frightful. The heavens roared, and they roared again. Daylight failed, and darkness fell. Lightning flashed. Fire blazed out. The clouds lowered, and they rained down death. Then the brightness departed. The fire went out, and all was turned to ashes fallen about us. Let us go down from the mountain and talk this over, and consider what we should do. When they came down from the mountain, Gilgamesh seized the axe in his hand. He felled the cedar. When Humbaba heard the noise far, far away, he was enraged and cried out, Who is this who has violated my woods and cut down my cedar? But glorious Shamash called out to heaven, Go forward, do not be afraid. But now Gilgamesh was overcome by weakness, for sleep had seized him suddenly. A profound sleep held him. He lay on the ground, stretched out speechless, as though in a dream. When Enkidu touched him, he did not rise. When he spoke to him, he did not reply. O Gilgamesh, lord of the plain of the Kulab, the world grows dark. The shadows have spread over it. Now is the glimmer of dusk. Shamash has departed. His bright head is quenched in the bosom of his mother Ningal. O Gilgamesh, how long will you lie like this asleep? Never let the mother who gave you birth be forced into mourning in the city square. At length Gilgamesh heard him. Lie put on his breastplate. The voice of heroes, of 30 shekels weight. He put it on, as though it had been a light garment that he carried, and it covered him altogether. He straddled the earth like a bull that snuffs the ground, and his teeth were clenched. By the life of my mother Ninsun, who gave birth to me, and the life of my father, divine Lugalbanda, let me live to be the wonder of my mother, as when she nursed me on her lap. A second time he said to him, By the life of Ninsun, my mother, who gave my birth, and by the life of my father, divine Lugalbanda, until we have fought thus man, if man he is, this God, if God he is, the way I took to the country of the living will not turn back to the city. Then Enkidu, the faithful companion, pleaded, answering, O my lord, you do not know this monster, and that is the reason you are afraid. I, who know him, am terrified. His teeth are dragon's fangs. His countenance is like a lion. His charge is the rushing of a flood. With his look he crushes like trees of the forest and reeds in the swamp. Oh, my lord, you may go on if you choose into this land, but I will go back to the city. I will tell the lady, your mother, all your glorious deeds till she shouts for joy, and then I will tell the death that follows until she weeps for bitterness. But Gilgamesh said, Immolation and sacrifice are not yet for me. The boat of the dead shall not go down, nor the 3-ply cloth be cut for my shrouding. Not yet will my people be desolate, nor the pyre be lit in my house, and my dwelling burnt on the fire. Today give me your aid, and you shall have mine. What then can go amiss with us two? All living creatures born in the flesh shall sit at last in the boat of the west, and when it sinks, when the boat of Magillum sinks, they are gone. But we shall go forward and fix our eyes on this monster. If your heart is fearful, throw away fear. If there is terror, throw away terror. Take your axe in your hand and attack. He who leaves the fight unfinished is not at peace. Humbaba came out from his strong house of cedar, and Enkidu called out, O Gilgamesh, remember now your boasts in Uruk. Forward, attack, son of Uruk, there is nothing to fear. When he heard these words, his courage rallied, and he answered, Make haste, close in. If the watchman is there, do not let him escape to the woods where he will vanish. He has put on the first of his 7 splendors, but not yet the other 6. Let us trap him before he is armed. Like a raging wild bull he snuffed the ground. The watchman of the woods turned full of threatenings. He cried out. Humbaba came from his strong house of cedar. He nodded his head and shook it, menacing Gilgamesh. And on him he fastened his eye, the eye of death. Then Gilgamesh called out to Shamash, and his tears were flowing. O glorious Shamash, I have followed the road you commanded. But now if you send no succor, how shall I escape? Glorious Shamash heard his prayer, and summoned the great wind, the north wind, the whirlwind, the storm, and the icy wind, the tempest, and the scorching wind. They came like dragons, like a scorching fire, like a serpent that freezes the heart, a destroying flood and the lightning's fork. The 8 winds rose up against Humbaba. They beat against his eyes. He was gripped, unable to go forward or back. Gilgamesh shouted, By the life of Ninsun, my mother, and divine Lugalbanda, my father, in the country of the living, in this land I have discovered your dwelling. My weak arms and small weapons I have brought to this land against you, and now I will enter your house. So he felled the first cedar, and they cut the branches and laid them at the foot of the mountain. At the first stroke Humbaba blazed out, but they still advanced. They felled 7 cedars and cut the bound branches and laid them at the foot of the mountain, and 7 times Humbaba loosed his glory upon them. As the 7th blaze died out, they reached his lair. He slapped his thigh in scorn. He approached like a noble wild bull roped on the mountain, a warrior whose elbows are bound together. The tears started to his eyes, and he was pale. Gilgamesh, let me speak. I have never known a mother. No, nor a father who reared me. I was born of the mountain. He reared me, and Enlil made me the keeper of this forest. Oh, let me go free, Gilgamesh, and I will be your servant. You shall be my lord. All the trees of the forest that I tended on the mountain shall be yours. I will cut them down and build you a palace. He took him by the hand and led him to his house, so that the heart of Gilgamesh was so moved with compassion. He swore by the heavenly life, by the earthly life, by the underworld itself. Oh, Enkidu should not have snared. Bird returned to its nest, and the captive man returned to its mother's arms. Enkidu answered, The strongest of men will fall to fate if he has no judgment. Namtar, the evil fate that knows no distinction between men, will devour him. If the snared bird returns to his nest, if the captive man returns to his mother's arms, then you, my friend, will never return to the city where the mother is waiting who gave you birth. He will bar the mountain road against you, and make pathways impassable. Humbaba said, Enkidu, what you have spoken is evil. You, a hireling, dependent for your bread. In envy and for fear of a rival, you have spoken evil words. Enkidu said, Do not listen, Gilgamesh. This Humbaba must die. Kill Humbaba first, and his servants after. But Gilgamesh said, If we touch him, the blaze and the glory of the light will be put out in confusion. The glory and glamour will vanish. Its rays will be quenched. Enkidu said to Gilgamesh, Not so, my friend. First entrap the bird, and where shall the chicks run then? Afterwards, we can search out the glory and the glamour, when the chicks run distracted through the grass. Gilgamesh listened to the word of his companion. He took the axe in his hand. He drew the sword from his belt, and he struck Humbaba with the thrust of the sword to the neck, and Enkidu, his comrade, struck the second blow. At the third blow, Humbaba fell. Then there followed confusion, for this was the guardian of the forest, whom they had felled to the ground. For as far as 2 leagues the cedars shivered when Enkidu felled the watcher of the forest, he at whose voice Hermon and Lebanon used to tremble. Now the mountains were moved, and all the hills, for the guardian of the forest was killed. They attacked the cedars. The 7 splendors of Humbaba were extinguished. So they pressed on into the forest, bearing the sword of 8 talents. They uncovered the sacred dwellings of the Anunnaki, and while Gilgamesh felled the first of the trees of the forest, Enkidu cleared their roots as far as the banks of the Euphrates. They set Humbaba before the gods, before Enlil. They kissed the ground, and dropped the shroud and set the head before him. When he saw the head of Humbaba, Enlil raged at them. Why did you do this thing? From henceforth may the fire be on your faces. May it eat the bread that you eat. May it drink where you drink. Then Enlil took again the blaze of the 7 splendors that had been Humbaba's. He gave the first to the river. He gave to the lion, to the stone of execration, to the mountain, and to the dreaded daughter of the queen of hell. O Gilgamesh, king and conqueror of the dreadful blaze, wild bull who plunders the mountain, who crosses the sea, glory to him, and from the brave the greater glory is Enki's. Chapter 3. Ishtar and Gilgamesh and the Death of Enkidu. Gilgamesh washed out his long locks and cleaned his weapons. He flung back his hair from his shoulders. He threw off his stained clothes and changed them for new. He put on his royal robes and made them fast. When Gilgamesh had put on the crown, glorious Ishtar lifted her eyes, seeing the beauty of Gilgamesh. She said, "Come to me, Gilgamesh, and be my bridegroom. Grant me seed of your body. Let me be your bride, and you shall be my husband. I will harness for you a chariot of lapis lazuli and of gold, with wheels of gold and horns of copper, and you shall have mighty demons of the storm for draft mules. When you enter our house, in the fragrance of cedar wood, threshold and throne will kiss your feet. Kings, rulers, and princes will bow down before you. They shall bring you tribute from the mountains and the plain. Your ewes shall drop twins, and your goats triplets. Your pack donkey shall outrun mules. Your oxen shall have no rivals, and your chariot horses shall be famous far off for their swiftness." Gilgamesh opened his mouth and answered glorious Ishtar, "If I take your hand in marriage, what gifts can I give in return? What ointments and clothing for your body? I would gladly give you bread and all sorts of food fit for a god. I would give you wine and drink fit for a queen. I would pour out barley to stuff your granary. But as for making you my wife, that I will not. How would it go with me? Your lovers have found you like a brazier which smoulders in the cold, a back door which keeps out neither squall of wind nor storm, a castle which crushes the garrison, a pitch that blackens the bearer, a water skin that chafes the carrier, a stone which falls from the parapet, a battering ram turned back from the enemy, a sandal that trips the wearer. Which of your lovers did you ever love forever? What shepherd of yours has pleased you for all time? Listen to me while I tell you the tale of your lovers. There was Tammuz, the lover of your youth. From him you decreed wailing year after year. You loved the many-colored roller, but still you struck and broke his wing. Now in the grove he sits and cries, "My wing, my wing." You have loved the lion, tremendous in strength. 7 pits you dug for him, and 7. You have loved the stallion, magnificent in battle, and for him you decreed whip and spur and a thong to gallop 7 leagues by force and to muddy the water before he drinks. And for his mother, silly lamentations. You have loved the shepherd of the flock. He made meal cake for you day after day. He killed kids for your sake. You struck and turned him into a wolf. Now his own herd boys chase him away. His own hounds worry his flanks. And did you not love Ishulanu, the gardener of your father's palm grove? He brought you baskets filled with dates without end. Every day he loaded your table. Then you turned your eyes on him and said, "Dearest Ishulanu, come here to me. Let us enjoy your manhood. Come forward and take me. I am yours." Ishulanu answered, "What are you asking from me? My mother has baked, and I have eaten. Why should I come to such as you for food which is tainted and rotten? for when was a screen of rushes sufficient protection from frosts? But when you had bared his answer, you struck him. He was changed to a blind mole, deep in the earth, one whose desire is always beyond his reach. And if you and I should be lovers, should not I be served in the same fashion as all those others whom you once loved? When Ishtar heard this, she fell into a bitter rage. She went up to high heaven. Her tears poured down in front of her father Anu and Antum, her mother. She said, "My father Gilgamesh has heaped insults onto me. He has told me over all my abominable behavior, my foul and hideous acts." Anu opened his mouth and said, "Are you a father of the gods? Did you not quarrel with Gilgamesh the king? So now he has related your abominable behavior, your foul and hideous acts." Ishtar opened her mouth and said again, "My father, give me the bull of heaven to destroy Gilgamesh. Fill Gilgamesh, I say, with arrogance to his destruction. But if you refuse to give me the bull of heaven, I will break in the doors of hell and smash the bolts. There will be a confusion of people, those above with those from the lower depths. I shall bring up the dead to eat food like the living, and the hosts of the dead will outnumber the living." Anu said to great Ishtar, "If I do what you desire, there will be 7 years of drought throughout Uruk, when corn will be seedless husks. Have you saved grain enough for the people and grass for the cattle?" Ishtar replied, "I have saved grain for the people, grass for the cattle, and 7 years of seedless husks. There is grain and there is grass enough." When Anu heard what Ishtar had said, he gave her the bull of heaven to lead by the halter down to Uruk. When they reached the gates of Uruk, the bull went to the river. With his first snort, cracks open into the earth, and 100 young men fell down. With his second snort, cracks open, and 200 men fell down to their deaths. With his third snort, cracked open, Enkidu doubled over, but instantly recovered. He dodged aside and leapt on the bull and seized it by the horns. The bull of heaven foamed in his face. It brushed him with the thick of its tail. Enkidu cried out to Gilgamesh, "My friend, we boasted that we would leave enduring names behind us. Now thrust your sword between the nape and the horns." So Gilgamesh followed the bull. He seized the thick of its tail. He thrust the sword between the nape and the horns and slew the bull. When they had killed the bull of heaven, they cut out its heart and gave it to Shamash. And then the brothers rested. But Ishtar rose tip and mounted the great wall of Uruk. She sprung on the tower and uttered a curse. "Woe to Gilgamesh, for he has scorned me in the killing of the bull of heaven." When Enkidu heard these words, he tore out the bull's right thigh and tossed it in her face, saying to her, "If I could lay my hands on you, it is this I should do to you, and lash the entrails to your side." Then Ishtar called together her people, the dancing and singing girls, the temple courtesans. Over the thigh of the bull of heaven she set up lamentation. But Gilgamesh called the smiths and the armorers, all of them together. They admired the immensity of the horns. They were plated with lapis lazuli 2 fingers thick. They were 30 pounds each in weight, and their capacity in oil was 6 measures, which he gave to his guardian god Lugalbanda. But he carried the horns into the palace and hung them on the wall. Then they washed their hands in the Euphrates. They embraced each other and went away. They drove through the streets of Uruk where heroes were gathered to see them, and Gilgamesh called to the singing girls, "Who is the most glorious of heroes? Who is the most eminent among men?" "Gilgamesh is the most glorious of heroes. Gilgamesh is the most eminent among men." And now there was feasting, and celebrations and joy in the palace, till the heroes lay down, saying, "Now we will rest for the night." When the daylight came, Enkidu got up, and he cried to Gilgamesh, "Oh, my brother, such a dream I had last night. Anu, Enlil, Ea, and the heavenly Shamash took counsel together, and Anu said to Enlil, 'Because they have killed the bull of heaven, and because they have killed Humbaba who guarded the cedar mountain, one of the two must die.' Then glorious Shamash answered the hero Enlil, 'It was by your command that they killed the bull of heaven, and killed Humbaba. And must Enkidu die, although innocent?' Enlil flung round in a rage at glorious Shamash. 'You dare to say this? You who went about with them every day, like one of themselves.' So Enkidu stretched out before Gilgamesh. His tears ran down in streams, and he said to him, 'Oh, my brother, so dear as you are to me, brother, yet they will take me from you.' Again he said, 'I must sit down on the threshold of the dead, and never again will I see my dear brother with my eyes.' While Enkidu lay down in his sickness, he cursed the gate as though it was living flesh. 'You there, wood of the gate, dull and insensible, witless. I searched for you over 20 leagues until I saw the towering cedar. There is no wood for you like in our land. 72 cubits high and 24 wide, the pivot and the ferrule of the jambs are perfect. A master craftsman from Nippur has made you, but oh, if I had have known the conclusion! If I had have known that this was all the good that would come of it, I would have raised the axe and split you into pieces, and set up here a gate of wattle instead. If only some future king had brought you here, or some god had fashioned you. Let him obliterate my name and write his own, and the curse fall on him instead of on Enkidu." With the first brightening of the dawn, Enkidu raised his head and wept before the sun god. In the brilliance of the sunlight, his tears streamed down. "Sun god, I beseech you, about that vile trapper, that trapper of nothing, because whom I was to catch less than my comrade, let him catch least. Make his game scarce, make him feeble. Taking the smaller of every share, let his quarry escape from his nets." When he had cursed the trapper to his heart's content, he turned on the harlot. He was roused to curse her also. "As for you, woman, with a great curse I shall curse you. I will promise you a destiny to all eternity. My curse shall come on to you soon and sudden. You shall be without roof for your commerce, for you shall not keep the house with other girls in the tavern, but do your business in places fouled by the vomit of the drunkard. Your hire will be the potter's earth. Your thievings will be flung into the hovel. You will sit at the crossroads in the desert of the potter's quarter. You will make your bed on the dunghill at night, and by the day take your stand in the wall's shadow. Brambles and thorns will tear your feet. The drunk and the dry will strike your cheek, and your mouth will ache. Let you be stripped of your purple dyes. For I too, once in the wilderness with my wife, had all the treasure that I wished. When Shamash heard the words of Enkidu, he called to him from heaven, Enkidu, why are you cursing the woman, the mistress who taught you to eat bread fit for the gods and drink the wine of kings? She put you upon a magnificent garment. Did she not give you the glorious Gilgamesh for your companion? And has not Gilgamesh, your own brother, made you rest on a royal bed and recline on a couch at his left hand? He has made the princes of the earth kiss your feet, and now all the people of Uruk lament and wail over you. When you are dead, he will let his hair grow long for your sake. He will wear a lion's pelt and wander through the desert. When Enkidu heard glorious Shamash, his angry heart grew quiet. He called back the curse and said, Woman, I promise you another destiny. The mouth which cursed you shall bless you. Kings, princes, and nobles shall adore you. On your account, a man, though 12 miles off, will clap his hand to his thigh, and his hair will twitch. For you he will undo his belt and open his treasure, and you shall have your desire. Lapis lazuli, gold, and carnelian from the heap in the treasury. A ring for your hand, and a robe shall be yours. The priest will lead you into the presence of the gods, and your account, a wife, a mother of 7, was forsaken. As Enkidu slept alone in his sickness, in bitterness of spirit, he poured out his heart to his friend. It was I who cut down the cedar, I who leveled the forest, I who slayed Humbaba, and now see what has become of me. Listen, my friend. This is the dream I dreamed last night. The heavens roared. The earth rumbled back an answer. Between them stood I before an awful being, the sombre-faced man-bird. He had directed me on his purpose. He was a vampire face. His foot was a lion's foot, his hand was an eagle's talon. He fell on me, and his claws were in my hair. He held me fast, and I smouldered. Then he transformed me, so that my arms became wings covered with feathers. He turned his stare towards me, and he led me away from the palace of Irkala, the Queen of Darkness, to the house from which none who enters ever returns, down the road from which there is no coming back. There is the house whose people sit in darkness. Dust is their food, and clay their meat. They are clothed like birds, with wings for covering. They see no light. They sit in darkness. I entered the house of dust, and I saw the kings of the earth with their crowns put away forever. Rulers and princes, all those who once wore kingly crowns and ruled the world in the days of old. They who had stood in the palace of gods like An and Enlil stood now like servants to fetch baked meats in the house of dust, to carry cooked meat and cold water from the water skin. In the house of dust from which I entered were high priests and acolytes, priests of incantation and of ecstasy. There were the servers of the temple, and there was Etana, that king of Dish, whom the eagle carried to heaven in the days of old. I saw also Samarkand, the god of cattle, and there was Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, and Befit Sheri, squatted in front of her, she who is the recorder of the gods and keeps the book of death. She held a tablet from which she read. She raised her head. She saw me and spoke. "Who has brought this one here?" Then I awoke like a man drained of blood, who wanders alone in the waste of rashes, like one whom the bailiff has seized. His heart pounds with terror. Gilgamesh had peeled off his clothes. He listened to his words and wept quick tears. Gilgamesh listened, and his tears flowed. He opened his mouth and spoke to Enkidu. "Who is there in strong-walled Uruk who has wisdom like this? Strange things have been spoken. Why does your heart speak strangely?" The dream was marvelous, but the terror was great. We must treasure the dream, whatever the terror, for the dream has shown that misery comes at last to the healthy man. The end of life is sorrow. And Gilgamesh lamented. "Now I will pray to the great gods, for my friend had an ominous dream." This day on which Enkidu dreamed came to an end, and lay stricken with sickness. One whole day he laid on his bed, and his suffering increased. He said to Gilgamesh, the friend on whose account he had left the wilderness, "Once I ran for you, for the water of life, and now I have nothing." A second day he lay on his bed, and Gilgamesh watched over him, but the sickness increased. A third day he laid on his bed. He called out to Gilgamesh, rousing him up. Now he was weak, and his eyes were blind with weeping. 10 days he lay, and his suffering increased. 11 and 12 days he lay on his bed of pain. Then he called to Gilgamesh, "My friend, the great goddess has cursed me, and I must die in shame. I shall not die like a man fallen in battle. I feared to fall, but happy is the man who falls in battle, for I must die in shame." And Gilgamesh wept over Enkidu. With the first light of dawn, he raised his voice and said to the counselors of Uruk, "Hear me, great ones of Uruk, I weep for Enkidu my friend. Bitterly moaning like a woman mourning, I weep for my brother. Oh, Enkidu, my brother, you were the axe at my side, my hand's strength, the sword in my belt, the shield before me, a glorious robe, my fairest ornament. An evil fate has robbed me, a wild ass and a gazelle, that were father and mother, all long-tailed creatures that nourished you, weep for you. All the wild things of the plain and pastures, the paths that you loved in the forest of cedars, night and day murmur. Let the great ones of strong-walled Uruk weep for you. Let the finger of blessing be stretched out in mourning, Enkidu, young brother. There is an echo through all the country, like a mother warning. Weep all the paths where we walked together, and the beasts we hunted, the bear, the hyena, tiger and panther, leopard and lion, the stag and the ibex, the bull and the doe. The river along whose banks we used to walk, it weeps for you. Ula of Elam, and dear Euphrates, where once we drew water for the water skins, The mountain we climbed where we slew the watchman weeps for you. The warriors of strong-walled Uruk, where the bull of heaven was killed, weep for you. All of the people of Eridu weep for you, Enkidu. Those who brought grain for your eating mourn for you now. Who rubbed oil on your back mourn for you now. Who poured beer for your drinking mourn for you now. The harlot who adjoined you in fragrant ointment laments for you now. The women of the palace who bought you a wife, a chosen ring of good advice, lament for you now. And the young men, your brothers, as though they were women, go long-haired in mourning. What is this sleep which holds you now? You are lost in the dark and cannot hear me. He touched his heart, but it did not beat, nor did he lift his eyes again. When Gilgamesh touched its heart, it did not beat. So Gilgamesh laid a veil, as one veils the bride over his friend. He began to rage like a lioness robbed of her whelps. This way and that he paced round the bed. He tore out his hair and strewed it around. He dragged of his splendid robes and flung them down as though they were abominations. In the first light of dawn, Gilgamesh cried out, "I made you rest on a royal bed. You reclined on a couch at my left hand. The princes of the earth kissed your feet. I will cause all people of Uruk to weep over you, and raise the dirge of the dead. The joyful people will stoop with sorrow, and when you have gone to the earth, I will let my hair grow long for your sake. I will wander through the wilderness in the skin of a lion." The next day also, in the first light, Gilgamesh lamented. 7 days and 7 nights he wept for Enkidu, until the worm fastened upon him. Only then he gave him up to the earth, for the Anunnaki, the judges, had seized him. Then Gilgamesh issued a proclamation through the land. He summoned them all, the coppersmiths, the goldsmiths, the stone workers, and commanded them, "Make a statue of my friend." The statue was fashioned with a great weight of lapis lazuli for the breast and of gold for the body. A table of hard wood was set out, and on it a bowl of carnelian filled with honey, and a bowl of lapis lazuli filled with butter. These he exposed and offered to the sun, and weeping, he went away. Chapter 4. The Search for Everlasting Life. Bitterly Gilgamesh wept for his friend Enkidu. He wandered over the wilderness as a hunter. He roamed over the plains. In his bitterness he cried, "How can I rest? How can I be at peace? Despair is in my heart. What my brother is now, that shall I be when I am dead? Because I am afraid of death, I will go as best as I can to find Utnapishtim, whom they call the Far Away, for he has entered the assembly of the gods." So Gilgamesh travelled over the wilderness. He wandered over the grasslands, a long journey, in search of Utnapishtim, whom the gods took after the deluge, and they set him in to live in the land of Dilmum, in the garden of the sun, and to him alone of men they gave everlasting life. At night, when he came to the mountain passes, Gilgamesh prayed, "In these mountain passes long ago I saw lions. I was afraid. and I lifted my eyes to the moon. I prayed, and my prayers went up to the gods. So now, O moon god, Sin, protect me." When he had prayed, and he lay down to sleep, until he was woken from out of a dream, he saw the lions round him glorying in life. Then he took his axe in his hand, he drew his sword from his belt, and he fell upon them like an arrow from the string, and struck and destroyed and scattered them. So at length Gilgamesh came to Mashu, the great mountains about which he had heard many things, which guard the rising and setting suns. Its twin peaks are as high as the wall of heaven, and its paps reach down to the underworld. At its gate the scorpions stand guard, half man and half dragon. Their glory is terrifying. Their stare strikes death into men. Their shimmering halo sweeps the mountains that guard the setting and rising sun. When Gilgamesh saw them, he shielded his eyes for the length of a moment only. Then he took courage and approached. When they saw him so undismayed, the man-scorpion called to his mate, "This one who comes to us is now flesh of the gods." The mate of the man-scorpion answered, "2/3 is God, but 1/3 is man." Then he called to the man Gilgamesh. He called to the child of the gods. "Why have you come so great a journey? For what have you travelled so far, crossing those dangerous waters? Tell me the reason for your coming." Gilgamesh answered, "For Enkidu. I loved him dearly. Together we endured all kinds of hardships. On his account I have come, for the common lot of man has taken him. I have wept for him day, and I have wept for him night. I will not give up his body for burial. I thought my friend would come back because of my weeping. Since he went, my life is nothing. That is why I have travelled here, in search of Utnapishtim, my father, for men say he has entered the assembly of the gods, and has found everlasting life. I have a desire to question him, concerning the living and the dead." The man-scorpion opened his mouth and said, speaking to Gilgamesh, "No man born of woman has done what you have asked. No mortal man has gone into the mountain. The length of it is 12 leagues of darkness. In it there is no light, but the heart is oppressed with darkness. From the rising of the sun to the setting of the sun, there is no light." Gilgamesh said to him, "Although I should go into sorrow and pain, with sighing and with weeping, still I must go. Open the gate of the mountain." And the man-scorpion said, "Go, Gilgamesh. I permit you to pass through the mountain of Mashu, and through the high ranges. May your feet carry you safely home. The gate of the mountain is open." When Gilgamesh heard this, he did as the man-scorpion had said. He followed the sun's road to his rising through the mountain. When he had gone 1 league, the darkness became thick around him, for there was no light. He could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. After 2 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. He could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. After 3 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. After 4 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. At the end of 5 leagues, the darkness was thick, and there was no light. He could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. When he had gone 7 leagues, the darkness was thick. There was no light. When he had gone 8 leagues, Gilgamesh gave a great cry, for the darkness was thick, and he could see nothing ahead and nothing behind him. After 11 leagues, the dawn light appeared. At the end of 12 leagues, the sun streamed out. There was the garden of the gods. All round him stood bushes bearing gems. Seeing it, he went down at once, for there was fruit of carnelian, with the vine hanging from it, beautiful to look at. Lapis lazuli leaves hung thick with fruit, sweet to see. For thorns and thistles there were hematite and rare stones, agate and pearls from out of the sea. While Gilgamesh walked in the garden by the edge of the sea, Shamash saw him, and he saw that he was dressed in the skins of animals and ate their flesh. He was distressed, and he spoke and said, "No mortal man has gone this way before, nor will, as long as the winds drive over the sea." And to Gilgamesh he said, "You will never find the life for which you are searching." Gilgamesh said to the glorious Shamash, "Now that I have toiled and strayed so far over the wilderness, am I to sleep and let the earth cover my head forever? Let my eyes see the sun until they are dazzled with looking. Although I am no better than a dead man, still let me see the light of the sun." Besides the sea, she lives, the woman of the vine, the maker of wine. Siduri sits in the garden at the edge of the sea with the golden bowl and the golden vats that the gods gave her. She is covered with a veil, and where she sits, she sees Gilgamesh coming towards her, wearing skins, the flesh of the gods in his body, but despair in his heart, and his face like the face of one who has made a long journey. She looked, and she scanned the distance. She said in her own heart, "Surely this is some felon. Where is he going now?" And she barred her gate against him with the crossbar and shot home the bolt. But Gilgamesh, hearing the sound of the bolt, threw up his head and lodged his foot in the gate. He called to her, "Young woman, maker of wine, why do you bolt the door? What did you see that made you bar your gate? I will break in your door and burst in your gate, for I am Gilgamesh, who seized and killed the bull of heaven. I killed the watchman of the cedar forest. I overthrew Humbaba, who lived in the forest, and I killed the lions in the passes of the mountain." Then Siduri said to him, "If you are that Gilgamesh who seized and killed the bull of heaven, who killed the watchman of the cedar forest, who overthrew Humbaba that lived in the forest and killed the lions in the passes of the mountain, why are your cheeks so starved? And why is your face so drawn? Why is despair in your heart and your face like the face of one who has made a long journey? Yes, why is your face burned from heat and cold? And why do you come here, wandering over the pastures in search of the wind?" Gilgamesh answered her, "And why should not my cheeks be starved and my face drawn? Despair is in my heart, and my face is the face of one who has made a long journey. It was burned with heat and cold. Why should I not wander over the pastures in search of the wind? My friend, you see, my younger brother, he who hunted the wild ass of the wilderness and the panther of the plains, nay, friend, my younger brother, who seized and killed the bull of heaven and overthrew Humbaba in the cedar forest, my friend who was very dear to me, and who endures dangers beside me. Enkidu, my brother, whom I loved. The end of mortality has overtaken him. I wept for him 7 days and nights till the worm fastened upon him. Because of my brother, I am afraid of death. Because of my brother, I stray through the wilderness, and I know no rest. But now, young woman, maker of wine, since I have seen your face, do not let me see the face of death which I dread so much. She answered, Gilgamesh, where are you hurrying to? You will never find that life for which you are looking. When the gods created man, they allotted him to death, but life they retained in their own keeping. As for you, Gilgamesh, fill your belly with good things, day and night, night and day. Dance and be merry, feast and rejoice. Let your clothes be fresh, bathe yourself in water, cherish the little child that holds your hand, and make your wife happy in your embrace. For this, too, is the lot of man. But Gilgamesh said to Siduri, the young woman, How can I be silent? How can I rest, when Enkidu, whom I love, is dust, and I too shall die and be laid in the earth? You live by the seashore and look into the heart of it, young woman. Tell me now, which is the way to Utnapishtim, the son of Ubarututu? What directions are there for the passage? Give me the directions. I will cross the ocean if it's possible. If it is not, I will wander still farther in the wilderness. The winemaker said to him, Gilgamesh, there is no crossing the ocean. Whoever has come since the days of old has not been able to pass that sea. The sun in his glory crosses the ocean, but who besides Shamash has ever crossed it? The place and the passage are difficult, and the waters of death are deep which flow between. Gilgamesh, how will you cross the ocean? When you come to the waters of death, what will you do? But, Gilgamesh, down in the woods you will find Urshanabi, the ferryman of Utnapishtim. With him are the holy things, the things of stone. He is fashioning the serpent prow of the boat. Look at him well, and if it is possible, perhaps you will cross the waters with him. But if it is not possible, then you must go back. When Gilgamesh heard this, he was seized with anger. He took his axe in his hand, and his dagger from his belt. He crept forward, and he fell on them like a javelin. Then he went into the forest and sat down. Urshanabi saw the dagger flash, and heard the axe, and he beat his head, for Gilgamesh had shattered the tackle of the boat in his rage. Urshanabi said to him, Tell me, what is your name? I am Urshanabi, the ferryman of Utnapishtim, the far away. He replied to him, Gilgamesh is my name. I am from Uruk, from the house of Anu. Then Urshanabi said to him, Why are your cheeks so starved and your face so drawn? Why is despair in your heart, and your face like the face of one who has made a long journey? Yes, why is your face burned with heat and cold? And why do you come here wandering over the pastures in the search of the wind? Gilgamesh said to him, Why should my cheeks not be starved, and my face not drawn, Despair is in my heart, and my face is the face of one who has indeed made a long journey. I was burned with the heat and the cold. Why should I not wander over the pastures? My friend, my younger brother, who seized and killed the bull of heaven and overthrew Humbaba in the cedar forest, that friend who was very dear to me and who endured dangers beside me, Enkidu, my brother, whom I loved. The end of mortality has taken him. I wept for him 7 days and nights till the worm fastened upon him. Because of my brother I am afraid of death. Because of my brother I stray through the wilderness. His fate lies heavily upon me. How can I be silent? How can I rest? He is dust, and I too shall die and be laid in the earth forever. I am afraid of death. Therefore, Urshanabi, tell me which is the road to Utnapishtim. If it is possible, I will cross the waters of death. If not, I will still wander farther through the wilderness. Urshanabi said to him, Gilgamesh, your own hands have prevented you from crossing the ocean. When you destroyed the tackle of your boat, you destroyed its safety. Then the two of them talked it over, and Gilgamesh said, Why are you so angry with me, Urshanabi? For you yourself cross the sea day and night. At all seasons you cross it. Gilgamesh, those things you destroyed, their property is to carry me over the water to prevent the waters of death from touching me. It was for this reason that I preserved them. But you have destroyed them, and the Urnu snakes with them. But now, go into the forest, Gilgamesh. With your axe cut poles, 120. Cut them 60 cubits long, paint them with bitumen, set them on ferules, and bring them back. When Gilgamesh heard this, he went into the forest. He cut the poles 120. He cut them 60 cubits long and painted them with bitumen. He set them on the ferules, and he brought them to Urshanabi. Then they boarded the boat, Gilgamesh and Urshanabi together, launching it out to the waves of the ocean. For 3 days they ran on it, as it were a journey of a month and 15 days. And at last, Urshanabi brought the boat to the waters of death. Then Urshanabi said to Gilgamesh, Press on, take a pole and thrust it in, but do not let your hands touch the waters. Gilgamesh took a second pole, and a third. He took a fourth pole. Now, Gilgamesh, take a fifth, take a sixth, and seventh pole. Gilgamesh, take an 8th and 9th and 10th pole, an 11th and 12th pole. After 120 thrusts, Gilgamesh had used the last pole. Then he stripped himself. He held up his arms for a mast, and his covering for a sail. So Urshanabi the ferryman brought Gilgamesh to Utnapishtim, whom they call the Far Away, who lives in Ti-Nun, at the place of the sun's transit, eastward of the mountain. To him alone of men and gods have given everlasting life. Now, Utnapishtim, where he lay at ease, looked into the distance and said in his heart, musing to himself, Why does the boat sail here without tackle and a mast? Why are their sacred stones destroyed? Why does the master not sail the boat? That man who comes is none of mine. Where I look, I see a man whose body is covered with skins of beasts. Who is this who walks up upon the shore behind Urshanabi? For surely he is no man of mine. So Utnapishtim looked at him and said, What is your name? You who have come here wearing the skins of beasts, with your cheeks starved and your face drawn. Where are you hurrying to now? For what reason have you made this great journey, crossing the seas whose passage is difficult? Tell me the reason for your coming. He replied, Gilgamesh is my name. I am from Uruk, from the house of Anu. Then Utnapishtim said to him, If you are Gilgamesh, why are your cheeks so starved and your face so drawn? Why is despair in your heart and your face like the face of that who has made a long journey? And why is your face so burned with the heat and the cold? And why do you come here, wandering over the wilderness in search of the wind? Gilgamesh said to him, Why should not my cheeks be starved and my face not drawn? Despair is in my heart, and my face is the face of one who has made a long journey. It was burned with heat and cold. Why should I not wander over the pastures? My friend, my younger brother, who seized and killed the bull of heaven, and overthrew Umbaba in the cedar forest, my friend who was very endeared to me, and endured dangers beside me. Enkidu, my brother who I loved, the end of mortality has overtaken him. I wept for him, 7 days and 7 nights, till the worm fastened upon him. Because of my brother I am afraid of death. Because of my brother I stray through the wilderness. His fate lies heavily upon me. How can I be silent? How can I rest? He is dust, and I shall die also and be laid in the earth forever. Again Gilgamesh said, speaking to Utnapishtim, It is to see Utnapishtim, whom we call the Far Away, that I have come to this journey. For this I have wandered over the world. I have crossed many difficult ranges. I have crossed the seas. I have wearied myself with the traveling. My joints are aching, and I have lost acquaintance with sleep which is sweet. My clothes were worn out when I came to the house of Siduri. I have killed the bear and the hyena, the lion, the panther, the tiger, the stag, the ibex, all sorts of wild game and small creatures in the pastures. I ate their flesh and wore their skins, and that was how I came to the gate of the young woman, the maker of wine, who barred her gate of pitch and bitumen against me. From her I had the news of the journey, so then I came to Ushanabi, the ferryman, and with him I crossed over the waters of death. Oh, Father Utnapishtim, you who have entered the assembly of the gods, I wish to question you concerning the living and the dead. How shall I find the life for which I am searching? Utnapishtim said to Gilgamesh, There is no permanence. Do we build a house to stand forever? Do we seal a contract to hold for all time? Do brothers divide an inheritance to keep forever? Does the flood time of rivers endure? It is only the nymph of the dragonfly who sheds her larva and sees the sun in his glory. From the days of old there is no permanence. The sleeping and the dead, how alike they are. They are like a painted death. What is there between the master and the servant when both have fulfilled their doom? When the Anunnaki, the judges, come together, and the Mametun, the mother of destinies, together they decree the fates of men. Life and death they allot, but the day of death they do not disclose. Then Gilgamesh said to Utnapishtim the Far Away, I look at you now, Utnapishtim, and your appearance is no different from mine. There is nothing strange in your features. I thought I should find you like a hero prepared for battle, but you be here taking your ease on your back. Tell me truly, how was it that you came to enter the company of the gods and to possess everlasting life? Utnapishtim said to Gilgamesh, I will reveal you a mystery. I will tell you a secret of the gods. Chapter 5. The Story of the Flood. You know the city Shuruppak. It stands on the banks of the Euphrates. That city grew old, and the gods that were in it were old. There was Anu, lord of the firmament, their father, and warrior Enlil, their counselor, Ninurta, the helper, and Ennugi, watcher over canals, and with them also was A. In those days the world teemed, the people multiplied, the world bellowed like a wild bull, and the great god was aroused by the clamour. Enlil heard this clamour, and he said to the god's council, The uproar of mankind is intolerable, and sleep is no longer possible by any reason of the babel. So the gods agreed to exterminate mankind. Enlil did this, but because of his oath, warned me in a dream. He whispered their words to my house of reeds. Reed house, wall, O wall, hearken, reed house, wall, reflect, O man of Shuruppak, son of Ubaru Tutu, tear down your house and build a boat, abandon possessions and look for life, despise worldly goods and save your soul alive. Tear down your house, I say, and build a boat. These are the measurements of the bark as you shall build her. Let hex beam equal her length. Let her deck be roofed like the vault that covers the abyss. Then take up into the boat the seed of all living creatures. When I had understood, I said to my lord, Behold, what you have commanded I will honor and perform. But how shall I answer the people, the city, the elders? Then opened his mouth and said to me, his servant, Tell them this. I have learned that Enlil is wrathful against me. I dare no longer walk in his land nor live in his city. I will go down to the gulf to dwell with my lord. But on you he will rain down abundance, rare fish and shy wild fowl, a rich harvest tide. In the evening the rider of the storm will bring you wheat in torrents. In the light of the first dawn, all my household gathered round me. The children brought pitch, and the men whatever was necessary. On the 5th day, I laid the keel and the ribs. Then I made fast the planking. The ground space was 1 acre. Each side of the deck measured 120 cubits, marking a square. I built 6 decks below, 7 in all. I divided them into 9 sections with bulkheads between. I drove in wedges where needed. I saw to bunt poles and laid in supplies. The carriers brought oil in baskets. I poured pitch into the furnace and asphalt and oil. More oil was consumed in the caulking, and more again the master of the boat took into his stores. I slaughtered bulls for the people, and every day I killed sheep. I gave the shipwrights wine to drink, as though it were river water, raw wine, and red wine, and oil, and white wine. There was feasting then, as there is at the time of the New Year's festival. I myself anointed my head. On the 7th day, the boat was complete. Then was the launching full of difficulty. There was shifting of ballast above and below, till 2/3 was submerged. I loaded into her all that I had of gold, and of all living things, my family, my kin, the beast of the field, both wild and tame, and all the craftsmen. I sent them on board, for the time that Shamash had ordained was already fulfilled, when he said, "In the evening, when the rider of the storm sends down the destroying rain, enter the boat and batten her down." The time was fulfilled. The evening came. The rider of the storm sent down the rain. I looked out at the weather, and it was terrible. So I too boarded the boat and battened her down. All was now complete, the battening and the caulking. So I handed the tiller to Puzur Umuri, the steersman, with the navigation and the care of the whole boat. With the first light of dawn, a black cloud came from the horizon. It thundered within where Adad, the lord of the storm, was rising. In front over the hill and the plain Shulat and Hanish, heralds of the storm, both led on. The gods of the abyss rose up. Nergal pulled out the dams of the nether waters. Ninurta, the warlord, threw down dikes, and the 7 judges of hell, the Anunnaki, raised their torches, lighting the land with their living flame. A stupor of despair went up to heaven when the god of the storm turned daylight to darkness, when he smashed the land like a cup. One whole day the tempest raged, gathering fury as it went. It poured over the people like the tides of battle. A imam could not see his brother, nor the people be seen from heaven. Even the gods were terrified of the flood. They fled to the highest heaven, the firmament of An. They crouched against the walls, cowering like curs. Then Ishtar, the sweet-voiced queen of heaven, cried out like a woman in travail. "Alas, the days of old are turned to dust because I commanded evil. Why did I command thus evil in the council of all gods? I commanded wars to destroy the people, but they are not my people, for I brought them forth. Now, like the spawn of fish, they float in the ocean. The great gods of heaven and the hell wept. They covered their mouths. For 6 days and 6 nights, the winds blew. Torrent and tempest and flood overwhelmed the world. Tempest and flood raged together like warring hosts. When the 7th day dawned, the storm from the south subsided. The sea grew calm, and the flood was stilled. I looked at the face of the world, and there was silence. All mankind was turned to clay. The surface of the sea stretched as flat as a rooftop. I opened a hatch, and the light fell upon my face. Then I bowed low. I sat down and I wept. The tears streamed down my face, for on every side was the waste of water. I looked for land in vain, but 14 leagues distant there appeared a mountain, and there a boat grounded. On the mountain of Nisir, the boat held fast. She held fast and did not budge. On the day she held, and a 2nd day on the mountain of Nisir, she held fast and did not budge. A 3rd day and a 4th day she held fast on the mountain and did not budge, a 5th and a 6th day. When the 7th day dawned, I loosed a dove. and let her go. She flew away, but finding no resting place, she returned. Then I loosed a swallow, and she flew away, but finding no resting place, she returned. I loosed a raven, and she saw that the waters had retreated. She ate, she flew around, she cawed, and she did not come back. Then I threw everything open to the four winds. I made a sacrifice and poured out a libation on the mountain top. 7 and again 7 cauldrons I set up in their stands. I heaped up wood and cane and cedar and myrtle. When the gods smelled the sweet savor, they gathered like flies over the sacrifice. Then, at last, Ishtar also came. She lifted her necklace with the jewels of heaven that once the Anu had made to please her. O you gods here present, by the lapis lazuli round my neck I shall remember these days as I remember the jewels of my throat. These last days I shall not forget. Let all the gods gather round the sacrifice, except Enlil. He shall not approach this offering, for without reflection he brought the flood. He consigned my people to destruction. When Enlil had come, he saw the boat. He was wrath and swelled with anger. Has any of these mortals escaped? Not one was to have survived the destruction. Then the god of the wells and canals, Ninurta, opened his mouth and said to the warrior Enlil, Who is there of the gods that can devise without Ea? It is Ea alone who knows all things. And then Ea opened his mouth and spoke to the warrior Enlil. Wisest of the gods, hero Enlil, how can you so senselessly bring down the flood? Lay upon the sinner his sin, lay upon the transgressor his transgression. Punish him a little when he breaks loose, do not drive him too hard, or he perishes. Would that a lion had ravaged mankind, rather than he the loud. Would that a wolf had ravaged mankind, rather than the flood. Would the famine had wasted the world rather than the flood. Would that pestilence had wasted mankind rather than the flood. It was not I that revealed the secret of the gods. The wise man learned it in a dream. Now take your counsel. What shall be done with him? Then Enlil went up to the boat. He took me by the hand and my wife and made us enter the boat, and kneel down on either side, he standing between us. He touched our foreheads to bless us, saying, In time past, Utnapishtim was a mortal man. Henceforth he and his wife shall live in the distance at the mouth of the rivers. Thus it was that the gods took me and placed me here to live in the distance, at the mouth of the rivers. Chapter 6. The Return. Utnapishtim said, As for you, Gilgamesh, who will assemble the gods for your sake, so that you may find that life from which you are searching? But if you wish, come and put into the test. Only prevail against sleep 6 days and 7 nights. But when Gilgamesh sat there resting on his haunches, a mist of sleep like soft wool teased from the fleece drifted over him. And Utnapishtim said to his wife, Look at him now, the strong man who would have everlasting life. Even now the mists of sleep are drifting over him. His wife replied, Touch the man to wake him, so that he may return to his own land in peace. going back through the gate by which he came. Utnapishtim said to his wife, "All men are deceivers. Even you he will attempt to deceive. Therefore, bake loaves of bread, each day 1 loaf, and put it beside his head, and make a mark on the wall to number the days he has slept." So she baked loaves of bread, each day 1 loaf, and put it beside his head, and she marked the wall the days that he slept. And there came a day when the first loaf was hard, the second was like leather, the third was soggy, the crust on the fourth had mold, and the fifth was mildewed, the sixth was fresh, and the seventh was still in the embers. Then Utnapishtim touched him, and he woke. Gilgamesh said to Utnapishtim the far away, "I hardly slept when you touched and roused me." But Utnapishtim said, "Count those loaves and learn how many days you slept. For your first is hard, your second is like leather, your third is soggy, the crust of the fourth has mold, the fifth is mildewed, the sixth is fresh, and your seventh was still over the glowing embers when I touched and woke you." Gilgamesh said, "What shall I do, Utnapishtim? Where shall I go? Already in the thief of the night has hold of my limbs. Death inhabits my room. Wherever my foot rests, it's there I find death." Then Utnapishtim spoke to Urshanabi the ferryman. "Woe to you, Urshanabi! Now and forevermore you have become hateful to this harborage. It is not for you, nor for you are the crossings of this sea. Go now, banished from the shore. But this man before you, whom you walked, bringing him here, whose body is covered with foulness and the grace of whose limbs has been spoiled by wild skins, take him to the washing place. There he shall wash his long hair clean as snow in the water. He shall throw his skins and let the sea carry them away. And the beauty of his body shall be shown. The fillet on his forehead shall be renewed, and he shall be given clothes to cover his nakedness. Till he reaches his own city and his journey is accomplished, these clothes will show no sign of age. They will wear like a new garment." So Urshanabi took Gilgamesh and led him to the washing place. He washed his long hair as clean as the snow in the water. He threw off his skins which the sea carried away, and showed the beauty of his body. He renewed the fillet on his forehead, and to cover his nakedness gave him clothes which would show no sign of age, but would wear like a new garment until he reached his own city, and his journey was finally accomplished. Then Gilgamesh and Urshanabi launched the boat on the water and boarded it, and they made ready to sail away. But the wife of Utnapishtim the far away said to him, "Gilgamesh came here wearied out. He is worn out. What will you give him to carry him back to his own country?" So Utnapishtim spoke, and Gilgamesh took a pole and brought the boat to the bank. "Gilgamesh, you came here a man wearied out. You have worn yourself out. What shall I give you to carry you back to your own country?" "Gilgamesh, I shall reveal a secret thing. It is a mystery of the gods that I am telling you. There is a plant that grows underwater. It has a prickle like a thorn, like a rose. It will wound your hands, but if you succeed in taking it, then your hands will hold that which restores his lost youth to a man. When Gilgamesh heard this, he opened the sluices, so the sweet water current may carry him out to the deepest channel. He tied heavy stones to his feet, and they dragged him down to the waterbed. There he saw the plant growing. Although he pricked him, he took it in his own hands. Then he cut away the heavy stones from his feet, and the sea carried him, threw him out onto the shore. Gilgamesh said to Urshanabi the ferryman, "Come here and see this marvelous plant. By its virtue a man may win back all his former strength. I will take it to Uruk of the strong walls. There I will give it to the old men to eat. Its name shall be, The Old Men Are Young Again. And at last I shall eat it myself, and have back all my lost youth." So Gilgamesh returned by the gate through they had come. Gilgamesh and Urshanabi went together. They travelled their 20 leagues, and then they broke their fast. After 30 leagues, they stopped for the night. Gilgamesh saw a well of cool water, and he went down and bathed. But deep down in the pool there was lying a serpent, and the serpent sensed the sweetness of the flower. It rose out of the water and snatched it away, and immediately it sloughed its skin and returned to the well. Then Gilgamesh sat down and wept, his tears running down his face, and he took the hands of Urshanabi. "Oh, Urshanabi, was it for this that I toiled with my hands? Is it for this that I have wrung out my heart's blood? For myself I have gained nothing, not I, but the beast of the earth has joy of it now. Already the stream has carried it 20 leagues back to the channels where I found it. I found a sign, and now I have lost it. Let us leave the boat on the bank and go." After 20 leagues, they broke their fast. 30 leagues they stopped for the night. In 3 days they had walked as far as a journey of a month and 15 days. When the journey was accomplished, they arrived at Uruk, the strong-walled city. Gilgamesh spoke to him, to Urshanabi the ferryman. "Urshanabi, climb up on the wall of Uruk, inspect its foundation terrace, and examine well the brickwork. See if it is not of burnt bricks. And did not the 7 wise men lay these foundations? 1/3 of the whole is city, 1/3 is garden, 1/3 is field. With the precinct of the goddess Ishtar, these parts and the precinct are all Uruk." This too was the work of Gilgamesh, the king, who knew the countries of the world. He was wise. He saw mysteries and knew secret things. He brought us a tale of the days before the flood. He went on a long journey, was weary, worn out with labor, and returning, engraved on a stone the whole story. Chapter 7. The Death of Gilgamesh. The destiny was fulfilled which the father of the gods Enlil of the mountain had decreed for Gilgamesh. In nether earth the darkness will show him a light. Of mankind, all that are known, none will leave a monument for generations to come to compare with his. The heroes, the wise men, like the new moon, have their waxing and waning. Men will say, "Who has ever ruled with might and with power like him?" As in the dark month, the month of shadows, so without him there is no light. O Gilgamesh, this was the meaning of your dream. You were given the kingship, such was your destiny. Everlasting life was not your destiny. Because of this, Do not be sad at heart. Do not be grieved or oppressed. He has given you power to bind and to loose, and to be the darkness and the light of mankind. He has given you unexampled supremacy over people, victory in battle from which no fugitive returns, in forays and assaults from which there is no going back. But do not abuse this power. Deal justly with your servants in the palace. Deal justly before the face of the sun. The king has laid himself down and will not rise again. The Lord of Kulab will not rise again. He overcame evil. He will not come again. Though he was strong of arm, he will not rise again. He had wisdom and a comely face. He will not come again. He is gone into the mountain. He will not come again. On the bed of fate he lies. He will not rise again. From the couch of many colors, he will not come again. The people of the city, great and small, are not silent. They lift up the lament. All men of flesh and blood lift up the lament. Fate has spoken. Like a hooked fish, he lies stretched on the bed, like a gazelle that is caught in a noose. Inhuman Namtar is heavy upon him, Namtar that has neither hand nor foot, that drinks no water and eats no meat. For Gilgamesh, son of Ninsun, they weighed out their offerings. His dear wife, his son, his concubine, his musicians, jester, household, servants, stewards, all who lived in the palace, weighed out their offerings for Gilgamesh, the son of Ninsun, the heart of Uruk. They weighed out their offerings to Ereshkigal, the queen of death, and to all the gods of the dead. To Namtar, who is fate, they weighed out the offering. Bread for Ned, the keeper of the gate. Bread for Ningizida, the god of the serpent, the lord of the tree of life. For Dumuzi also, the young shepherd. For Enki and Ninki. For Endukuga and Nindukuga. For Enmul and Ninmul. All the ancestral gods, forebears of Enlil. A feast for Shulpe, the god of feasting, for Samukan, the god of the herds, for Dai Mother Ninhursag, and the gods of creation in the place of creation, for the host of heaven, priest and priestess, weighed out the offering of the dead. Gilgamesh, the son of Ninsun, lies in the tomb. At the place of offerings, he weighed the bread offering. At the place of libation, he poured out the wine. In those days, Lord Gilgamesh departed, the son of Ninsun, the king, peerless, without an equal among men, who did not neglect Enlil his master. O Gilgamesh, lord of Kulab, great is thy praise. Media, an ancient Persian kingdom, emerged as a cohesive state all the way back in the late 7th century BC. Known for their unique skills in horse breeding, the Medes played a crucial role in the downfall of the Assyrian Empire through alliances with other powers, including the Babylonians. The Median kingdom eventually fell to Cyrus the Great of Persia, marking the rise of the Persian Empire. However, its legacy lived on through the administrative and cultural contributions that it left behind for the Persian system. No one really talks about the Medes anymore, and they're one of those forgotten civilizations. If you want to learn about them, you've come to the right place, because I'm going to tell their story the best I can. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's time for another video together. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, head on over to the Patreon, and if you want to like, comment and subscribe, well, you can do that too. Now get yourself comfortable, because we now tell the story of the history of the Medes. As the second millennium BCE drew to a close, Median tribes began to establish themselves in the area that would later become known as Media, located in what is now western Iran. By the 9th century BCE, this region had caught the attention of the Assyrians, who frequently launched invasions and conducted raids across the area. This area of northwest Iran was dotted with numerous small principalities at the time. It was in 834 BCE that the Assyrian texts first recorded mention of the Medes, during the reign of Shalmaneser III, who encountered the Medes in the Hamadan plain following a military expedition. The Medes at this time were organized into various small groups led by tribal chiefs, and although the Assyrians did manage to subdue several of these leaders, they never really conquered the Median lands fully. One notable conflict occurred in 815, when Shamshi-Adad V led a campaign against the kingdom of Sagbita, deemed the royal city of the Median chief Hane-Shuruka. This assault resulted in significant destruction and loss of life, with Assyria imposing a tribute on the Median tribes henceforth, demanding horses, cattle, and the handicrafts that they had realized the Medes were so good at. The focus on Assyrian military efforts began to shift towards Media, influenced by the Urartian expansion around Lake Urmia. But despite all their efforts, and they were trying, the Assyrians failed to stop the group called the Urartians, and even allied with Manea against Urartu, marking a period of unsuccessful campaigns led by Adad-Ninari III against the Medes, which in turn contributed to a burgeoning political crisis within Assyria. Later, under the leadership of Tiglath-Pileser III, Assyria initiated the organization of provinces in the conquered territories, aiming to secure a steady income and a foothold for further expansion. This strategy brought the Assyrian Empire closer to the heart of Media, establishing new provinces and demanding tribute from the Median and Minoan rulers. Tiglath-Pileser's campaigns extended deep into the Median territory, resulting in imposition of tribute on the Medes and the deportation of thousands from northwest Iran to regions as far away as Phoenicia and Syria. During the reign of Sargon II, from 722 to 705, the Assyrian Empire's influence in Media reached unprecedented heights. You see, Sargon's strategy involved exerting direct control over those distant lands by implementing the provincial administration system that had proved very effective in closer and more easily managed territories. In this system, Assyrian governors were appointed alongside the existing local rulers, with governors likely overseeing aspects such as long-distance trade and taxation, while the local city lords managed the day-to-day affairs within their domains. In 716, Sargon established the centers of the new Assyrian provinces at Harhar and Kishasim, incorporating additional territories from western Media, including Sagbita. These provinces, in their tongue, were named Kar Sarukin and Kar Nergal. Now, this leads us on to Sargon's successor, Sennacherib, who ruled from 704 to 681 BC. And he actually adopted a less aggressive stance in the region, indicating a possible stabilization of Assyrian control over these new provinces of Kar Nergal and Kar Sarukin, post 713 BC at least. The system that paired Assyrian provincial governance with local Median rulers appeared to achieve a pretty good balance, at least in function. But, of course, it still had to maintain Assyrian dominance over territories established by Tiglath-Pileser and Sargon II up to the time of Esarhaddon. Sennacherib's campaign in 702 against the Zagros kingdom of Elypi marked his sole direct engagement with the Medes, from whom he received a decent amount of tribute. The Assyrian records consistently depict the Medes in this fashion, residing in settlements governed by city lords called Bel-Lalani, hinting at the emergence of a centralized authority among the Medes through their interactions. This dynamic likely facilitated the development of a more structured political and economic organization among the Median people, pushing them further and further towards an entity that resembled a state rather than just a tribe that's added to the list of conquered peoples. But this was still early days. We'll get there, don't worry. This evolution was partly driven by the necessity to respond to continuous Assyrian aggression, which also underscored the strategic importance of trade routes passing through Media, and there were plenty of them. The thriving east-west trade, especially in luxury items like lapis lazuli from Bactria, well, that just shows the evidence we have how important this area was. And in later times, it eventually catalyzed the unification under Ecbatana, I'm sure you've heard that name before, as its central city. Well, those who've watched Bronze Age history, I'm sure you've heard the name Ecbatana before. And now for a source that isn't a Persian source. Herodotus, who tells us of the story of Deioces, who leveraged a period of lawlessness in Media to establish himself as a just and impartial judge, winning widespread acclamation. However, when he stopped rather abruptly offering his judicial services, complete chaos broke out, compelling the Medes to convene and ultimately elect Deioces as their king. So much for his retirement. Well, following his elevation, Deioces ordered the construction of Ecbatana, centralizing all governmental power within its walls. Despite the intrigue of this tale, it comes from Herodotus, so, you know. Contemporary texts and archaeological evidence don't really support the existence of a unified Median state under Deioces in the early 7th century BC. It's just not there. And like a lot of stuff you read in Herodotus, it's likely more of a legend than a history. But it is a fun one. And if it's fun, it goes in the video. Now in contrast, Ctesias, another source that wasn't Persian, offers a narrative about Arbaces, a Mede who rose through the ranks of the Assyrian army to become the governor of all of the Medes. Sensing the Assyrian king Sardanapalus' vulnerability, Arbaces, along with his ally Belesys, a Babylonian, staged a rebellion that led to the foundations of the Median kingdom. Although Assyrian records do not mention individuals like Arbaces or, in fact, Deioces, these names were actually pretty common at the time and can't really be definitively linked to figures described by Greek historians. Think of these two names, Deioces and Arbaces, as David and Aaron. If you were going to say, oh, you're from London, oh, do you know Daniel? It's kind of like this. Very common names. Now the stories of Herodotus and Ctesias diverge significantly from Near Eastern sources, which once again just casts a little bit more doubt on their historical accuracy. Now, onto the reign of Esarhaddon, which saw several forays into Iranian lands, though these expeditions were less consequential than those of his predecessors. Around 676, and before 672, he received tribute from city lords of Partuka, and Ura-Kazabarna, who sought Assyrian support against their rivals. Esarhaddon's campaign reached as far as the Caspian Sea, and even all the way to the Salt Desert near Mount Bikni. His diplomatic efforts, including securing oaths of loyalty in 672 from various Median chiefs, aimed at ensuring their allegiance to the Assyrian throne. This pact, interpreted by some as a vassal treaty, may have originated from the internal Median conflicts and the strategic positioning of Median warriors within the palace guard of Assyria. These Median chiefs pledged their loyalty to Esarhaddon and his heir, Ashurbanipal. These are some big names, huh? Doing my best. Now, during Esarhaddon's rule, Assyrian textual sources depict a highly volatile situation along the empire's eastern frontiers. After 713 BC, although it was customary for Assyrian governors to venture into the Zagros provinces to collect tribute, such missions became a little bit risky under Esarhaddon's administration. This increased danger was not just due to traditional foes like the Medes and Minoans, but also because of the presence of new threats such as the Cimmerians and Scythians within Iran. A significant concern of Assyria was Kashtaritu, the city lord of Karkashi. His name frequently appears in oracle inquiries related to Median affairs, highlighting him as a political figure of considerable sway. Esarhaddon was particularly anxious about Kashtaritu's potential alliances with other Median city lords, and, of course, his capacity to launch assaults on Assyrian strongholds. Now, that being said, the historical records remain a little silent on whether the conflicts with Kashtaritu were resolved peacefully or through military means, and that suggests perhaps an unfavorable outcome for Assyria. Think about it. They'll only show you the highlight reel, right? And unfortunately for Assyria, well, all their other victories were always written down. Very keen to tell people about the times they win, not so keen to talk about it when they lose. Now, this period in general saw a general decline in Assyrian control in the east, exemplified by the loss of Saparda, which had been incorporated into the province of Harhar in 716 BC. Dusani, the city lord of Saparta, along with Kashtaritu, were noted as adversaries of Assyria in various oracle queries, indicating Assyria's diminishing grip on these far-flung provinces. And now, to a more familiar name. Under Ashurbanipal, who reigned from 668 to 630, references to the Medes in Assyrian sources drastically reduce. His annals, these annals of Ashurbanipal, mention the defeat and capture of 3 rebelling Median city lords during his 5th campaign in 656, marking the last recorded mention of the Medes in Assyrian historical records. The description of these leaders as city lords suggests that the Median political structure had remained at least somewhat consistent since the 8th century, though it remains pretty unclear whether the Assyrian provinces in the Zagros, such as Parsua, Bit-Hamban, Kishusim, and Harhar, that Kishusim and Harhar are references in Kar-Nagal and Kar-Sarukin respectively, remained under Assyrian dominion during Ashurbanipal's reign. Although Assyrian texts from this period later do not extensively mention the Iranians, implying a possible decrease in Assyrian interest or concern for them, the gradual loss of control over the Zagros province may have paved the way for the emergence of a unified Median state. Despite the somewhat lack of Assyrian documentation on a consolidated Median realm akin to the major powers of the time like, for example, Elam, Manea, Urartu, and Assyria itself, well, the majority of scholars are pretty hesitant to dismiss Herodotus's narratives completely, and the possibility is open that his accounts hold some historical merit. Some historical merit. Well, around 40 years following their last mention in Assyrian texts, the Medes re-emerged in historical records by 615. This time under the leadership of one Caesares. They launched an offensive against the Assyrian core territories and formed an alliance with the Babylonians. The rise of Caesares as the leader of a unified Median force is not really talked about in the Assyrian sources, which are conveniently silent on the internal and foreign policy dynamics of Assyria during the latter half of the 7th century. The absence of records leaves us with quite a gap in understanding of the events that led to the Median consolidation under Cyaxares, but once again, only show the highlight reel. Now, this period from 670 to 615, possibly under Ashurbanipal or his successors, is speculated to have been crucial for the formation of a unified Median state. And this scarcity of records leads us to Herodotus, particularly regarding Cyaxares. Now, his depiction of Cyaxares and the latter's significance in the downfall of Nineveh is supported by several Babylonian chronicles, lending a little bit more weight to Herodotus's portrayal of Cyaxares' reign and his leadership over this new united Median entity. Herodotus also recounts that Deoxys was succeeded by his son Phraaortes, suggesting a possible misalignment in the sequence of events or the conflation of achievements across reigns. Well, all in all, this narrative essentially proposes that the actual unification of the Median tribes and the establishment of Media's capital may have been the work of Deoxys' successor, rather than Deoxys himself. While Phraaortes has been associated by some with Kashtarito, that figure evolved in the revolt against the Assyrians in 672, timelines are a little bit hazy, and they unfortunately don't leave us with any coins to show the reigns of certain kings, which is usually the easiest way of getting the things right. Oh well, maybe we'll find something later on. Now, the consensus, at least, as of 2024, among some historians, suggests that it was under Cyaxares, purportedly the son of Phraaortes, that the Medes had unified, with the reign beginning in 625. Around that time, the Syrian state was facing a whole lot of difficulties, and continued to do so from 627 onwards, and the Medes took the advantages that they could, and it seems that they were somewhat solidified after 631. Now, this period for Assyria was marked by instability in both domestic and Babylonian fronts, and it was only the most prudent decision that the Medes would consolidate power in the vacuum that was quickly forming. Now, on to a different geographical setting. In ancient times, the expansive regions of the north of the Black and Caspian Seas were populated by the Scythians, and I've done a whole video on them if you want to go watch it. But in the late 8th and 7th centuries BC, these nomadic warriors decided to venture from the Caspian Sea and Black Sea areas into western Iran, which of course significantly influenced the course of the region's history during the Iron Age. Now, this era, particularly the involvement of the Scythians in western Iran's plateau, is noted as a very important time. Herodotus mentions a period of Scythian dominance, which ostensibly occurred within the Median dynasty's lineage. However, once again, the exact timing of this interregnum is debatable, with estimates ranging from 635 to 615, and some people more putting it around 653 to around 620. Once again, we wait for further confirmation. Now Herodotus narrates that Phraates, a Median king, had launched his unsuccessful attack against Assyria, during which he and a large portion of the army were killed. Following this, his successor Cyaxares sought to avenge his father by laying siege to Nineveh, at the time the Assyrian capital. But they were thwarted. By who? Well, the Scythians, of course. A Scythian force led by Madies, resulting in the Medes' defeat. And the Scythians, of course, seized control over the region. The Scythians' rule was marked by a great deal of harshness and heavy taxation, leading Cyaxares to strategize their overthrow by inviting the Scythian leaders to dinner. And when they got there, he made sure they ate and drank as much as possible. Especially drank as much as possible, because his plan was to get them all drunk and then kill them all, killed to death. And it worked. And as with all great plans for revolution, rivers of blood followed by eternal paradise. Good job, Cyaxares. Now, the narrative suggests that the Scythians' rule was somewhat transient, and they possibly ended due to their voluntary withdrawal, or perhaps simply their absorption into a growing Median confederation. While Herodotus assigns a 28-year period to Scythian domination, this duration is highly improbable due to the nomadic nature of the Scythians, who were unlikely to maintain control over large territories for such a long period of time. I mean, it could have happened, but the Scythians generally did not like that. It is argued, however, that the Scythian presence in western Iran was much, much shorter, with the Medes quickly regaining their strength and territory shortly after the Scythians, well, the ones that were left after the dinner party, decided to unhitch their horses and ride away to their next adventure. Which leads us to the death of Ashurbanipal, which of course was going to affect the Medes as well as it affects everybody. He died in 631, and the Assyrian Empire faced a significant political instability, setting the stage for the Babylonian rebellion led by Nabopolassar in 626. Now he was initially the governor of the southern regions, and emerged as a key figure in this revolt, and soon recognized as well as the King of Babylon. Lofty title, I know. While he succeeded in taking control of Babylon, his dominion over all of Babylonia wasn't immediate, and he was necessitated in making alliances against the Syrian force. Now Herodotus mentions the death of the Median king Phraates around this time, 625, during an unsuccessful attack on Assyria. What does that mean? Well, that hints that there was Median-Assyrian conflicts at this time, and they could have been allied with Babylon. But these specific details on the Medes' relationships with the Assyrians at this time, or their geographical positioning relative to the Assyrian heartland, remains a little sparse. Now, by 616, The Babylonians had scored significant victories against the Assyrians, whether they had help from the Medes or not, but it does suggest, and it looks fairly obvious, that they had coordination with them. The mention of the Medes near Arapa in 615 hints at a collaborative stance between the Medes and Babylonians, implying a strategic approach towards the Assyrian strongholds. And they were big. There were some serious fortresses for the time, but give them the credit that was due. Now the pivotal moment came in 614, when the Medes under Cyaxares launched a successful campaign against Assyria, capturing key cities before a joint effort with the Babylonians aimed at Assur. This period of cooperation included a formal alliance between Nabopolassar and Cyaxares, reportedly sealed by the marriage of Cyaxares' daughter Amytis to Nebuchadnezzar II, who was Nabopolassar's son. The narrative from 613 to 612 shows fluctuation in the mentions of the Medes in historical records, but it does culminate in a significant role during the siege and fall of Nineveh in 612. Post-Nineveh, while the Medes did return to their land, the Babylonians weren't done partying yet, and they continued the campaigns, eventually even securing a defensive victory against the Assyrians and the Egyptians at Carchemish in 605 BC. Once again, the extent of Median involvement in this final defeat remains unclear, and if there was anyone saying that there was Median involvement, it is perhaps due to a little bit of speculation. So what happened when Assyria fell? Well, the aftermath saw most of its territories immediately come under Babylonian control, challenging earlier views that the Medes and Babylonians divided Assyrian lands equally. There is evidence, including the Babylonian Chronicle, suggesting that the Medes did take control of the regions primarily in Zagros, with subsequent narratives indicating possible Median dominance in Haran. And by the late 7th century, the Medes had evolved into a formidable political entity, underscored by their joint conquest with Babylon. The nature of the Median political organization during this period still remains a little bit debatable. We don't quite have enough evidence to really say for sure. While some argue for a sophisticated empire modeled after Assyrian imperial structures, others suggest that the Medes were a significant military force, without much of a development for state institutions. This debate centers around the time from the fall of Nineveh in 612 up to the Persian conquest of Ecbatana in 550. Sorry about the spoilers. A period where the Median Empire's existence is inferred, but once again poorly documented. Now, despite the lack of these detailed records, which is of course a real shame, evidence from Babylonian and biblical texts confirms the Medes' critical political influence in the post-Assyrian Near East, putting them aside Lydia, Egypt, and Babylon as one of the four dominant powers. Their expansion established a direct border with Lydia in central Anatolia, indicated by hostilities traced back before a solar eclipse in 585, suggesting Median conquests of Manea and Urartu prior to 590. The possibility that the Medes, rather than the Babylonians, attacked Urartu around 609 is supported by some interpretations of the Babylonian Chronicle, and hints at a coordinated effort with Babylon to extend Median influence into Anatolia itself. The destruction of Urartu, often attributed to the Medes, alongside the decline of the Cimmerian power in Cappadocia, facilitated their expansion into Asia Minor. This expansion set the stage for conflict with Lydia, leading to a war punctuated by a notable solar eclipse during the battle, prompting peace negotiations mediated by influential figures from both Babylon and Cilicia. The resulting treaty established the boundary of the Halys River between Media and Lydia, solidifying a new regional power balance through strategic marriages and alliances. Herodotus suggests that under Cyaxares' leadership the Medes extended their control across a vast region, conquering territories as diverse as Cappadocia and Urartu, along with various peoples and tribes in the area, potentially including the Tiberane, Macrones, Mushki, and the Mares, along with a few other smaller tribes. Now, following Cyaxares' death and the peace treaty with Lydia, Astyages ascended to the throne. His reign is even less documented than his predecessors. Sorry, what do you want me to tell you? It's marked, though, by significant family alliances through his marriage to Aryenis and his sister Amytis's marriage to Nebuchadnezzar II of Babylon. These connections, however, did not preclude tensions with Babylon, as suggested by expectations of a Median invasion in the 590s reflected in Jeremiah's speeches. Old Testament stuff, yeah. Now, Astyages' reign also saw the significant marital alliance with the Achaemenid dynasty, through the marriage of his daughter Mandane to Cambyses I, potentially connecting him to Cyrus the Great. We'll get back to him later. Efforts to consolidate and centralize Median power during Astyages' rule might have faced opposition from the tribal nobility, contributing to the kingdom's vulnerability. And furthermore, Astyages' military campaigns, including those against the Caduceans and the Sacae, underscore this ongoing challenge from both nomadic and settled adversaries, and it suggests the Medes had maintained a defensive posture along their northern borders near the Caspian Sea. Despite a relatively stable reign, Astyages eventually faced internal and external pressure, and it culminated in conflicts such as the Armenian king Tigranes, although these accounts are considered a little less reliable. Herodotus and Ctesias present the conflict between the Medes and the Persians as an extended uprising, with Cyrus II leading Persia against Median dominance, a portrayal not directly corroborated by contemporary sources, mind you. The Nabonidus Chronicle, a closer to the event account, records that in 550 Astyages launched a campaign against Cyrus specifically for conquest. But his troops were not having it, and I think this is rather hilarious. Apparently, while he was trying to rouse them up and say, guys, we're going to war, we are going to take out Cyrus and we are going to take the spoils, the troops revolted, captured him, bailed him up, and delivered him straight to Cyrus. I mean, talk about disobeying orders, right? Of course, all of this led to the capture of Ecbatana by Cyrus. Well, and it certainly also suggests this sudden end to Median rule in this rather sad and embarrassing manner. Now, Babylonian records, focusing on titles and identities, distinctly recognize Cyrus as the king of Anshan and Astyages as the king of the Medes, without hinting at familial connections that Herodotus sometimes attributes to them. And this discrepancy raises a few questions about the historical accuracy of Herodotus's version, particularly his portrayal of Cyrus as both Astyages' vassal and grandson. Yeah, Herodotus's proofreading is a little bit strange, but it's fun. Leave him alone, it's okay. Now, this revolt of the Median army, which was pivotal in the transition of power, may have stemmed from a lot of broader societal changes within the Median and Persian realms. By the 6th century, Iranian tribes were increasingly adopting more settled lifestyles, as in they weren't nomadic anymore, and their leaders were taking on more regal roles and behaviors distinct from the traditional tribal chiefdom customs. Astyages' punitive actions against these emerging leaders likely fueled more than a little bit of discontent, setting the stage for a rebellion that facilitated the ascent of Cyrus and the establishment of a Persian supremacy over Media. So, Cyrus, following the victory over Astyages and the seizure of Ecbatana, transferred all of its wealth back to Anshan, stripped the whole city. The true breadth of territories that came under Cyrus's control through conquest is something that we're not really sure, especially around Media, but it did potentially encompass vassal states like Armenia, Cappadocia, Parthia, Arya, and Drangiana. The legitimacy of Cyrus's rules could partly be attributed to his familial ties with Astyages, a connection that may have been fabricated or exaggerated to justify the Persian dominance over the Median territories. Further narratives, such as the ones from Ctesias, introduce another layer of complexity by suggesting that Cyrus married a daughter of Astyages, possibly named Amythis, to solidify his claim to the throne. No other reason but that. A strategic alliance. Well, it certainly is a recurring theme in the consolidation of power, especially in Near Eastern politics. Well, Cyrus, he didn't stop at Media. He soon confronted Croesus of Lydia, extending Persian control even further west and eventually even conquered Babylon. The rapid succession of conquests sort of lends to his namesake, and it highlights his formidable leadership and a good deal of military skill. He was not messing around. In the aftermath of all of these conquests, the Medians were still around, and they enjoyed a pretty prominent status within the Achaemenid Empire, albeit not as independent as they used to be. They weren't just a major province, but they were also the favored residents for the Persian kings. But all the privilege of that position didn't prevent the internal unrest. The beginning of Darius the Great's reign was marked by widespread revolts across the empire, including a significant one in Media, led by a pretender also named Phraortes. who claimed descent from Cyaxares. Despite all the initial successes, Phraaortes was quelled by Darius, and it culminated in his rather violent execution. This, of course, discouraged other people from having any bright ideas of their own. But it was this revolt that was among the last major challenges to Achaemenid authority. The final frenzied swing from the Medians. Mycenaean Greece represents the final stage of the Bronze Age in ancient Greece, spanning from approximately 1600 to 1100 BC. It's named after the archaeological site of Mycenae, one of the major centers of Greek civilization during this period. The Mycenaeans are renowned for their advanced engineering, sophisticated palatial architecture, and the development of linear B script, which was an early form of Greek recorded on clay tablets. Their society was a warrior aristocracy, and they made significant achievements in art, as evidenced by the richly decorated pottery, frescoes, and gold work they left behind. And of course, we can't forget about their epics and mythology, particularly tales involving the Trojan War, which were immortalized by later Greek poets like Homer. And if you want to learn about them, you're certainly in the right place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, then it's good to have you again. And if you're new here, it's good to meet you. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in description. And if you want to tell YouTube to push my video out to a broader audience, clicking the like button will nudge them in the right direction. Now, without further ado, please make yourself relaxed, and we can begin our history of Mycenaean Greece. The origins of the Mycenaeans are still a subject of various scholarly theories and debates. One theory suggests that the Mycenean civilization was influenced by archaic Indo-Europeans that came down from the Eurasian steppe. But this connection is somewhat tenuous due to minimal material and cultural ties between the Aegean and northern steppe populations during the Bronze Age. Another theory suggests that Indo-European migrants may have entered Greece around 3000 BC, potentially into an underpopulated area, with other scholars proposing earlier or later dates tied to agricultural spread or even chariot technology advancements. Genetic studies in our modern era reveal that while Mycenaeans and Minoans were genetically similar, Mycenaeans had additional ancestry from Eastern European and Siberian hunter-gatherers, possibly via the Eurasian steppe, but also there's a chance they could have came down from Armenia. This genetic input seems to distinguish them from the Minoans, but it doesn't conclusively resolve the questions about their specific origins. Well, archaeologically, Mycenaean civilization is generally understood to have begun around 1750 BC, evolving from the early and Middle Bronze Age cultures of mainland Greece, with substantial influence from Minoan Crete. By around 1700 and 1675 BC, there was a significant population increase, and the emergence of popular centers in southern Greece characterized by elite warrior societies and early forms of megaron buildings. Defensive structures and advanced burial practices, including shaft graves rich with various luxury items of all sorts, became prevalent around this time. Now these shaft graves in particular, especially noted at Mycenae's grave circles A and B at the site, signify the rise of a rather wealthy and Greek-speaking royal dynasty that made the use of leveraging the business of long-distance trade. And it seems that they did quite well for themselves. In fact, gold-adorned burials were rather typical for the elite, with men often buried in golden masks along with golden armor, and women in gold crowns and ornamented clothing. Now, Mycenaean interaction with external regions, including the Cyclades, Crete, and even the broader Mediterranean and Near East, seems to have been very extensive. Mycenaean artifacts and pottery reached places as far away as Egypt, Asia Minor, and Cyprus, indicating a robust trade network. Art and cultural elements during this period show very clear Minoan influence, yet retain distinctive Helladic traits, and of course some recognizable Western Asian features. Now, in terms of architecture and art, Mycenaean works were simpler, yet more monumental than their Minoan counterparts, suggesting a blend of local and also foreign artistic traditions. Over time, though, Mycenaean civilization seems to have grown in sophistication, and it eventually surpassed the Minoan achievements. Of course, I've done a full video on the Minoans if you're interested in that. May help you understand this one a little bit better. Now, the transition from the shaft grave period marked the adoption of tholos tombs, kind of grand circular burial structures with vaulted roofs, showing an evolution in elite burial customs, and continuing the trend of increasing social complexity and architectural sophistication. By the 15th century BC, Mycenaeans had expanded their influence across the Aegean and into western Anatolia, establishing dominance over the region and marking the beginning of the Mycenaean Koine era, a period of widespread cultural uniformity across mainland Greece and the Aegean islands. This era emerged after the Mycenaeans took control of the Minoan palace at Knossos. That was around 1450 BC. Then they went on to blend Minoan culture with their own to form a kind of hybrid civilization. The Mycenaeans utilized the collapse of Minoan power to extend their trade networks extensively. By the early 14th century BC, they reached as far as Cyprus, the Near East, Italy, and Spain, exploiting new commercial opportunities. This period also saw the introduction of the Linear B script at Knossos, which was an adaptation of Minoan Linear A, spreading across Mycenaean palatial centers and providing crucial data on their administrative systems, though the records are a little bit too fragmented to fully reconstruct the politics of Bronze Age Greece, so we can only do what we can and fill in the gaps with the rest. Now, on to Miletus in Asia Minor, where archaeological findings suggest a Mycenaean settlement from around 1450, replacing either Minoan installations, earlier Minoan installations rather. Miletus evolved into a significant Mycenaean hub until around the 12th century BC, a fact that is corroborated by records from the Hittites describing Miletos, or Milawater in Hittite, as a vital Mycenaean base in Asia Minor. Mycenaean influence also extended to nearby sites like Iasus and Ephesus. On the mainland, new palace complexes began to emerge around this time, signaling a shift towards more organized and monumental architectural projects. Initial palace structures included Megaron-type buildings, like the Menelaon in Sparta. From around 1400 BC, true palatial complexes with Cyclopean masonry began to appear, as seen in Mycenae and Tiryns. Additional palaces were constructed in locations such as Medea, Athens, Pylos, Eleusis, Thebes, or Kamenos, and even as far north as Iolkos in Thessaly, the northernmost Mycenaean center. The palace at Knossos underwent significant renovations during this period, including the construction of a new throne room to suit the Mycenaean administrative needs. These palaces functioned within a highly structured bureaucratic system, where administrative duties were categorized and specialized. At the apex of this hierarchy was the king, which they called a wanax, who held complete authority as the chief landlord, spiritual leader, military commander, entrepreneur, and trader. His rule was supported by a network of high officials, illustrating a sophisticated and centralized governance system that facilitated Mycenaean expansion and cultural dominance during this era. The involvement of Ahiawa, identified by scholars as Mycenaean Greece, in the political and military affairs of Western Anatolia during the Late Bronze Age, is well documented in Hittite texts. These texts, dating from around 1400 to 1220 BC, portray the kings of Ahiawa, the Hittite word for Mycenaean Greece, as significant players capable of engaging diplomatically and militarily with the Hittite Empire. The exact geographic extent of the Ahiawa is not clear from the texts, at least the ones that we have now, but it likely included parts of mainland Greece and probably the Aegean Islands. Around 1400 BC, Hittite records describe the activities of Artaxerxes, an Ahiawan leader who might be connected to the legendary Greek figure Atreus. Artaxerxes led military campaigns against Hittite vassals in western Anatolia, notably attacking the region ruled by Maduata. This period marked the beginning of Ahiawa's influence in Anatolia, often exerted by fomenting anti-Hittite rebellions among the Hittite vassals. Now by 1315, Ahiawa supported a major rebellion in Arzawa, which was a pretty significant Hittite vassal state. Now this shows its continued involvement in regional politics beyond its own borders, aimed specifically at undermining Hittite authority. Archaeological findings corroborate the textual evidence of Ahiawan control over several Aegean islands during this time. Now, during the reign of the Hittite king Hattusili III, that was from 1267 to 1237, the Ahiawan ruler was acknowledged as Great King, reflecting a status on par with the most powerful monarchs of the era, such as those of Egypt, Babylonia, and Assyria. Indeed, the same prefix is used for those other rulers in the Hittite materials. This recognition highlights the heightened political and military influence of the Ahiawa. At that time, Piama Radu, an anti-Hittite agitator, received support from the Mycenaean Greeks, causing significant disturbances that extended to Wilusa, which is possibly ancient Troy. It's one of the names that we have in Hittite records for it, and resulted in the seizure of the island of Lesbos. Now, this chaotic period, characterized by recurring conflicts and politics, might have laid the historical groundwork for the legendary accounts of the Trojan War. The Hittite texts also mention a figure named Tawagalawa, who is suggested to be the brother of the Ahiawan king, and may correspond to the Homeric character of Eteocles. Perhaps. Now, back to our Greek terminologies now. Around 1250 BC, several key centers in mainland Greece, including Thebes and Mycenae, experienced a wave of destructive attacks whose causes remain somewhat unclear, at least from the archaeological record. Thebes, a major city in Boeotia, was completely destroyed, either in this year of 1250 BC or quite soon after. Orchomenos, another significant Boeotian site, though not completely destroyed, was abandoned around about this same time. Gla, known for its monumental structures, saw deliberate targeting and destruction of specific areas, such as the gates and a major building known as the Melathron. In response to these threats, several Mycenaean cities undertook extensive fortification efforts. For example, Tiryns, Medea, and Athens bolstered their defenses by constructing massive cyclopean walls, a style characterized by the use of enormous limestone boulders fitted together without the use of mortar. Mycenae itself nearly doubled the fortified area of its citadel, adding significant features such as the Lion Gate, which became the main entrance to the Acropolis. Well, despite all of the destruction, there was a brief resurgence of Mycenaean culture, suggesting a period of recovery and revival. Mycenaean Greece remained active in internal politics, particularly evident in Hittite records from around 1220, which mentions the involvement of the Ahiawa king in an uprising against the Hittite authority in western Anatolia. Additionally, Hittite texts from the same period advise Ahiawan ships to steer clear of Assyrian-controlled ports, indicating a trade embargo against Assyria. However, the broader picture during the second half of the 13th century shows a general decline in trade across the eastern Mediterranean, likely due to the increasingly unstable political climate for pretty much everybody. By around 1190, a second wave of destruction swept through Mycenae, effectively ending its status as a major power. This catastrophic event left Mycenae significantly diminished, marked by subsequent reoccupations, albeit on a much smaller scale. In contrast to previous beliefs that natural disasters such as earthquakes might have caused these destructions, recent archaeological evidence, including the discovery of numerous arrowheads in the debris at Medea, suggests a violent human assault as the cause. The palace of Pylos met a similar fate around 1180. The Linear B texts found here, preserved amidst the destruction, record urgent defensive preparations in response to an immediate threat, although they do not specify who the attackers are. This period saw general widespread turmoil across Mycenaean Greece, with notable declines in population, particularly in regions like Boeotia, Argolis, and Messenia. Many Mycenaeans fled to Cyprus and the Levantine coast, seeking refuge from all the instability. Despite the widespread destruction, there were some areas, especially those on the periphery of the Mycenaean sphere, such as the Ionian Islands, northwestern Peloponnese, parts of Attica, and a few of the Aegean Islands, not only endured but even thrived during these times. Athens, notably, seemed to escape the destruction that befell many other centers, suggesting a possible shift towards decentralized coastal and maritime networks that were less vulnerable to the conflicts and disruptions impacting mainland palatial centers. This evidence from the cemetery at Parati in Attica, lasting through the 12th century BC, shows a continuity of occupation and a blend of local and imported goods across the Mediterranean. This points to ongoing trade and cultural exchanges even after the collapse of the palatial systems. Similarly, the late Helladic 3C cemetery at Drivlia, near Porta Rafti, underscores Attica's continued participation in broader trade networks. Well, in the aftermath of all of this, Mycenae's influence waned considerably, and the regional focus shifted to Tiryns. During the late Helladic III period, from around 1200 to 1050, Tiryns expanded and became the dominant center in the Argolid region, reflecting a realignment of power and economic activity within the region as communities adapted to the new post-palatial realities. This era marked a significant transformation in Mycenaean civilization, with the emergence of smaller and more dispersed settlements that did nonetheless maintain some degree of cultural continuity from the palatial period. The collapse of the Mycenaean palace system, marking the end of Mycenaean Greece, remains one of the most debated mysteries in the history of the ancient world. There are several competing theories that attempt to explain this decline, each of them supported by varying degrees of archaeological and textual evidence. So let's have a look. We'll go through a few of the theories and explain them briefly. And after that, we'll get on to a little bit more of the cultural and societal aspects of Mycenaean Greece. Well, the first and probably the most popular theory is the one of population movement and invasion, first being the Dorian invasion. This long-held theory, rooted in ancient Greek tradition, suggests that the Dorians, an ethnically distinct group, speaking a variant of the Greek language, that being Doric, migrated southward over several years, and this migration caused widespread destruction, and eventually they settled in the regions that were formerly held by the Mycenaeans. The theory points to changes in burial practices and pottery styles as evidence of this new population's influence. And next, of course, we can't go past the Late Bronze Age without mentioning the mysterious Sea Peoples. Coinciding with the Mycenaean collapse is the activity of the Sea Peoples, a confederation of naval traders who attacked parts of Anatolia, the Levant, and Egypt, sometime around 1175 BC, thereabouts. Some scholars propose that one of these groups, the Ekwesh, were linked to the Ahiawa mentioned in the Hittite records, possibly identifying them with the Mycenaeans. Well, either way, the havoc wreaked by these groups in the eastern Mediterranean could have contributed to, or at least coincided with, the fall of Mycenaean Greece. Either way, it was overall a bad time for everybody. It certainly would have had its effect. Then we have theories of internal conflict and social strife, which are also quite popular theories. First being civil unrest. This perspective argues that internal strife driven by the rigid and hierarchical structure of the Mycenaean society led to internecine warfare and rebellion against the ruling Wanaks. Remember, that is the Mycenaean word for king. This scenario suggests a collapse from within rather than due to external forces, a kind of political implosion. Next is a theory of economic and systemic breakdown. Economic decline and the breakdown of redistributive palace economies, which could no longer sustain the demands of its bureaucracy and military, may have also played a role in the collapse, but we need a little bit more elaboration on that. Hopefully we'll be able to find some more tablets and texts that will corroborate that theory. Next, of course, is natural disasters and environmental factors. Some researchers have suggested that prolonged droughts or climate changes may have undermined agricultural productivity, leading to economic and social stresses that the palatial systems simply did not have the power to withstand. Of course, given the geological activity in the area, significant earthquakes could have damaged critical infrastructure, leading to economic difficulties and making the palaces vulnerable to invasion or simply internal collapse. Lastly, we have some theories regarding demographic and societal changes. Some theories suggest that overpopulation led to migration and societal shifts, a pattern observed in other ancient civilizations like the Minoans, the Harappans, and even later in the Western Roman Empire. The period following the Mycenaean collapse, roughly from around 1100 to 800 BC, is often referred to as the Greek Dark Ages. During this time, Greece saw a significant reduction in population and a loss of writing, which resulted in fewer and, frankly, less impressive material culture remains compared to the palatial period. The era was marked by simpler, more isolated communities that gradually developed into the classical city-states of our main conception of ancient Greece. Despite the variety of proposed explanations, there really isn't a single theory that comprehensively accounts for the decline of the Mycenaean civilization, and the topic continues and will continue for quite a while to be a fertile ground for research and debate among scholars. Now let's get on to a little bit of the economic information about the Mycenaeans, because they were quite formidable in that domain. The economy was complex and highly organized. It reveals a sophisticated society that managed resources and labor efficiently across various sectors. The centralized administration, as evident from preserved linear bead tablets, played a critical role in monitoring and distributing resources, demonstrating advanced bureaucratic capabilities, especially for the time. Now, the linear bead tablets from Knossos indicate extensive sheep farming, with detailed records of sheep numbers and the production of wool. It suggests a structured approach to livestock management and secondary product processing, which were critical economic activities. Records from Pylos reveal a specialized workforce, where laborers were categorized and assigned specific tasks, particularly in textile production. While the palaces exerted direct control over the key industries like perfumed oil and bronze production, other sectors such as ceramics were less tightly controlled, indicating a selective approach to economic management. This strategy allowed for flexibility and efficiency in resource allocation. The existence of transactions between different palatial centers hints at a cooperative economic network, further emphasized the complexity of Mycenaean economic structures. Significant engineering projects such as the drainage of the Kopias Basin and the construction of dams were undertaken to enhance agricultural productivity and manage water resources effectively. These projects likely required the combined efforts of multiple palatial centers, showing the Mycenaeans' ability to organize large-scale infrastructure projects. The construction of harbors, like the harbor of Pylos, capable of accommodating large Bronze Age vessels, and extensive workshop complexes for manufacturing goods for export and shipbuilding, give us another example of the advanced economic activities and infrastructure capabilities of the Mycenaeans. The most famous project of the Mycenaean era was the network of roads in the Peloponnese, which facilitated the speedy deployment of troops and connected the various palatial centers. Trade was a cornerstone of Mycenaean Greece's economy, stretching across the Mediterranean and beyond. Mycenaean palaces managed imports of essential raw materials like metals, ivory, and glass, and exported processed commodities such as oil, perfume, wine, wool, and a great deal of finely crafted pottery. This trade was not exclusively controlled by palace authorities. Independent merchants also played a significant role in these international exchanges. Archaeological evidence, including artifacts, inscriptions, and wall paintings found across the Middle East, indicate robust commercial and cultural interactions between the Mycenaeans and various Bronze Age civilizations, such as the Kassites, Mitanni, Canaanites, Assyrians, and of course the Egyptians. The discovery of the 14th century Uluburun shipwreck off the coast of southern Anatolia highlights these extensive trade networks, which provided the Mycenaeans with the materials necessary for bronze production and other goods. Cyprus was a critical intermediary in Mycenaean trade. It acted as a hub for exchanges between Greece and the Middle East, evidenced by the significant quantities of Mycenaean goods that we've found on the island. While interactions with the Hittite lands in central Anatolia were a little more limited, trade connections with Troy and further expansions into the Bosphorus and the Black Sea coast were all firmly established, with Mycenaean swords even reaching Georgia. The Mycenaeans also engaged extensively with regions in the Italian peninsula and the western Mediterranean. Their pottery and other products found significant markets in southern Italy, Sicily, and the Aeolian Islands, even as far as Sardinia and southern Spain. More sporadic finds of Mycenaean artifacts have been discovered in Central Europe, including a remarkable amber object bearing Linear B inscriptions found in Bavaria, Germany. Additionally, Mycenaean double bronze axes and other items from the 13th century BC have surfaced as far away as Ireland, and even in regions of England such as Wessex and Cornwall. Evidence of opium use in Mycenaean culture has also been identified, with traces of it found in ceramic vases from this period. The trade in opium poppies, evident in the eastern Mediterranean from as early as 1650 BC, points to an early version of a narcotics trade. Mycenaean culture, as evidenced through their wall paintings and archaeological findings, shows a nuanced social structure regarding gender roles and the status of women. Women in Mycenae were typically portrayed in art wearing long dresses and adorned with jewelry such as beads, made from materials like carnelian and lapis lazuli. These beads, significant in Mycenaean society, were worn on bracelets, necklaces, and cloak buttons, and were often included in burial rites. In contrast to later Greek periods where female seclusion was more common, we don't have any evidence suggesting that Mycenaean women were secluded from men, and it appears that men and women interacted regularly in both domestic and economic settings. While men typically engaged in warfare and hunting, the involvement of women in hunting is somewhat debatable, with no firm evidence supporting their participation in warfare either. Mycenaean society was, as it seems to be, quite patriarchal, but rationing records indicate an equitable distribution of food, with women receiving the same rations as men. This suggests a certain level of equality in basic economic provisions. Women's economic roles, however, were largely defined by their social status and proximity to palatial centers. Linear B tablets mention work groups of female laborers, often working alongside their children, and closely managed by palace scribes. These women, likely low-ranking laborers, performed tasks such as textile production, and were possibly considered slaves. Although this is a point of contention, we don't really know for sure. Women could, however, attain positions of power and influence through religious roles. Titles such as priestess not only conferred social prestige, but also economic benefits, such as land holdings. The evidence indicates that while ordinary women may not have had the opportunity to own land or achieve economic independence, those who ascended to certain religious or skilled positions could exercise significant social authority. Elite women, though married to high-ranking officials and enjoying certain privileges, did not possess land or economic independence, on their own at least. Only through their husbands did they enjoy such things. Now, the Palace of Knossos, compared to other Mycenaean centers like Pylos, may have offered a more egalitarian setting for women, although this suggestion remains speculative with little concrete evidence to support a markedly different treatment of women there compared to other Mycenaean sites. During the Mycenaean period, burial practices varied, but inhumation was the predominant method, involving the burial of the body in the earth covered by dirt and stones. The earliest Mycenaean burials were primarily in individual graves, either simple pits or stone-lined cists, with offerings typically limited to pottery and occasional items of jewelry, but these were rare. Over time, however, groups of these graves, particularly those containing elite members of the community, were sometimes covered by a tumulus or mound, a practice with ancient origins possibly reflecting earlier traditions like those of the Kurgan culture. However, scholars now largely view Mycenaean burial customs as indigenous developments within mainland Greece, particularly exemplified by the native rulers interred in the shaft graves at Mycenae. These shaft graves, located within grave circles A and B at the Mycenae site, represent a distinct form of elite burial grouping from the same period. They are notable for the rich grave goods found alongside the deceased, including full sets of weapons, ornate staffs, and valuable gold and silver vessels, indicating the high social status of those buried there. Alongside these more elaborate burials, simpler pit and cist graves continued to be used throughout the Mycenaean period for individual burials. In the late Helladic period, communal tombs begin to appear, characterized by their rectangular shape. The use of different burial forms has led to speculation about social stratification, with earlier theories suggesting that monumental tholos tombs were reserved solely for elite rulers. Individual tombs for the leisure class and communal tombs for the general populace as well, all coming under these tholos banner. However, the direct correlation between the tomb type and social hierarchy remains a little bit of a mystery. Perhaps we'll find out when we find the next tombs. Cremation also became increasingly common, but towards the end of the Mycenaean era, indicating a shift in burial practices. The introduction of the tholos tomb in the early 15th century marked a new phase in elite burials, characterized by their impressive and imposing circular structures, with high vaulted roofs, such as the treasury of Atreus at Mycenae. This period saw the construction of several such tombs, particularly in the region of Mycenae, where a cluster of 9 tholos tombs includes 6 from a single period, that period being the late Helladic 2A, around 1400 to 1300 BC. The scale and grandeur of these royal tombs, especially those at Mycenae, suggest they were intended for the royal family and possibly reflect competition among different dynasties or factions within the Mycenaean society, using conspicuous burials as a means of asserting status and power. In the 8th century BC, Greece began to emerge from the so-called Greek Dark Ages, a period marked by the flourishing of myths and legends epitomized by the Trojan epic cycle. The classical Greeks held the Mycenaean period in high regard, viewing it as an era of heroes, divine proximity, and material prosperity. The Homeric epics in particular were revered as true historical accounts, a perspective that persisted until the 19th century, when scholars, like German archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann, began to critically evaluate Homer's historicity. Schliemann's excavations at Mycenae in 1876 aimed to validate the historical settings of the Iliad, marking the first modern archaeological efforts in Greece to explore Mycenaean civilization. He was also the one who found the city of Troy as well. The legacy of the Mycenaeans was profound, influencing later Greek culture significantly. The gods and goddesses venerated during the Mycenaean era evolved into the Olympian pantheon that we're all pretty familiar with, revered in the later Greek antiquity. Furthermore, the Mycenaean language represents the earliest recorded form of Greek, contributing words to the modern English lexicon. I've probably said a few Greek words during this lecture today, and you haven't even noticed. The Mycenaeans were notable for their advanced engineering skills too, initiating ambitious projects such as fortifications, roads, bridges, and aqueducts, which were unparalleled in Europe until the Roman era. They introduced architectural innovations, like the relieving triangle, and were instrumental in disseminating arts and crafts, particularly those derived from the earlier Minoan influences. Well, all in all, their civilization was unique and markedly more sophisticated than other late Bronze Age cultures in Europe. Not all of them, but quite a few of them, earning them a place as a cornerstone in the history of our earliest peoples. Well, the Minoans were an ancient civilization that flourished on the island of Crete during the Aegean Bronze Age, approximately 2600 to 1100 BC. Renowned for their vibrant cities and palaces, such as the famous Knossos, the Minoans are considered Europe's first advanced civilization. They developed a sophisticated society with impressive artistic achievements, characterized by intricate frescoes and pottery, which depict a deep connection with nature and also maritime activities. They were also known for their unique writing systems, nowadays referred to as Linear A and Linear B, with the latter being deciphered as an early form of Greek. Their civilization gradually declined under mysterious circumstances, including possible natural disasters or perhaps invasions, leading to the eventual rise of the Mycenaean civilization on mainland Greece. Do you want to learn more about them? Well, you are in the right place. Welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to have you back here with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, there's a link to the Patreon in the description. Otherwise, if you think YouTube should show my videos to more people, clicking the like button will push them in the right direction. Now, without further ado, let's begin our exploration into the Minoans. Before we do begin, much of our references will be archaeological ones. And do keep in mind that there is a lot of speculation involved, particularly since we are talking about a civilization that existed around 4,000 years ago. So, please bear that in mind. The Minoan civilization of Crete is categorized using two primary systems of chronology. The first is based on pottery styles, and divides Minoan history into three main periods. There's a few abbreviations, so we'll go through them. The first is EM, Early Minoan. That's from around 3100 to 2100 BC. MM is Middle Minoan, from around 21 to 1600 BC, and LM being Late Minoan. That's from 1600 to 1100 BC. Now each period is further divided using Roman numerals and letters, such as EM1, so Early Minoan 1, EM2, EM3, and then of course LM1, MM2, and so on. Do you get it? Great. Well, there's another system that was developed by Nicolaus Platon, and it organizes Minoan history into four broad periods, those being pre-palatial, proto-palatial, neo-palatial, and post-palatial. Now, both of these systems are okay to use, but we'll generally be using the former one around the EM, MM, and LM. Though if you do hear mentions of the one from Nicholas Platon, that is completely fine too. Now, establishing an absolute chronology for Minoan civilization has always been complex, due to many discrepancies between the historical synchronisms and scientific dating methods, such as carbon dating. For instance, the volcanic eruption at Terra, a crucial event in the LM1A period, remember, late Minoan, is dated around 1600 BC by carbon dating. But it is placed about a century later when aligned with Egyptian historical records, which we have a few more of and we tend to understand a little bit better. Now, we have mentioned the early Minoan periods being from 31 to 2100 BC. Of course, that is true. However, the origins of the Minoans trace all the way back to around 7000 BC, with the first anatomically modern humans on Crete. Evidence points to significant cultural influences and possibly migrations from Anatolia or the Levant, both rather close by. So, early Minoan periods saw the development from Neolithic farming, Neolithic being New Stone Age, New Stone, farming communities to more structured urban settlements. EM1, around 3100 to 2650, introduced the first painted ceramics, and by EM2, being from 2650 to 2200, Minoans engaged in significant trade with not only Egypt, but also Syria, and this is marked as well by the emergence of masted ships. The period also saw the start of monumental building projects, that prefigured later palaces, and indeed the Minoans were very famous for their palaces. Now, the Middle Minoan period is defined by the emergence of proto-palatial society, using Nicholas's terminology. MM1, around 2100 to 1875, seems to have witnessed a rapid population growth, and along with it, major construction, including the initial palace structures at famous sites like Knossos. MM2, 1875 to 1700, introduced Minoan writing systems, such as Cretan hieroglyphic and Linear A. MM3, running from 1700 to 1600, continued these developments, and also included the rebuilding of palaces after seismic destructions. Indeed, we have plenty of evidence for earthquakes. Now, the Neo-Palatial period, from 1750 to 1450, is characterized by architectural innovations and widespread adoption of Linear A writing system, indicating the peak of Minoan cultural influence across the Aegean and also on mainland Greece, and that will become very important. During the late Minoan period, that was from 1700 to 1075 BC, so quite a broad time spectrum, Minoan civilization experienced significant developments and upheavals that culminated in profound social changes. This era is particularly renowned for producing some of the most iconic Minoan artifacts, such as the snake goddess figurines, the La Parisienne fresco, and the vibrant marine-style pottery. And there's plenty of it. Now, late Minoan 1, that's 1700 to 1470, marked a continuation of the prosperous Neo-Palatial culture. Yet it was also defined by the catastrophic eruption of the Terra volcano, which happened around 1600 BC. This eruption, one of the largest volcanic events in recorded history, devastated the Cycladic settlement of Akrotiri and impacted several sites in northeastern Crete. Despite these disruptions, other regions, notably around Knossos, witnessed a flurry of construction, flourishing trade, and cultural flowering post-eruption during the LM1B period, circa 1625 to 1470. Now, late Minoan 1B ended with widespread destructions across Crete, signaling the collapse and breakdown of Neo-Palatial society. These destructions, however, appear strategic, targeting specific areas while sparing others, such as the preservation of the palace at Knossos amidst the burning of the town. The reason behind these destructions has been widely debated, and there's no real solid theory. But between the contemporary, well, not contemporary, but somewhat later Bronze Age sources and our modern sources, all speculation, but making an educated guess to Mycenean invasion, internal conflict, or perhaps simply the residual effects of the Terra eruption. We're yet to find anything really conclusive, but one of those three. I suppose it's a roll of the dice. Now, late Minoan 2, that was from 1470 to 1420, is less well represented in archaeological findings, and is generally perceived as a period of decline, with fewer records of substantial achievements or any real developments at all. Well, of course, that changes in late Minoan III from 1420 to 1075, which witnessed dramatic shifts, including the rise of the Mycenean Greek as the administrative language and increased influence from the Greek mainland, indicating the ascendancy of a Greek-speaking elite ruling class. This period saw the systematic decline of Minoan palatial centers, with only Knossos remaining active until its final destruction in LM3b2. The societal collapse continued into LM3c between 1200 and 1075, part of the broader Late Bronze Age collapse, during which the Minoans retreated from coastal areas to more easily defensible mountainous locations. These communities maintained elements of Minoan culture into the early Iron Age, despite the overall fragmentation of their civilization. Crete's diverse climate zones and varied elevations provided a range of natural resources, but the island's lack of metal deposits likely propelled the Minoans to establish extensive trade networks. Seismic activity is, of course, a notable feature of the island, with many archaeological sites showing very strong evidence of earthquake damage. The distribution of Minoan sites is primarily concentrated in central and eastern Crete, with fewer sites in the less accessible western parts. Now, speaking of sites, there was more than just the main city of Knossos. In fact, there's quite a lot of different sites that are of interest, but I'm just going to mention the top 5. The first, of course, being the city of Knossos, if we may use that terminology. It is the largest Bronze Age archaeological site on the island of Crete, notable for its size and historical significance. Its population varied significantly over time, and of course it peaked during the height of Minoan civilization. The next is Phaistos. It's known as the second largest palatial structure on the island, and it gives us some valuable insights into Minoan architecture and society, along with Hagia Triada, an important town and administrative center not far from the aforementioned Phaistos, renowned for the substantial number of Linear A tablets that are discovered there. Next up is Komos, a harbor town serving Phaistos and Hagia Triada, featuring civic buildings that reflect palatial architectural styles. And then, of course, Malia, known for its palatial ruins, providing us with a glimpse into the proto-palatial period of Minoan civilization. Of course, as I said, there's many more, but this was where the bulk of the activity was going on. I'm not going to go through every single one of them. Why will I not go through every one? Because I just won't. Anyway, moving on. The Minoans, primarily based on Crete, were heavily engaged in trade, establishing cultural contacts across the Mediterranean. This, of course, included all the big players of the time. You're talking Egypt, Cyprus, the Levant, and Anatolia. That's kind of central Turkey. Their influence is evident in the discovery of Minoan-style frescoes in elite residences at Avaris in Egypt and Tel Kabri, reflecting a far-reaching scope of their trade and cultural exchange. Minoan ceramic styles and techniques varied in their impact on Helladic Greece, showcasing a dynamic interplay of different cultural influences. And beyond Crete, Minoan settlements or trading outposts extended to several key locations, first being Castri or Kythera. This island near the Greek mainland saw Minoan influence from the mid-3rd century BC, until it was overtaken by the Mycenaeans in the 13th century BC. The transition here represents a significant cultural shift from mainland-derived cultures to Minoan dominance, and then, of course, the later Mycenaean occupation. Cyclades. This group of islands was within the cultural orbit of the Minoans, further emphasizing their maritime capabilities and the spread of their influence. Next up was the 3 islands of Carpathos, Saria, and Kassos, which hosted Middle Bronze Age Minoan colonies or settlements, although most were abandoned by the LM1 period. Carpathos notably continued Minoan cultural practices all the way until the end of the Bronze Age. And last is probably one you may have heard of, being Rhodes, specifically the settlement at Ialissos on Rhodes serves as a evidence of Minoan expansion and also colonial activity. The presence of Minoan culture and its artifacts in places like Thebes, that's in Egypt, around the 15th century BC, where paintings depict Minoan-appearing individuals, suggest active and possibly official interactions, with inscriptions referring to them as coming from Keftiu, a term which we believe to indicate Crete, or just the Cretans in general. Now, on Crete itself, the Neopalatial site of Kato Zakros is exemplary of Minoan outward-looking societal structure. Positioned near the modern shoreline, its numerous workshops and rich site materials suggest that it functioned as an entrepot, a hub of trade and commerce. This interpretation is supported by artistic depictions such as the flotilla fresco from Ankratiri, which illustrates the Minoans' extensive maritime activities and their integration into the broader Mediterranean world. Now, Minoan art, celebrated for its lively and imaginative qualities, especially for the time, is a cornerstone of Aegean art and exerted a significant influence on the contemporary Cycladic art, even maintaining its dominance after Crete's occupation by the Mycenaeans. Due to the perishable nature of the materials like wood and textiles, the surviving examples of Minoan art primarily include pottery, intricately carved seals, frescoes, small sculptures, jewelry, and quite a good bit of metalwork. The subject matter in Minoan art, of course, varies widely, often recurring across different media. Iconic scenes such as bull leaping, which likely held religious significance, are depicted in both paintings and sculptures. The portrayal of animals, particularly marine life, is also prevalent, exemplified by the marine-style pottery from the Middle Minoan III and Late Minoan I periods, which features sea creatures like octopuses enveloping the pottery, inspired by similar fresco scenes. Minoan art also includes representations of hunting, warfare, and equestrian scenes, especially in later periods, and was likely to cater to Mycenaean tastes, or perhaps simply just under Mycenaean influence. Unlike the precision of Egyptian art, Minoan depictions are a lot less naturalistic, often sacrificing accuracy for dynamism, resulting in figures that are vibrant, yet sometimes anatomically vague. One notable aspect of Minoan art is its frequent depiction of female figures, a contrast to the predominantly male representations in many other ancient cultures. However, this brought about the notion that Minoan religion was solely matriarchal, but this is not really the case. Of course, that was believed for a while, but it's been somewhat revised. Perhaps we'll find something that makes us think again about that. Well, figures typically adhere to the Egyptian convention of portraying heads and legs in profile, while presenting torsos frontally, though Minoan art exaggerates certain features like male waists and the female chest. Landscape painting in Minoan art generally involves floral and faunal elements, framing or interspersed within a scene. There is a distinctive stylistic convention where environments are depicted as viewed from above, yet individual elements are shown in profile. This unique perspective is also evident in the seascapes that accompany scenes of fish and boats, providing expansive backdrops that are unusual for the time. The Heraklion Archaeological Museum near Knossos hosts the most extensive collection of Minoan art, offering a comprehensive view of the artistic achievements of this ancient civilization. And if it's not on your list, well, it's certainly on mine. Throughout the history of Crete, a variety of pottery styles and production techniques can be observed, reflecting changes in taste and also power structures. Early Minoan ceramics were distinguished by their decorative patterns, including spirals, triangles, and fish bones, with regional variations pointing to shifts in societal dynamics. Accompanying these ceramics were numerous small terracotta figurines. As the Middle Minoan period unfolded, the designs of pottery began to become more naturalistic, featuring motifs like fish, squid, birds, and lilies. However, depictions of human figurines remained extremely rare throughout Minoan ceramics, contrasting sharply with later ancient Greek vase painting, where human portrayals were very common. Minoan jewelry, predominantly found in graves, initially had a focus on hair ornaments and diadems for women, crafted primarily from hammered gold. As time progressed, gold began to become a little bit more hard to come by, and jewelry designs included necklaces, bracelets, and rings, often incorporating beadwork and intricate designs seen in frescoes. Notably, the Minoans excelled in granulation. That's a technique exemplified by the Malia pendant, which depicts bees on a honeycomb. Therefore, metalwork in Crete was fairly sophisticated for the time, with the Minoans creating elaborate weapons and tools from imported gold and copper. Although fine bronze weapons like swords and daggers have been found, they are less common than in Mycenaean Greece, where warrior burials frequently included richly decorated weapons. Minoan daggers, often with gold hilts and decorative inlays, showcase the height of their metalworking skills. The production of metal vessels in Crete spanned from the early Minoan II period to the late Minoan III B and C period, with early examples likely made exclusively from precious metals, and later items from bronze. These vessels, which ranged from cups to large cauldrons, and even elaborate lamps, suggest a continuity in craft that extended into the Mycenaean culture, evidenced by the presence of Minoan-style metalwork in Mycenaean contexts. This implies either direct imports from Crete or the influence of Minoan craftsmen on the mainland. Well, it wasn't all just artwork. I had to do a little bit of quote-unquote real work from now and then. Thus, the Minoans had a diverse agricultural system, raising cattle, sheep, pigs, and goats, and of course cultivating crops like wheat, barley, vetch, and chickpeas. They grew a variety of fruits, including grapes, figs, and olives, and possibly used poppies for seed and opium. Bee domestication highlights their versatility in farming and food production. The island's native flora included vegetables like lettuce, celery, asparagus, and carrots, along with native pear, quince, and olive trees. The Minoans introduced date palms and cats from Egypt, enhancing their agricultural and environmental management. Pomegranates were adopted from the Near East, enriching their diet, although citrus fruits like lemons and oranges were not incorporated. Now, the Minoans practiced polyculture. That's a sustainable farming method that supports soil fertility and reduces crop failure risks. This diet, of course, led to population growth, supported by a robust agricultural system evidenced by Linear B tablets that documented the management of orchards and secondary products like olive oil and wine, which were central to their diet but also their economy. Of course, they live on an island, so seafood played a big role in their diet too. But the primary focus was on the agriculture on land, as suggested in the presence of marine life in art and poetry. Like the LM3C octopus stirrup jar. The importance of seafood is further indicated by the remains of edible mollusks found at sites, although it seems to have been secondary to staple foods, which I would have thought the main food was seafood on an island like Crete, but maybe they didn't like it as much, I don't know. Of course, wild game, such as deer and boar, were also popular, but their role in the diet is debated, especially concerning the use of now extinct Cretan megafauna. Artistic representations, like the Harvester's Vase and the Sacred Grove fresco, possibly depict agricultural festivals and celebrate soil fertility. Storage facilities in palace compounds, such as those at Phaistos and Knossos, suggest these sites also served as redistribution centers for produce, supporting a class of administrators, craftsmen, and religious officials who were not involved in direct agricultural labor. This specialization indicates an advanced societal structure capable of supporting various professional and administrative roles. Of course, if you're going to be farming, you're going to need tools, and Minoan tools evolved from simple wood or bone to more sophisticated bronze implements with oval-shaped holes in tool heads to prevent spinning on handles, showing innovation in tool-making. These tools, including axes, sickles, and chisels, facilitated their agricultural practices and contributed to the efficiency of their farming and craft production. Thriving from their strategic position in the Mediterranean, they developed a robust network for international trade that extended across Egypt, Mesopotamia, Anatolia, Cyprus, Syria, and even all the way to the Iberian Peninsula, that's over in Spain and Portugal. This extensive trade network was pivotal for the exchange of goods such as ceramics, copper, tin, gold, and ivory. Minoan craftsmanship in pottery, particularly the distinctive Kamares ware and the later marine-style pottery, was highly valued and widely distributed across these regions. Now on to a little bit about religious practices in Minoan culture, which prominently featured female deities, with numerous frescoes and sculptures depicting priestesses or goddesses, which indicates significant roles for women in both religious and potentially political spheres. This, of course, is one of the reasons why scholars consider the possibility of a primarily matriarchal society, or at least one where women held considerable power, or at least they had the opportunity to. The concept of a palace economy is central to the understanding of Minoan society. The palaces, such as those at Knossos, Phaistos, and Malia, were not just royal residences, but also administrative hubs where agricultural produce and goods were collected for redistribution. These palaces were integral to managing the internal economy and possibly played roles in coordinating trade and crafts. The political structure of Minoan Crete remains less understood due to the undeciphered linear A script, which keeps many of its aspects of the administrative and ceremonial life pretty obscure. While earlier theories posited a monarchical system, possibly centered at Knossos, more recent interpretations suggest a more complex scenario involving powerful elite families or clans who might have controlled different regions of Crete through their respective palaces. This shift from a singular monarchical system to a more distributed power structure may explain the absence of clear kingly figures in Minoan iconography, which of course contrasts with the explicit representations of rulers in contemporary civilizations like Egypt and Mesopotamia. Indeed, I think that this may be the explanation. Now what about women? What do we know about them in Minoan society? Well, a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. What we have primarily comes from art and some of the deciphered linear B tablets. Of course, we have plenty of linear A tablets, but we don't know how to read them, which leads one to think that perhaps there is some kind of Rosetta Stone-like tablet underground somewhere that perhaps holds the key to unlocking those secrets. But as of the 13th of April 2024, we are yet to find one, so keep looking, I suppose. Now, in artistic depictions, men and women were distinguished by skin color, actually. Men were shown with darker skin, and women were shown with lighter skin. Women's clothing evolved to become more elaborate over time as represented in the art, emphasizing on displaying the more sexual characteristics. This is evident from the portrayal of women's garments that often featured low necklines to expose cleavage, or even give away the whole show. Both genders were of course depicted with slim waists, a feature accentuated in the attire of the time. Now, Minoan art categorizes women into different societal roles, as the following were elite women, common women, and servants. And, of course, there were those who were engaged in religious activity who were a category unto their own. Elite women were portrayed as significantly larger than those of lower status, highlighting their higher social standing. Women's roles in society were primarily centered around household management and childcare, with older men possibly taking on responsibilities of managing the household and mentoring the younger women. There is also evidence that women participated in crafts, such as ceramics and textiles, not just your normal weaving and pottery sort of thing. Now, interestingly, while women were often depicted in roles associated with childcare, pregnant women and scenes of childbirth are conspicuously completely absent in Minoan art, at least what we have discovered so far, suggesting that these aspects of women's lives were either considered socially sacred or somewhat sensitive topics, and thus kept predominantly as private affairs. Archaeological findings indicate that childbirth was, of course, a perilous ordeal, with numerous skeletal remains of pregnant women suggesting high mortality rates during pregnancy and childbirth. Of course, this was not something that was unique to the Minoans, but just generally the kind of situation you would face in the Bronze Age. The remains often include fetal bones, highlighting the commonality of death during childbirth, with mothers buried alongside their newly born and quickly diminished children. Do not want to say those two words in the same sentence. Now, additionally, evidence suggests that nursing women also faced significant health risks due to the intense nutritional demands of breastfeeding, which of course could lead to malnourishment and death. Well, moving away from that, let's think about what kind of clothing the Minoans would dress themselves in. The Minoans made extensive use of sheep wool for their textiles, which were likely a significant part of their economy, possibly even a major export. Now, linen was there as well, but it was considerably less common, and it was possibly imported from Egypt or perhaps cultivated locally on Crete. There is no definitive evidence for the use of silk, though it cannot be completely ruled out, at least not yet. Minoan clothing styles, as depicted in art, show a distinct fashion sensibility. Men, if they were poor, typically wore loincloths, or more elaborate robes or kilts, which could actually be quite long. Women's attire consisted of long dresses with short sleeves and layered, flounced skirts, designed to emphasize a slim waist, a style detail often exaggerated in artistic depictions. Both men and women wore thick belts or girdles around the waist to highlight this feature, kinda like those weightlifting belts you see when you're doing deadlifts. You know the ones, the gym belt. Women might also wear a strapless, fitted bodice, and both genders favored symmetrical, geometric patterns in their garments. Regarding grooming, Minoan men usually are shown as clean-shaven with short hair, except for some long tresses, reserved for perhaps the elite youth. Women typically had long hair styled in flowing tresses down their backs, as exemplified by the figure known as La Parisienne, named so for its perceived resemblance to the early 20th century Parisian fashion. Children are often depicted with shaved heads, save for a few locks, until they approach the years of maturity, as seen in artistic representations like the Acrotiri boxer fresco. Now onto Minoan jewelry. It included many intricate gold hair ornaments and thin gold plaques that were sewn onto garments. Floral decorations were also popular, both worn in the hair and depicted on clothing, indicating a rich tradition of decorative arts that extended to both textile production and personal adornment. Now before we go, of course we have to talk a little bit about what we know about Minoan religion, which was characterized by its complexity and the ambiguity surrounding its deities and rituals. It remains particularly obscure due to the undecipherable Linear A script and the non-textual nature of much of the archaeological evidence. Originally, scholars like Arthur Evans suggested a monotheistic worship centered around a mother goddess. However, more recent analysis suggests a diverse pantheon, including a young male god among others, indicating a more structured polytheism rather than a singular divine focus. Deities in Minoan culture were often depicted alongside symbols and attributes, such as snakes, doves, and double axes, which could signify various religious or mythological roles. Peak sanctuaries, frescoes, and votive figures suggest worship practices that included both male and female goddesses, with significant roles possibly for a mountain goddess, a snake goddess, and a dove goddess. Of course, these figures may have represented or been associated with nature, fertility, household protection, and animal husbandry. The line between deity and clergy seems to be somewhat blurred in Minoan art, at least depending on your interpretation, which often depicts figures in ritualistic attire that could either denote priests, priestesses, or the deities themselves. Religious practices likely involve significant ritual activities as suggested by artifacts such as the labrys, and ceremonial structures like the horns of consecration. The labrys, by the way, is those double axes that we've mentioned, the ones that are often depicted, the symbols alongside the deities in the artworks. Bull leaping, a prominent ritual depicted in numerous frescoes, may have also been a religious or perhaps a social rite, potentially connected to elite status or perhaps a rite of passage. Now, late Minoan artifacts, such as the Hagia Triada sarcophagus, illustrate complex funeral rituals and possibly sacrifices of bulls, hinting at beliefs surrounding death and the afterlife. Also, the use of saffron in ceremonies depicted in frescoes suggests it had a ritualistic importance, possibly in purification or as an offering. Minoan sacred symbols, the bull's horn, those double-headed axes, pillars, serpents, and sun discs found across Crete and as far off as Cyprus, point to a religion that integrated natural and celestial elements together, perhaps influenced by or influencing contemporary Near Eastern and later Greek religious practices. Burial customs were varied. There wasn't a one-size-fits-all for the Minoans, with regional differences in practices such as circular tombs in southern Crete and house tombs in the north and the east. The use of tholoi and complex burial structures, like those at Malia, indicates that burial rites were an important aspect of Minoan culture, possibly involving rites of passage, ancestor worship, or even, disturbingly, human sacrifice, as suggested by some archaeological evidence at sites like Anem Soplia and Forno Corifi. That being said, it's hard to know for sure, as, well, the dead tell no tales. Well, thank you very much for joining me. It's been another great video, which has made me actually a little tired, because I just got back from the gym, so must finish off videos before we sleep, of course. It's been a pleasure, as always. I'd like to say thank you to my Mega Chat tier patrons, that is Stark Factory, JC, and Jeffrey. And if you would like to support the channel, you know what to do. Head over to the Patreon and take a look. But until next time, I will wish you a good night and farewell. See you later, everybody. Goodbye for now.